Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Benzinga Global Small Cap Conference. My name is Spencer Israel. You might know me from any number of Benzinga shows here, and I'll be with you on this, the most important, let's be honest, the most important track of this two-day event. If this is your first Benzinga Global Small Cap Conference, first of all, welcome. This is an event that we put on monthly for free for you all on YouTube, right? And we do this to bring attention to the small cap space and educate people about how to invest, how to trade, and how to invest in these companies. So welcome to the transformative healthcare track. This track is we'll be bringing together traders, investors, and executives from publicly traded small cap companies in the biotech and healthcare space. These are early stage companies that use the public markets to raise money so they can fund clinical trials and go from there. These are not mega caps. These are not companies that have very often like massive pipelines of drugs are sitting on piles and piles of cash. These are early stage companies, and what that means is the opportunity is greater, right? That's what that means. So I'm not talking about Pfizer. I'm not talking about Johnson & Johnson. I'm talking about earlier stage companies that, frankly, are you get in earlier in the door. You're right. Like those mega caps, they're only going to move so much. These are early stage companies. One drug, one trial that's successful can change the direction of a company's history, right? And that's why they're in the public markets. And frankly, that's why they're interesting, because these companies are, it's not like they're doing this like, you know, for their health. They're doing this because they're solving real problems. These are real problems out there, diseases, new treatments that these companies are funding, that they're on the frontier of that. And they're in the public markets. Investors have access to it, and we bring you together with them at events like this. So this is a two-day event. This is one track. The other track is also streaming right here on youtube.com/Benzinga. Hop on over there if you want to, but I would advise you stick with me for the day, and you won't regret that. So two-day event today and tomorrow right here on YouTube. We've got, I think, like over, the video said 50. I think we got over 70 speakers from public companies presenting over the next 2 days. We've got the CEOs, we've got investors, people like Kevin O'Leary, we've got traders. If you are at all interested in this space, the small cap space, this is the event for you, because we are not just bringing together investors and traders and executives, but we're covering the bases, right? How to look at these companies, right? How to value them, what key terms to know, right? How to separate the good from the bad, how to think about these companies. B, how investors position themselves, right? How they include small caps as part of their long-term portfolio. And C, from a trading point of view, right? How do you trade these things? Well, on this track, we're talking about healthcare. That means drug trials. That means catalysts, right? Trading events. How do you trade around those events? All those things will be covered throughout the next 2 days right here. I'm going to make it a goal to, let's say, get 500. I'm going to just say 500 likes. I want 500 likes on this video by the time we're done today. So let's make that a goal right now. Hit that like button. Let's get to that 500 number. And once we get there, we'll just raise the goal. It's that simple. So big event next 2 days, a lot going on. Here is the, not agenda, but just sort of breakdown, right? We've got a lot. This is bzsmallcap.com. These are all the speakers that are presenting over the next 2 days. You can go here, check it out, bzsmallcap.com. See the full slate of guests speaking and presenting over the next couple of days right there. Couple other things I want to bring to your attention. This is called Slido, okay? Slido. We are giving away lifetime subscriptions to a number of Benzinga products. Benzinga Pro, which is our real-time news and research and data platform for active traders and investors. We are giving away a lifetime sub to that. We are giving away a lifetime sub to 2 of our newsletters as well. How do you earn these lifetime subs, you may be asking? I'm glad you asked. You put your phone up, scan this QR code, and throughout the day, we're going to have questions appearing on this app, and the person with the most participation and also who gets the most right will be selected, and you will win a lifetime subscription of Benzinga Pro or one of our premium Benzinga newsletters. So I'm going to have that up throughout the day, and we'll keep that going, and you can win real stuff. One person will win the Benzinga Pro sub, one person will win a subscription to our options newsletter, and one person will win a subscription to our breakout newsletter. The winners will be chosen at random throughout the day. But again, in order to win, in order to be eligible, you have to participate. You got to get the most right. Okay. We have a couple of minutes before I'm going to bring on our very first speaker here, our keynote presentation today. Jason Silva is a filmmaker. He is an investor. He's a public speaker. He's a TV personality. He is going to talk all about mental health, and specifically mental health as it relates to cannabis and psychedelics. We are really, really in the early innings, especially in psychedelics. We just had our first two companies on the psychedelics front go public on the NASDAQ. That happened relatively recently, right? So we are in early days as far as investors are concerned, public investors on the psychedelics front. And of course, you all should be familiar with cannabis if you could consume Benzinga content, because we are all over the cannabis beat from an investing standpoint. And he'll be talking about that as well. We'll have more cannabis stuff throughout the day. We have a whole cannabis track, actually. So that'll be in 1 or 2 minutes. Right when I'm done talking here, Jason Silva speaking here. And let me make sure I got everything done. I think I covered the agenda. There's a couple of things I want to hit on before we get to Jason. I think I covered all of it. Yeah, pretty sure I got it. So like I said, I'll be with you throughout the day. We're going until ideally about 6 p.m. That's when this is going to go. Going to go all day, 9 a.m., 6 p.m. Eastern time. And again, 2 tracks happening simultaneously. And if one day is not enough, well, you'll just run it back tomorrow, because we have a whole second day planned for you. Okay. Guys, let's go ahead and let's bring on Jason Silva, and let's run our first video. This is our keynote speaker, Jason Silva, on mental health as it relates to cannabis and psychedelics.
Hello, Benzinga. My name is Jason Silva, and I'm very excited to be here with you guys today to talk about a very important revolution happening, a mental health revolution, a revolution being catalyzed by cannabis and increasingly by psychedelics. We're seeing a world where we have a whole new capacity to intervene, to perform a kind of open heart surgery of the psyche, and as D.H. Lawrence wrote, to unleash the brave, reckless gods within us all. But first, let's begin with the problem, right? The problem is that according to the World Health Organization, I think even the United Nations has written about this, 800,000 people a year now are committing suicide. That's a larger amount of people taking their own life than are dying from natural disasters and armed conflict combined. So the greatest threat to our well-being these days is our own minds. We're living through an epidemic of mental health. Depression, anxiety are robbing our lives of our vitality, right? We are suffering an epidemic of trauma. We are fibrillating, we are anxious, we are looping, we are stuck in what Jamie Wheel calls these cul-de-sacs and error messages. We are locked in patterns of thinking that no longer serve us. We are trapped in reality tunnels and lenses of perception that are oppressing us and that we're not even aware we're wearing, right? And these lenses of perception, they color our world, they inform our world, and they're shaped by past trauma. So we bring our baggage with us to the doorstep of every moment. Everything that's ever happened that slayed us and disappointed us is absorbed somatically. The body keeps the score and then informs how we perceive reality. So then we see everything through a prism of expectation, of dread, of fear, of apprehension. We pull away, we shrink away from the world, something called Jonah Pnina syndrome. And so these patterns of thinking, we've over-identified with them. And we think that that's us. The monkey mind, that inner chatter, we think that's us. But it's not us. And so what is needed is an intervention. A new technology, an ecstatic technology, a host of tools to literally shake the snow globe. That's what Robin Carhart Harris out of the Imperial College of London, that's the term he uses to describe what psychedelics and what cannabis can do. They shake the snow globe, right? All those ski routes that have been almost practically cemented by overuse, those patterns of thinking we can't shake, are finally dissolved by psychedelics and by cannabis, opening up a space that he calls a pivotal mental space of heightened neuroplasticity, heightened suggestibility, where we are more open to be transformed, compressing a decade of psychotherapy into a singular afternoon. We're about to change the world on the back of these technologies, and we must jump on board now. We must bring the capital, we must bring the investment, we must bring a willingness to change the game of how we treat mental health. And on that note, here's a video about trauma, about PTSD, and about inverse PTSD.
So we all know that an experience of trauma can cause post-traumatic stress disorder. It can be an experience that marks and fundamentally transforms the character of a person. It can make them meet the world with fear. So my question is the opposite also true? Can an experience of such radiance, of such grace, of such astonishment and beauty be akin to a kind of inverse PTSD, and can be as fundamentally transformative to the character structure of a person that it now shifts their lenses of perception to lenses that meet the world not with fear, but instead with curiosity? Right? We all have these lenses of perception. We see with our lenses, we see through the lenses, but we don't see the lenses themselves, right? This self-construct, this lens of perception, this ego is something that we mistake for what we are. It's not a fixed, unchanging thing. In fact, it's an amalgamation of past experiences, right? You become your experiences. Your cells are a technology that turns experience into biology. So essentially, eventually, you meet the world through a prism of expectations shaped by past trauma, past experiences. Until eventually that lens is clouding your encounter with the world so much it's akin to a kind of tunnel vision. You don't see the world as it is, you see the world as you are. And what if that filter on the world is not serving you? What if seeing the world as you are is a dark fucking lens? What if you don't like who you are? Can you change who you are? Well, it turns out that ego-dissolving experiences can make the possessor of a lens of perception become aware that he has a lens of perception and dispose of that lens of perception if it no longer serves them. We need encounters with the numinous, experiences that recontextualize the self, so that you identify not with the small self, but with the self with a capital S. You stop tuning into the broadcast of the ego and you tune into the broadcast of the whole. And when you find another place to plant your feet, my friends, when you meet the world from a different vantage point, you see that you no longer are tethered to that old monkey suit and that old monkey mind. And it is through these moments of grace, right, that you remember what you forgot, right? You fundamentally transformed your self system, and perhaps now can meet the world not with fear, but instead with curiosity. You have been absolved. You have been absolved. Now the world becomes, well, a playground.
All right, so as you've just seen in that video, the nature of trauma is insidious because trauma stays with you, right? It's not just the thing that happens. It's not just the betrayal of a world made unsafe. It's not just being stabbed in the back. It's the sort of afterburn. It's the fact that it stays in the cells, it stays in the body. It pretty much permanently rewires your nervous system and tweaks your perception lenses, your expectations about the world, so that now you meet the world through a prism of fear. You have these lenses of perception, these patterns of thinking that you're stuck inside of, and you see with those lenses and you see through those lenses, but you don't actually see the lenses themselves. So the traumas become a part of you, but you don't really realize you're traumatized. The world has gone dark and you don't know why. Your rational mind knows why, but your intuition doesn't. You're just stuck in a world that's gone dark. And so we need to find a way of showing you the light. And as that video said, what is needed is an experience of equal intensity, but in opposition, right? Rather than something that slays you intensely, what is needed is an inverse PTSD experience, something that raises you to the light with the same ferocity with which you were slayed by trauma. And Roland Griffiths out of Johns Hopkins University first taught me this phrase, inverse PTSD. He said psychedelically mediated psychotherapy, working with psilocybin, for example, but I believe cannabis can be a great substitute as well. And of course, MDMA, is that these experiences can open up a space for what's called cognitive repatterning, fear extinction and memory reconsolidation. The amygdala seems to kind of go quiet, the fear center of the brain. The patterns of thinking that you've over-identified with, they start to fall away. The lenses of perception you see with and through become apparent, and you're like, fuck, these lenses don't serve me. I can push them aside. I can switch the song on the jukebox of my life. And this realization of authorship, the realization that there is agency, that you can change yourself, that you can change your life, that you can steer internal life, that you can steer awareness, that you can shape and author your inner world, is what Timothy Leary calls internal freedom. And it's what psychedelics and cannabis can awaken. You see, psychedelics and cannabis all work in the same way. They basically increase suggestibility. Right? They boost receptivity and suggestibility and openness to stimuli, both from within and from without. And so a person who's traumatized and has all these boundaries around them, they've hardened, right? They have all these psychological defense mechanisms and all this fundamental repression of the self. They're closed to the world to protect themselves. And psychedelics cast that away. They open us up again. They boost the suggestibility and the receptivity. We're highly vulnerable in a way we haven't been since we were traumatized. And so once that vulnerability is there, we can go in with the right protocols and procedures and in a highly delicate way with highly trained psychotherapists and carefully thought out spaces and contexts, all of which will feed into the waking dream that is unfolding within the boundaries of the psyche and the self. You can be remade, you can be transformed. I mean, this is a whole new kind of psychotherapy. It's a whole new approach to mental health. One that unleashes the human spirit, one that frees the brave, reckless gods within us all, one that hurls us into the space of dream, of liminality, right? Like those transformative experiences that indigenous societies used to engender when a boy becomes a man or a girl becomes a woman. We're creating the stage, the sacred space for theosis, for death practices, for resurrection, where we slay our own dragons and slay our own demons and come back into ourselves and we are made whole. Psychedelics open up a space for a kind of psychologically compressed version of the hero's journey. We recontextualize the self, Tim Doody wrote. We see ourselves instead as a marvelous conduit, continuity, right? A marvelous conduit in the timeless whole from which molecules and meanings flow, from neurons to nebula and back again. And once we become one with the light, once we become starlight, we are healed and we are whole. And to the degree that we can create the protocols, procedures, and guardrails to usher in this mental health revolution, we must, my friends. We must free ourselves from the trappings of the mind and the trauma in our cells, right? The issues are in the tissues, as Jamie Wheel has written. So let us somatically and psychologically remake ourselves by planting the seeds of this psychedelic revolution to alleviate human suffering and save our collective soul. Okay, so mental illness You might think of mental illness as an autoimmune disorder of the psyche, a mind that turns against itself, right? The story we tell ourselves about ourselves is no longer convincing. Our patterns of thinking become self-defeating. It's a horrible thing. We become trapped in negative loops. We become oppressed by patterns of thought that pillage our inner life. Both depression, anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder all originate in the same place, a brain that has become too ordered. What neuroscientist Robin Carhart-Harris calls the entropic brain theory. And so what is needed is a kind of shaking of the snow globe that gets us out of this locked-in syndrome of sorts, right? We need to shake the snow globe. We need to be reset, right? We need to be literally dissolved. New parts of the brain need to talk to themselves. Think of the ego, the organizing principle of the self in the mind, as the freeway, the patterns of thinking that work for us, that map our world until they become oppressive, until they no longer work. And now we're stuck on the 405 and it's full of traffic and we're not moving and it sucks. And so what is needed is for parts of the brain to start exploring other synaptic pathways. We need to take side roads. We need to be rethought. We need to be remade. We need to be reborn. And this is what psychedelics promise to do. By disrupting the default mode network, psychedelics literalize, catalyze a shaking of the snow globe. They open up what Robin Carhart-Harris calls pivotal mental states of heightened plasticity. And what occurs in these states of heightened plasticity is that we can go in and perform an open heart surgery of the psyche. What unfolds in those spaces, in those pivotal mental states, is akin to inverse PTSD, right? It's entering God mode. It's making deep adjustments, reconciliations, right? All contradictions are reconciled and man has surpassed the gods, right? It's a higher level order that reveals that those contradictions are actually reconciled, right? Think of it as the thesis and the antithesis. And this is the problem of depression, of anxiety, of opposing and conflicting ways of being and ways of seeing. You are not in congruence, you are tied in a knot. So you have thesis and antithesis, and the solution doesn't exist in that dimension of reality. What psychedelics do is they reveal not just the thesis, not just the antithesis, but the synthesis, which is a higher level order dimension that again reveals that those paradoxes actually reconcile, and now you see what you've been looking for. Whereas once you were blind, now you can see, right? All of your desires abolished by the plenitude of their satisfaction. It's a parting of the seas moment. Psychedelics open up the space for that to happen. But how do you create spaces for this to scale? How do you create spaces where thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people can undergo these kinds of transformations? How do you synthesize the compounds so that you can have efficacy, so you can control dosing, so you can create the guardrails for people to experience these pivotal mental states where they shake the snow globe? Well, this is where we need enterprise. This is where we need capital. This is where we need the psychedelic revolution, comprised of startups that are going to change the world.
All right. Let's get to the companies. That was great. Also, I loved how he said MDMA. Obviously. No, that was good. I realized I was like a bit of a different vibe than the rest of our content, but hey, that's okay. That's okay. Smash the like button for different vibes. All right, but let's get to the main meat of today. I'm going to give you a quick preview of what is to come as far as public companies are concerned. So up next, I've got him here, I think in the green room already, Punit Dhillon. He's the CEO of Skye Bioscience, ticker SKYE. Okay, we're going to be hearing from Skye. We're going to be hearing from GeoVax, ticker GOVX, from Petros Pharmaceuticals, ticker PTPI, from Can-Fite Pharma or Biopharma, ticker CANF, Chromadex, ticker CDXC. We're going to hear from Brios. Well, we're going to hear from all those guys actually in the panel later on in the day. Brioscell, BCTX, Actinium Pharmaceuticals, ATNM, Lixt Biotech, LIXT. We've got another panel. We've got Longeveron, ticker LGVN, Vivos Therapeutics, VVOS, Sidious Pharmaceuticals. I know a few people want that one. CTXR. I'm telling you guys, like so many companies today. I just named like I think 20. IMAC Holdings, IMAC, Lexaria, LEXX, Artelo, ARTL, MyMD, MYMD, and then wrapping up the day with Aikido Pharma, AIKI. So we got a full slate of public companies. These are companies that are on the NASDAQ, on the NYSE, and on the OTC markets presenting throughout the day. Somebody asked me to bring up the QR code again for the Slido, so I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to bring this up throughout the day. So don't worry if you miss it at one point, it'll be up throughout the day. The QR code's up on the screen. I'll be changing the slides as well, just so because you can't access the next question until I sort of go to it on my side. So this will be up throughout the day. Again, engage, answer questions. Whoever gets the most questions will be randomly entered to win Benzinga Pro or Benzinga newsletter lifetime subscription. Let me just show you, for example, the next question, right? Just so you guys can all see how that looks. How that looks like. So we'll go through this throughout the day. Don't worry about it if you miss it. I'm also going to do my best to engage with the chat as well. I see some familiar faces from our morning show. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. See, look at that. Someone just answered, and now we have 100%. 100% on red. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. If you missed the top of our show, I'll be with you for the entirety of the day until about 5:30 or 6. We've got about 50 companies presenting, actually closer to 70 companies presenting over the next 2 days. So this will be up on and off the screen throughout the day. Do not worry about that. Okay. It is almost time, I think, for our first presentation of the day. And I'm going to bring him on in a second. Punit Dhillon, as I mentioned, is the CEO of Skye Bioscience, ticker SKYE. I see him here in the green room. Billy James, don't guess, man. Don't guess. Let me catch up with the chat. Let me see what I missed. I hope I didn't miss too much. I was kind of watching the video, so I wasn't really paying attention too closely to the chat. All that video was missing was like a beat. If someone wants to go in and like add a beat to that and turn that into a rap, that would take it next level, I think. Because I think we're just one step away, just missing that beat in the background. Make it from like from a video to a song. I think that's what we need. Okay. Just catching up. Chat's all good. How many likes are we at, guys? I said my goal was 500 likes today. Let's get to 500 likes, and then I'm going to go home happy. That's it. And we'll all go home happy, not just me. It's not just about me. It's about all you. All right. Let's bring on Punit. Punit Dhillon, as I said, is the CEO of Skye Bioscience, ticker SKYE. Punit, good morning. How you doing today?
Hey, good morning, Spencer. Thanks for having me on your show. You had a little bit of alphabet soup this morning, as I was hearing.
Just a little bit, yeah. But I'm past that portion of the day, I suspect. So, Punit, welcome. Thanks for joining us. I believe you have a presentation to share. Is that right? Yes, you do.
Yeah.
So let's get that up on the screen here and just go right into it. Tell us about Skye.
Yeah, thanks again. So good morning, everyone listening in to the Benzinga small cap presentation. Again, once again, thanks for the opportunity to participate. Skye Bioscience, we're an emerging growth company. My name is Punit. I'm the CEO. I'm going to be making some forward-looking statements, so please refer to our regulatory filings for detailed risk factors. We have a pretty short presentation, so I'll jump into the key points and then save some time for Q&A. But for those of you that are tuning into the presentation for the first time, there's basically some macro level takeaways that I think that would really help provide kind of context for where the value is in terms of this particular company and investment opportunity. So at a macro level, we're developing proprietary first-in-class molecules that are focused on treating any disease that has high unmet medical needs. What we're developing are bioengineered synthetic cannabinoid derivatives that are designed to significantly enhance the different therapeutic benefits in the different applications. So we refer to our company as a cannabinoid pharmaceutical company. And why I want to make that distinction is that we're not working with a plant-derived product or something that you can purchase in a retail cannabis shop. It's completely different, unrelated. We're purposely working on a modified molecule or several that are designed to really leverage and validate the benefits of cannabinoids while improving and reducing any of the inherent disadvantages that you'd have with some of the other plant-derived approaches. These molecules are based on a partnership with University of Mississippi, and they're based on several exclusive licenses we have with the university in all fields, in all routes of administration in terms of applications. We're initially concentrating our efforts to take one of these molecules into the clinical stage, and that's focused on glaucoma. So that's where I'll spend the majority of the time today. The management team, we have a great team that's been assembled over the last 9 months. Every single person at the company is new, and we're rapidly taking advantage of our own track record and experience to drive value forward for the company. I think in terms of a general comment for the space, it's a pretty unique moment for those who have been following the cannabinoid pharmaceutical space. One recent validating event was the acquisition of Pharma by Jazz for $7.2 billion. So it's really highlighting that a global pioneer in the cannabinoid space, GW, who brought forward Epidiolex that's focused on epilepsy, and through the whole FDA process, got recognition for that, not only for that product, but also for a broader pipeline. So I believe that over time, Skye can certainly replicate that type of validation. And what's unique here is that intellectual property that is based around molecules that you can't necessarily patent, but we've been able to synthesize an approach that's patented, and we're developing that very aggressively. And we have a very impressive set of milestones that I'm going to go over today that will provide some confidence in the development execution, and most importantly, the data to really support that value creation. So in terms of glaucoma, our lead program is focused on this large unmet medical need. There's very limited treatment options. They're primarily focused on symptoms that are focused on slowing down vision loss. There's no cure to reverse glaucoma. And you can see in this visual of a patient with glaucoma that will experience their loss of vision over time when it gets into advanced glaucoma. It's a pretty large market. We're talking about almost 80 million patients globally. Even that number is probably underrepresented because many countries still don't have very accurate reporting, and it's continuing to grow for a variety of different reasons, including aging population and just overall prevalence of the disease. So in terms of the biology, it's very simple. Basically, the eye generates fluid that is important for transporting nutrients, even keeping that shape of the eye. Once, if that fluid isn't able to drain, then there's pressure that builds up in the eye. So basically that pressure is referred to as intraocular pressure, and that intraocular pressure can damage the optic nerve and lead to vision loss. So really, glaucoma is a disease that leads to that progressive damage of those optic nerve cells, which make up the optic nerve, and that's at the back of the eye, and they're responsible for relaying that information over to the brain. And that lack of drainage of that fluid plays an important role in terms of managing that. So most of these drugs are really focused on that particular problem. So there's quite a large market. We're talking multi-billions. The current treatments are focusing on that production, limiting the production of the fluid or improving the outflow of that fluid. And there's been quite a number of drugs that have been approved, but the response rates have been very low in terms of being able to reduce that intraocular pressure. So from a monotherapy perspective, they're not very effective. Patients develop tolerance. Some of the new approaches are taking combinations of these different drugs, and there appears to be a bit of an improvement. You can see the response rates, bumping into the 30s. But again, patients develop tolerance to these drugs and really have a poor response rate over time. And essentially, they become non-responders to the available treatments. So that kind of leads us to what Skye's focused on. It's a totally new class of research. Our first application is focused on glaucoma. The backdrop for that is the fact that cannabinoid receptors are found throughout the body. They play a very important role in managing many different functions. And the eye happens to be very rich with these cannabinoid receptors, with a very strong cannabinoid receptor labeling that's been detected in many parts of the eye, especially around those tissues that are involved in managing the fluid production and the drainage, as well as the cells responsible for vision. So this is not a new kind of breakthrough. There's actually been data that's been showing the effects of THC and its ability to lower intraocular pressure. THC is a common cannabinoid found, and what's this data is showing, or this slide's showing, is that basically many studies that showed inhalation of THC is actually been able to demonstrate lowering of intraocular pressure, as well as in some cases that association with those important cannabinoid receptors like CB1. So this is really validating evidence of what that looks like. And as I've kind of said in different presentations before, really that's not the breakthrough here. Clearly there's some problems in terms of limitations with the traditional approach of inhaling. You have requiring a pretty high dose. You have poor bioavailability. You get the unwanted kind of psychotropic effects, and really it's not really effective at doing it that way. You don't get a consistent dose. And then on a local delivery side, you can't just take the extract and put it in your eye. It's not gonna get absorbed very well. So that's where I think the breakthrough comes with what Skye's been able to do. We've been able to modify this THC molecule to really enhance the delivery and overcome those challenges that have been used in traditional methods. And we refer to this as a prodrug. And a prodrug is using a medication, and then what it's referring to there is that it's metabolized into the active drug once it reaches the site that it needs to. So in this case, Skye's approach is it's really unlocking that therapeutic value of THC using our bioengineered synthetic prodrug of THC called THC-VHS. So this is biochemistry that's allowed us to create a very unique molecule. Now, we've actually taken this molecule, not only made an effective delivery, the other important thing is being able to demonstrate its effectiveness in a glaucoma model and being able to show the ability to lower intraocular pressure against the leading drug. So in this slide, basically it's highlighting that we've been able to extend, not only have better ability to lower intraocular pressure, but also do it for a longer duration of time compared to the leading drugs used for glaucoma. And you can look forward to additional data such as this comparing against intraocular pressure, comparing against standard of care for this intraocular pressure model. This quarter, we're just finalizing that data, and we're looking forward to sharing that. And what's going to be different there is that we've done studies showing combinations in terms of the standard of care used for glaucoma right now. This slide, is really highlighting the ability for kind of extending that mechanism beyond just lowering intraocular pressure, and it highlights the importance of the molecule being able to have an anti-inflammatory and anti-fibrotic component. So these are important indicators that are really markers that show that there's effects of THC beyond just lowering intraocular pressure. So with the limited time, I'm kind of quickly jumping through this, but one important component here is that looking at the broader population of glaucoma that has the same impact to the optic nerve, that crush-like injury or a deterioration, but without the same elevated intraocular pressure. So this is known as normal tension glaucoma, and it actually is a pretty large disproportionate number of patients that have this elevated normal IOP, but they maintain they maintain their IOP, but they have the changes to their optic nerve. So we believe that the neuroprotective components of our drug could potentially be helpful for this patient population, and certainly there's no drugs right now that are focused on this particular problem of the patients that have normal intraocular pressure. But as I've kind of alluded to above, the first thing is really demonstrating the ability to show superior IOP benefits before going into neuroprotection. But there is a fair amount of interesting data that's been highlighted of cannabinoids playing a very important role for neuroprotection. And what we're doing here is we're validating this in a neuroprotection model, testing THC VHS and our ability to preserve optic nerve cells. And that data is going to be available in the second half of 2021. So last thing I wanted to touch on is the clinical trials. Really, that's where we're really moving aggressively. So the things that were done on the research side, the things that we've done to improve the formulation and delivery, all of this other work that I've kind of gone over in terms of demonstrating ability to lower intraocular pressure and the other characteristics of the mechanism, they're really the data to support moving into the clinical program. And we're going to be initiating this clinical program before the end of the year, and it's looking at the ability for us to show that the drug is safe and also has efficacy. So we're treating patients that are healthy volunteers, but also we're going to be treating patients that have elevated intraocular pressure and showing and hopefully be able to replicate that same data that we saw in our preclinical studies. So that's really the key thing here is we're positioned to drive value. We've accomplished a fair bit so far in this year in terms of all of the preclinical or clinical enabling work, getting the formulation and getting our manufacturing all teed up for the clinical study. In the second half of the year, we're completing our manufacturing, we're completing our toxicology studies, and we're really moving quickly into the clinical operations side of initiating our phase 1 study. And in the first half of 22, that sets us up for top line data readout on our phase 1 program, as well as continuing the development of that program. One thing I didn't get a chance to touch on is that we have another molecule in development, and we're looking forward to sharing what that clinical development plan looks like for the CBD VHS, which is our second molecule in development. All that's to say that we really are positioned to drive value relative to our peer group. As you can see, there's milestones that are really centric to showing data and human clinical studies. We're focused on execution. this new team that's been assembled is really driving towards value creation. We expect that with additional data, with additional stronger clinical pipeline, we're opening up more opportunities for partnering and licensing, and we want to be able to replicate that model. The rest, in terms of the management and advisory board and our board of directors and scientific advisory board, continue to expand. We're continuing to expand the team, and we look forward to accomplishing our milestones with our group. With that, I will end, and I'll take any questions.
Yeah, question. So you said phase 1 data in first half of 22, and you also said, targeting the same sort of pathway that GW Pharma sort of blazed for everybody else, and getting the FDA approval took them a very long time. Realistically, how long are we talking? I know you're still in phase 1 trials right now, but realistically, how long are we talking about when you say eventually get FDA approval for this thing?
Yeah, so you're right. There's no doubt that pharmaceutical development is a longer time horizon than launching some kind of device. So I don't have a clear indication in terms of exactly the number of years, but we're talking at least 5 years plus. That I don't think is the part that all the investors are really investing in this company for, is waiting for that final timeline for approval. Certainly that's going to be what we're focused on, but I think that the other opportunity here for Skye is that with an ocular pipeline, we're really setting ourselves up for potential partnership and licensing. And if you look at the background of our management team, that's, I think, where an area that we've been very good at and specialized in. We want to be able to drive a significant value creating event with phase 2 data. So phase 1 is that safety and efficacy. You got to check the box and get that done. And we're already planning a more aggressive development strategy and moving into phase 2 for glaucoma. And after that is where we think we can drive towards a partnership.
Yeah, of course, you can only go one phase at a time. That's kind of the point of phases, right?
Yeah.
You can only go one at a time. Quick question from our chat here. Does the synthesized approach that you've patented offer any competitive advantage over the processes that you say can't be patented?
Absolutely. I think that's the key thing here, is that we're developing a drug that can be consistently dosed, rapidly manufactured, proprietary kind of formulation, and continue to be enhanced. And it ultimately ends up being a very a strong platform where you can do many different things with. So with a plant-derived approach, one, you can't patent THC and CBD just by itself. You're looking at very very specific procedures and process in order to have that same consistency to have that extract that comes out of a plant approach. Here, using a synthetic approach, we have that always consistent formulation, and you have the robust kind of procedures and process behind that that allow you to replicate that over and over again. So we hope that the safety of that drug allows us to really highlight how fast and the ability to really scale up this process relative to growing whatever magnitude that would be required using a plant approach.
All right, Punit Dhillon, CEO of Skye Bioscience. Link up on the screen, ticker up on the screen. Punit, thanks a lot.
Hey, thanks again for having me. Thanks, Spencer.
All right, our next presentation is it's a great time to talk to these guys. I want to bring David A. Dodd on now, Chairman and CEO of GeoVax. David, good morning. I imagine it's been a pretty eventful year plus 14 months for you guys, right?
Very much so. Very much.
Yeah, yeah, I would imagine that. So go ahead, let's bring up your presentation. You can tell us all about the vaccines for unmet for unmet diseases that you're working on right now, because it's as good a time as ever, probably.
Sure. Thank you, Professor. Appreciate it. And I appreciate everyone's interest in GeoVax. So I look forward to updating you. So GeoVax is a clinical stage company. We're well capitalized. We have recently financed the company and listed on NASDAQ. We have sufficient capital to take us through 2023 and be able to move our 2 lead programs into clinical development within the next 12 to 15 months. And I look forward to telling you about specifics of the company as we go through this presentation. We're focused on several areas of major medical needs, but also resulting in significant commercial opportunities. Our primary focus, however, is on advancing our universal coronavirus program forward into the clinical development, and I'll spend some time speaking about that and why we don't simply refer to it as a COVID-19 vaccine, but it's a coronavirus vaccine program, and our immuno-oncology. So those are our 2 areas of focus. We have other programs specifically in the hemorrhagic fever area, which are the viruses such as Ebola, Lassa, Marburg, and Sudan. They're at the top of the list of the federal government's bioterrorism stockpile program. Those are proceeding into clinical development, and we anticipate with continued success they'll become part of the government stockpile program, but they are being handled for us through non-dilutive funding by various arms of the federal government, which I'll discuss during this presentation. Let me take a moment, not to try and be a scientist, but to just highlight that we, as everyone, have a particular platform that we utilize in addressing both vaccines and our cancer immunotherapies. We use the same approach across all vaccine areas as well as cancer immunotherapies. And it's referred to as MVA, which stands for Modified Vaccinia Ankara, and then VLP is virus-like particles. Now, MVA was originally developed in the 1960s as a specific vaccine against smallpox to be used by individuals who had compromised immune systems. They either had comorbidities, they were elderly, there were just certain reasons they could not take the existing smallpox vaccine. It was too stringent for them. So this vaccine was developed. It's been tested in over 150,000 people. There are approved products on the market using MVA. So it's well recognized and validated and accepted by regulatory authorities. But at NIH, following the development of MVA, there was a team there that then repurposed it to become a carrier for other viruses, vaccines. And so that's what it's utilized and known for today. Now, some of the benefits it has is it is exquisitely safe. Not only has it been tested a lot, but it does not replicate in mammalian cells. It replicates very well in avian, which means chicken, duck type cell lines. So you can produce a lot of it using cell lines that are from chickens or ducks and all, but it carries no risk of infection to humans. So that's very important to it. It also gives you a potential single dose protection, and we'll talk about how we've been able to further validate that. And it's self-adjuvanting, which is nice because with the VLP generation, and the virus-like particles are particles that are generated as a result of how we utilize and encode certain viral proteins into the MVA. They generate particles that essentially are identical to those of the target pathogen, but they carry no infectious risk. So it generates a broad immune response, both T cells and antibodies, gives you strong durability, typically do not need boosters, do not need adjuvants. And as I mentioned, it is well validated and accepted by regulatory authorities. This is a cartoon that shows you how we utilize MVA. So MVA, as I mentioned, is a virus, but it's a large virus, and it allows for a considerable amount of antigenic protein encoding, so to speak. So if we were talking about, for instance, COVID-19, we're all familiar and have probably heard that that the mRNA from Moderna and others, or even the adenovirus vaccine from a J&J or AstraZeneca, they all utilize what is referred to as the S protein or the spike protein. And that's the predominant protein, and that makes sense. And that would be depicted in this cartoon on this blue antigen. However, those technologies allow for only one protein element to be encoded into a vaccine carrier. MVA allows us to do multiple ones. In this example, we have 3, we could have 5. So in this example, the blue would be the spike protein, and we have other structural proteins that we encode, and that is, in fact, the approach we've taken. The importance of that is that you generate not only the antibody responses, but also the T cell responses, which is what's important for not only durability of a vaccine, but perhaps most importantly, memory is driven by that. So a lot of people are asking, what is the memory of these new technologies, mRNA or either adenovirus? And they say, are we going to have to go back and have boosters? And even the companies are saying yes. And they're pointing out they have to reconfigure probably as the variants emerge, because it's like annual flu season. You have to redo it every year. That's not the case, we believe, with MVA, and we'll talk about that. So the latest news that we continue to hear is coming out of many different parties, and as CDC has recently pointed out, we're seeing these variants emerge. So out of the United Kingdom, South Africa, and out of Brazil, now out of India. So we're seeing these different variants emerge, and it's a really emerging, and no pun intended, but a new threat related to coronaviruses, not so much just COVID-19, but we're talking about now COVID-20, COVID-21, or COVID UK or South Africa. And that has driven the approach that the GeoVax has taken. So we've constructed several vaccine candidates. They're in animal testing now. And they utilize not only the spike protein, but these other structural proteins. And the purpose and the reason we've done that is to be able to encompass what may be an emerging variant before it actually emerges, and thereby not have to do annual reconfigurations, as we're going to see is necessary with mRNA and adenoviruses. Now, on this slide, it states funding opportunities and identifies these 2 organizations, one of which is NIH. Both NIH as well as the organization known as CEPI have both recently issued calls for proposals specific to technologies that can address pan-coronavirus or broad-based coronaviruses in a single dose and cover more than just a single protein at one time. We're in very close contact and discussions with NIH and with BARDA and others because of that. We received our initial funding from NIH in January that we announced, and that enabled us to go forward because we're testing right now against the South African variant as well as other elements in it. Now, what we've been able to demonstrate historically in other models, we showed with Ebola through non-human primates. So we're ready to move into the clinic with our Zaire Ebola vaccine. We showed 100% protection in a single dose, no adjuvants necessary, and no boosters, obviously. And ours has been the only Ebola vaccine, including the Merck, which is approved now for human use, and the J&J, which is approved in Europe. But both of those required multiple doses in their non-human primate studies, and we've been able to demonstrate it in a single dose. We've also, in other animal models, with the Lassa, the Sudan Ebola, and the Marburg, we've been able to demonstrate 100% protection, single dose. And I'll touch on how those have advanced beyond the data here where we were guinea pig and mice, but they've continued to go forward into non-human primate. Zika is another example, 100% protection, single dose. Zika remains a major medical need and a threat in the southern hemisphere, along with other flaviviruses, which means dengue, chikungunya, etc. We've shown excellent results, and we're ready to move into the clinic there. We're in discussions with potential collaborators in the southern hemisphere to be able to move this forward, which is our strategy, is to move it with a partnership this into the clinical development. We think this will be a very important product. We have several near-term data milestones coming up. As I mentioned, with our coronavirus program, we're doing animal testing. Those results are coming in to us as we speak, so we expect to see those coming in yet this half of the first half of this year, as well as some into the second half. I mentioned previously the loss of Marburg and Sudan. Well, based on the results we've previously shown, the U.S. Army is now fully funding our Lassa vaccine through non-human primate in preparation of GMP or CGMP material to move it into the clinic. Those results will be coming in the second half of this year, and the Marburg and Sudan vaccines are also similarly being tested in non-human primates at no cost to GeoVax or our shareholders. And those results we're expecting yet this half, and those are being managed for us through NIH. So we've got some exciting near-term data milestones that will take us to the brink of clinical development. And based upon the discussions we've been having with BARDA, we anticipate that if the results for Lassa, Marburg, Sudan are anywhere close to what we saw with Ebola, these will continue to go forward with the support of these government entities. Malaria is a major need. Over half of the world's population is at risk of malaria. There's one vaccine, it requires 4 doses, has an efficacy rate of 30 to 40%. We've been working on utilizing our technology to be able to encode components of the virus at different phases of the virus, which we think will give a broader coverage, better prevention. And those we're working right now with Johns Hopkins University in their tropical medicine area. We've got results that should be coming in yet this year also in that area. So looking forward for the remainder of 2021, we have some very exciting data coming forward that we think will further stimulate the value of the company and provide greater financing. Many people ask us about the priority review voucher program, and I'll just simply say that it is a very important program. It's on our target list, but there are 6 indications we're working that if the products are successful, we'll be seeking such vouchers. HIV, we've had a long history in HIV vaccines. We continue to move forward, albeit extremely slow, because it's all based upon funding from NIH, and frankly, NIH has not demonstrated the level of appetite to fund and move forward into pivotal trials with HIV, certainly as they have in other areas of infectious diseases. And right now, this program is still going, but it's slowly, but our focus is on our other areas of coronaviruses and then our cancer immunotherapy. And related to cancer immunotherapy, our approach has been to recognize that one will continue with standard of care. And we believe we can enhance the performance of the immune checkpoint inhibitors, and that'll be by constructing a vaccine with our MVA VLP technology tied in with a tumor-associated antigen. Our first target has been the MOC1 tumor-associated antigen. This cartoon demonstrates it's associated with many different solid tumors, so it's a good target to have. And we have been working with Dr. Oya Finn, who is a world-renowned expert on this tumor-associated antigen at University of Pittsburgh. We've done, these are humanized mouse models against human tumors in a therapeutic experiment. So all the mice had the tumor. One cohort received no treatment. The lowest line there, the bottom line that you see at day 30, the growth of the tumor arrested and began to decline. That's the combination of a MVA-VL1 vaccine from us in combination with a checkpoint inhibitor. So that was a difference of almost 60% there. So we believe it has a very important utility there. And then we did a prevention experiment, meaning that they were tumor-free. One cohort received nothing. The other one received our MVA MOC1 VLP with a peptide, not even a checkpoint inhibitor. And it showed 100% protection against tumor growth versus 100% growth when the tumor was introduced with the cohort that was untreated. We use this as a model for recurrence prevention, not as true prevention, but for cancer recurrence. So someone's gone through treatment and you want to prevent and minimize recurrence. So we've been encouraged by these, and we're anticipating moving forward and being into the clinic next year, but we're putting everything in place right now, including the manufacturer of the bulk drug substance, which is probably the biggest challenge that one has, but we're going forward with that, as you can see, and that's the timeline. So we're excited about that while we're also proceeding forward related to our coronavirus program towards clinical development. We have strong intellectual property behind all that we do. It continues to increase and grow. And I'll just end by reiterating that our current focus is behind our universal coronavirus program, which we hope to have the results that will enable us to, in partnership with NIH and BARDA, be able to accelerate into the clinical program and move forward there. And then with our immuno-oncology to move that into the clinic over the next 12 to 15 months. And we do anticipate that upon success coming out of our current hemorrhagic fever vaccine programs that are in testing through non-human primate, that will receive the support, and those will advance into human clinical trials. And as I mentioned, we've already initiated discussions. They were actually initiated by BARDA towards us about the government stockpile program. So with that, again, I thank everyone for your potential interest in GeoVax, your time and attention, and I'm happy to take whatever questions anyone may have. Thank you.
Yeah, I do have a very, very in-depth question, very specific question from someone in chat right here. This person has done their homework. I'm just going to read it directly. RE, the Strategic Stockpile Program, have you engaged in discussions with the government, the federal government, that could lead to a continued supply contract similar to the one given to Emergent Bio?
Yeah, that's one of the answer is yes. As I mentioned there at the end, recently the federal government reached out to us, knowing the data obviously that's underway, because the Army's handling the Lhasa, and then the Marburg and Sudan are being handled by NIH. So they initiated discussions with us about participation in the government stockpile program. We're aware of the value. If you look at the last product that went into it, it was a $2 billion deal over 10 years with the initial, so that's $200 million a year in value. You have no marketing costs, and the initial payment was over $170 million. So the answer is yes, we are in close contact on that. We do believe, obviously, we need to see the results that'll come out of it, but keep in mind, Ebola, we've already shown 100% protection, single dose, et cetera, and we're hoping to see similar type of results with the other three, and that would enable us to be providing to the stockpile program, sort of the full package of these hemorrhagic fevers. So the answer is yes, we have engaged with, and we are familiar, and we would anticipate something similar to that program.
And then I know you had the slide up, but can you just reiterate the timeline for any upcoming data
for the immuno-oncology?
Yeah.
Okay. So, excuse me. The timelines there, as we've shown, are that we're expecting to complete what we're working with now, what we call our IND enabling or preclinical verification, but we're about to start the manufacturing of the bulk drug substance. We're expecting that to start in third quarter of this year, and we would file the IND in early next year. And upon approval of that, we've put on our timeline sometime in third quarter, but obviously we'll be driven somewhat by how our data results come forward, but mostly because the preparation of the drug, the element to go in there, and then the IND approval. But that's what we're looking at right now is a third quarter.
David Dodd is the chairman and CEO of GeoVax. The URL is up on the screen. The ticker is up on the screen. David, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
All right. I mentioned at the top of the broadcast here, the conference, that this is an event for everyone, right? We've got all aspects. We've got public companies, we've got traders, we have investors. So we're not just talking to these companies and finding out more about them. We're talking about, okay, let's say you find someone you like, how do you approach it, right? How do you think about these small caps within your larger portfolio? And our next speaker can answer questions like that. Matt Maley, you've probably seen his name around Benzinga, around financial media. He is with Miller Tabak. He is the author of the Benzinga Stock Picks newsletter. Matt, good morning. Welcome. How's it going?
Going well. I mean, crazy markets right now, so it keeps everybody on our toes. But it's also a great time to make money when you disruption is creates opportunities, which sometimes can be scary. But if you know what you're doing and you approach it the right way, you can maximize returns both upside and on the downside.
That's exactly right. And there's no better time to think about portfolio construction and allocation than when the VIX is going up, and the VIX is certainly going up. So it's a good time to talk to you. So you're gonna talk about how to maximize returns through actively positioning yourself in these kinds of companies. So I'll let you go. Take it away.
Sounds great. Thanks. And good morning, everybody. Like I said, it's an incredibly fascinating time in the marketplace. And what I really want to talk about here is one of the things that's so great is that today the individual investor, I mean, back in times when the individual investor really got into the marketplace, especially we saw that in the end of the 1990s, when the market turned down, there really wasn't much they could do. And they didn't have these ETFs and these inverse ETFs. And even though they had the options market, they didn't have anywhere near the option, anywhere near the variety of ways to play it, because there were only all options back then only expired every 3 months. Now you have weekly options, and in some cases on the major indexes like the small cap IWM, which is the Russell 2000 ETF, and they expire several times a week. So you can really make some plays and not just protect yourself, but be able to, like I say, is that really maximize those returns. And one of the things I'm going to talk about is that so many times you hear from Wall Street to say, hey, through these tough times, we can really help you, kind of wade your way through and protect you. Well, I'm going, that's great, and we want to do that, but we also want to be able to profit from these volatile times in the marketplace. And there's, again, like I said, there's many ways to do it nowadays. And one of the things, just to tell you a little bit about who I am and what my experience on Wall Street is I work at Miller Tabak as the strategist, as well as writing the market letter for Benzinga, the stock pick market letter. But my background as a strategist is much different than most of the other people's. Most of them were analysts or economists, and there's nothing wrong with that. They talk about the fundamental part of the marketplace. That's very, very important. But many times they concentrate on what should happen rather than what will happen. And as I spent 15 years at Salomon Brothers. Younger people may not have heard of that, but if you read Liar's Poker, it was the most important, the most powerful trading desk on Wall Street in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I was only there in the 80s and 90s, and then I moved to Merrill Lynch, which also the biggest trading desk on Wall Street, and I was covering the trading desk of the biggest mutual funds, the biggest hedge funds, et cetera, across the board. And I really learned about what really moves the markets, because it's very, very important because obviously there's a lot of times where the fundamental analysis doesn't work on a short-term basis, and in fact, sometimes it gives you the exact wrong reading. And that's why I try to combine a couple of different areas. So that's why the title of mine is fundamental analysis and technical analysis, and how to use them both together to maximize the returns. And one of the things, just before we get into it, is just to talk about how people just aren't they focus too much. The fundamental analysis is very, very important, always important on the long term. So, and I just think for those people, we should all have a certain amount of money in a big bucket that is very long term, maybe 3 years, 5 years, or even 10-year horizons. But those who have the desire and the ability to trade and be a little bit more active, they can really maximize their returns in a major way. But to only use fundamental analysis is very, very difficult on that short-term trading. You need to be able to combine them both, bind them both. Now, again, I just kind of went over that. But the one thing that's very, very important to know is that one of the things on Wall Street we hear all the time: the market is always right. Well, that couldn't be. That's probably the worst old saying on Wall Street. There's a lot of them that are very good, a lot of them that aren't so good. This is one that's not very good. The market is only right. Only always right eventually. Okay, I mean, think about it. Was the market right in 1999 at the top of the bull market in the tech stocks? Was it right in 2007 in the top after the big housing bubble? And on the flip side, same thing. Was the market right at the lows in 2003? Was the market right at the lows of 2009? No, it had gone too far in the other direction. And that's where you get the opportunities. If the market was always right, you just might as well just put your money in an index fund, and you can never outperform the market at all. But that's the thing, is the market isn't always right, and that's what provides the great opportunities. And one of the things, the basic thing, really important thing I want to talk about is the difference between fundamental analysis and technical analysis. So many people think they're completely different, and they're really not. Of course, there are major differences, but technical analysis is much more than just a bunch of lines drawn on a chart, on a piece of paper. Okay, they are fundamentally driven. So the the key thing about that is that when you look at what's going on in the technical analysis in the marketplace, think about it for a second. If a company has had a tough time, let's say, they've had a tough couple of years, they've been not been doing well, their stock is down, they've had to lay off people, they've had to close plants, etc. So we know they're going through a tough time. Suddenly, for whatever reason, things turn around. Maybe they've come up with a new product. Maybe the economy has turned around, or their area of the economy is turning around, and things start to get better. Well, what happens? Well, the managers of those companies, the CEO and all the way, through their top management and into middle management, they decide, okay, we're going to change. We're going to hire more people. We're going to start new. We're going to retool our factories. We're going to rebuild a new factory. Whatever happens to be, that takes time. Okay, so you're not going to see the turnaround in earnings right away. You're not going to see that fundamental turnaround. But the guys who work for the big mutual funds and the big hedge funds, they have an army of analysts to tell them that. They're going to go in and say to the portfolio manager, "Hey, look at this company. They've been had a tough time for several years now, but they've turned it around. They're hiring more people. They're retooling their factories. These earnings are going to turn around. It's going to take 6 or 9 months, or maybe even a full year. But don't wait for that to happen. This stock is going to go higher." So they buy it right away. But those of us who don't have those kind of army of analysts, how do we know that that's taking place? We see it through the fundamentals, through the technicals. We see the stock starting to rise. And that's why we always hear that even in the overall market, the market tends to rise 6 months, it starts to bottom 6 months before we come out of recession, and the market tends to top out 6 months before we fall into recession. And again, so the point is that these are fundamentally based. It's not just a bunch of lines drawn on a paper. But again, just a little bit of a tutorial here. I just want to go over some of the basics on each aspect of the marketplace. The fundamentals, of course, the first thing is the overall story. I mean, obviously, I've already heard some of those today. You're going to hear a lot more. What the overall basic story is. Obviously, Amazon. It was like the story there was you can buy direct. You don't have to go. You don't have to get in your car and drive somewhere. And you'll hear me use the Amazon example a lot here. And also, even though that's not a small cap name, but guess what? It was a small cap stock at one point. That's what we're trying to do, is buy those stocks that are the small cap names that are going to be the large cap names in a couple of years, and then to be the big names 10 years from now. We also want to be able to trade and make some money on both sides, both the upside and the downside going forward. Now, obviously, the first thing is earnings per share. And the thing that everybody talks about is that company A, they earned $10 million. The company B earns $10 million. The stock should be the same way. Well, not necessarily, because that's why we look at valuations, a PE ratio, price earnings ratio, because if a stock, if you got a company, if they're both earning $10 million a year, or both earning $100 million a year, whatever it may be, if one company A has twice as many shares outstanding as company B, I mean, that therefore, there's going to be more diluted shares, so they're going to be traded at a different price. So that's why we use earnings per share rather than overall earnings. And the valuation level, same thing. We want to look at what their earnings are versus the price. Is the stock getting expensive, or is the market getting expensive? And maybe the most important one, we have price to book, the book value of a company, the breakup value of a company. But I like to look at price to sales. For most businesses, that's really, really important, because you can't play with sales numbers. Earnings, there's things you can jigger and some taxes implications and things like that to make your earnings look better than they really are. Sales are sales. That's just what they are. Revenues, etc. Those you can't really play with too much unless you're flat out lying, and that's a whole different story. And that's when you really get a good for valuation. So those are the type of things that we want to look at on a fundamental basis. And of course, the other things we look at, cash levels. I mean, for instance, Apple Computer, again, not a small cap name, but here's a company that back in June of 2019, everybody was talking about, they have no innovation left. There's nothing left for this company. They've kind of done their thing. Steve Jobs is no longer there. Tim Cook isn't as innovative. Well, I said, it's like, oh my gosh, you see the amount of cash they put on, the free cash flow they have every single month, or certainly every quarter. It's amazing. This you should be buying the stock with both hands. And sure enough, the stock rallied dramatically. It did obviously pull back when the whole market pulled back during the pandemic, but had a huge rally over the next 15 months. So that worked out really well. Debt levels is less of a concern right now, but it will be a concern because bear markets aren't over. We will have another bear market. It may not, we've had some, obviously some volatility lately. Some people think that's the beginning of a bear market. I tend not to think that, but I do think there'll be a lot more volatility in the marketplace. But the point is, if and when we do get our next recession, recessions haven't been outlawed either, these debt levels are going to be important. So that's another thing that you try to look at with individual stocks. Now, of course, in small cap stocks, some, especially newer companies, they tend to have more debt. That's okay because you're buying them for their longer term potential, and you want to add a little more debt so you can expand your business. That's fine. It's the same thing with valuation levels. If you're looking at General Electric, I mean, this company's not been around forever. You have a lower PE ratio that you're willing to get because their upside potential is already known. If they come up with a whiz bang new product, maybe that'll change. But right now, they're pretty much going to have a much lower valuation level. Where growth stocks, it's a lot of these technology stocks, some of these healthcare stocks, you're willing to pay a higher valuation level for it for the simple reason that they have more upside potential. Their upside can be limitless at times. Obviously, with more your higher valuation, there's more risk, but we know that with the small cap stocks. And then again, you talk about on the fundamental side, you go back to the basic economic growth, what's going on in the U.S. But of course, nowadays we care about what's going on in the entire world because it's just, it's a global economy. It's been a global economy really since World War II, but in the last 10, certainly last 20 years, it has grown exponentially. And so we constantly want to be knowing what's going on in the overall economy. And then finally, is just talk about the correlations. We always want to know what is the correlation between, for instance, the dollar. The dollar has a big impact on the commodity complex. A higher dollar means that commodities get more expensive for the rest of the world because most commodities are traded in dollars. Well, therefore, if the dollar goes up, that's negative for commodities. Same thing with emerging markets because emerging markets are highly dependent on commodities for their own economies. They also have other correlations that I like to look at that are a lot of fun. I mean, for instance, there's this thing called the Taiwan plastics index, and there's a lot of these semiconductor chips. They have a lot of plastics in them, even though they're tiny little pieces. And I follow that to see, geez, if that's going up. If that's going up, that means that there's a lot of demand in the semiconductor area. So it's a good situation. It can help you with the overall look on the economy, but also on the sector as a whole. Same thing with lumber. We've heard a lot about how lumber prices have taken off lately. One of the best calls I made back in 2018 was when the stock market was getting absolutely clobbered because everybody was talking about how the Fed was raising rates, therefore housing was going to get crushed, and so therefore avoid the housing stocks at all costs. Well, sure enough, through most of 2018, those stocks did get hit, and rightfully so. But as we got late into the year, I saw that lumber prices, even though the Fed kept raising interest rates, lumber prices had turned around. They were starting to rise, and not only that, the housing stocks had started to flatten out while the rest of the market was still falling. So I came to start pounding the table and saying, we got to buy these housing stocks and the housing related stocks because we're number one. I think that, I saw that through some other technical analysis that interest rates weren't going to go much higher for very long. Number two, we saw that lumber prices were rallying. So so these housing companies were obviously seeing a lot of demand that was picking up and that most people weren't seeing in the overall marketplace. And, theoretically, if you were following only fundamental analysis, if you were following only just the traditional fundamental analysis and not looking at correlations, you kind of missed that move, or at least you missed the early part of the move. And usually in the early parts of moves, that's when you get the big juice. So again, these are a lot of different areas that we talk about on the fundamental analysis. Now, again, I talked about technical analysis and how it is actually fundamentally based. We also want to know that most technicians try to capture that middle 70%. And that's good because you'll hear about when you have these breakouts, and that's a great time to buy a stock or more particularly to add on to a stock. But for some of the stuff that I use, I try to get you can never get the exact bottom in a stock. And you never sell at the exact top. If you do, you're just lucky. The greatest traders and greatest investors in the world will tell you that they're never trying to get the absolute bottom. But we do, again, that 70% is great. But if you can get the 15% on either side, either buying very near the bottom or selling at the very near the top, that's when you really get the most juice. I mean, think about it. If you buy a stock at $15, and you wait for that confirmation, that 70% in the middle, and the stock goes to, and you don't get that confirmation until the stock gets to 20. When you buy the stock and it goes, from let's start a little better. Let's say it starts at 10, it goes to 15. You buy it at 15, great, and it goes to 30. You've doubled your money. You're really, really happy. That's great. But if you bought it at 10, okay, you've tripled your money. Which is a big difference, and especially when you're in active trading, it's not an easy thing to do. But one of the things, if you follow certain rules and you do it on an active basis, it's something that can be done a lot easier than a lot of people think. The long-term people say they can't. The people who only look at fundamental analysis, they're right. You can't time the market. But if you can combine technical analysis with fundamental analysis, it's a lot easier to do, especially when you use the tools. And I'll just say this now. I'm going to talk about it later. But if you use the analysis on active trading, where you always limit your losses, you never take a loss on active trading more than 10%. I like to keep it to the 7 to 8% range. When you, if a short-term trade, even I say short-term, it may be 2 or 3 days. It may be something you're thinking that will last for a couple of months. You get down to 10%, get out. Do not double down, get out. Limit your losses. Let your winners run. Limit your losses, and that's how you really make money. If you can, because you're going to have losses. The greatest investors in the world have losses. They time it wrong, or they just get the story wrong sometimes. But the point is, you want to bat. If you can bat 7 or 800 rather than just 300 like good batters do today. But if you're batting 6, 7, 800, most of your ones are wins. But not only that, your winners go up 10, 20, 30, 50%. Or a lot more. It's like, well, which we like to do with my the picks that I use in the Benzinga stock pickers newsletter. But if you limit so if you have a lot more winners than losers, and your winners run a lot more, and your losers, you limit your losses to 5 to 10%. You come out ahead. It's just, again, it's just portfolio management. Okay, I got lost my track of thought, but let's just talk a little bit again about some of the areas of technical analysis. Again, this is more to be on an educational side of things. I won't go into it too much because we could spend hours on it. But I do want to talk about a couple of things that can be very helpful for people who want to be active traders. So we'll just touch on a few of those key ones. Then we'll look at some charts and see how they've worked. Now, I'm going to use some of the charts I use here today are very generic. I mean, they're actually big cap names, so they're not necessarily, but it doesn't matter. I'm just using them as examples. They're old charts. They're not ones that we're looking at right now. They're from a couple of months ago. But it gives you an idea of what I'm talking about when I explain each area. Then I will talk about 2 charts in particular that I like here in the small cap area, and then maybe if there's time, we can go over some picks for some of the people who are watching today. Anyway, moving averages, you hear a lot about it on CNBC and Bloomberg TV and the other financial networks. The 200-day moving average is a very important one. It's one that people look at because it's about 1 year of trading. It's actually a little less than 1 year, but it's 365 days in a year. But if you take out the weekends and holidays, it's a little more than 200 days. And so the 200-day moving average is one that people really like to look at. Same thing with the 50-day moving average. It's actually a quarter. It's actually a little bit more than a quarter of trading, but 1/4 of a year. And so that's what people look at. And then the 20-day moving average is another one. See where I wrote DMA. So that's obviously stands for day moving average. But a lot of times you'll see it on charts. Whenever you see something where it says DMA, it means the day moving average. Sometimes it's EMA, which is exponential moving average. But either way, that's what that looks for. But we like to look at those lines because frequently stocks, when they use them as support or resistance, but once they break those lines, it ends up being a very big move. And I'll give you a great example here. Here's Bank America. You know, this past year, I turned very bullish on the bank stocks back in September. I'm sorry, back in late September. And the reason was I really saw the big change in interest rates. You know, everybody had been saying these stocks are cheap. So if you looked at it on a fundamental basis, only on a fundamental basis, you started buying these stocks and you badly underperformed for 2.5 years. And I kept saying, no, don't buy these. The yield curve is flattening. The interest rates are going lower. Stay away from this group, even though it's a cheap group. But then it turned, so on a fundamental basis, I saw a change in the way interest rates were moving. And then I saw things like this. Look at the 200-day moving average for Bank America. Got up here 1, 2, 4 times. It just couldn't break above it. And then when it finally did, and it did so in a meaningful way, it just took off. That's what we look for and things like that. And by the way, I just want to talk about, I'll mention it in the next one. I talk about trend lines. That's another thing that's important because obviously when you break a trend line, it's the first sign that a change in trend is taking place. That's when you make the big money. There's nothing wrong with getting a stock that's gone up a lot and is going to go a lot further. But when you really make a lot more money is when you get that change in trend. When something that's been going down for a long period of time turns to the upside, or when something is going to the upside, you can either go short or buy puts in a name when the trend changes. The one thing to note though is we need to point on any of these things, whether it be a trend line or a moving average, or wherever it may be, you always want to make sure you get a meaningful break. So for instance, if a 200-day moving average on a stock is $50 and it trades at $50.10, that's not a breakout. That could easily, if we frequently get head fakes, you get some of the real day traders, the fast money traders try to push it up and they fail and the thing collapses. So you always want to be sure. I like to see it at least 2% above a key support or 2% below a key, 2% below a support level or 2% above a resistance level to really confirm that the break has taken place. Most technicians use 3%. I tend to use 2%. But again, it's also depending on the stock. You get a stock like Tesla, which has wild swings, you want to see more like 5% change. And for stocks that aren't very volatile at all, you can use 1.5 to 2%, but I like kind of like 2%. That really kind of gives you the thing. But let's get back to the trend line. You know, again, when you break a trend line, that can really make a big difference. Now, here's the situation here. The 10-year note, the yield. I talked about why I turned bullish on the bank the bank stocks. But this was back in here. Okay, there was a short-term trend line which I didn't really draw here. But on a long-term basis, which really told me that we were going to have that really made me double down on the bank stocks and all the financial stocks, was the break of its trend line going back to 2018. So it was a 2-year trend. But look at this. See right here? I see where I put the arrow there. It made a head fake. It was only a very slight break. I didn't double down then. I wanted to see a more meaningful break. Well, sure enough, it became a more meaningful break right here. And guess what happened next? Bang. Interest rates just shot up. Okay, and that's what happened this year. Is interest rates shut up. This again, this chart was made. Now they're back up. It's basically they've kind of come down. They came down to here, and now they're right back to here at the 1.6 level. But the point is that when you see a material break of a trend line, that's a really good sign that things have changed. And again, it's something where a lot of people turned bullish on the bank stocks early this year. I was able to turn on it in September and get before the major confirmation. This gave us the major confirmation when what people were just starting to buy the names. We were adding to names that were already purchased. So that's one of the things we really try to look at. One of the biggest things for momentum trading here is higher lows and higher highs, and vice versa, lower lows and lower highs, lower highs and lower lows. With that, again, that tells you that once you're into a trend, you're looking for that that kind of confirmation that it's going to continue. And when you see those, it works out really well. I mean, Darden Restaurants was one. Obviously, the restaurant industry got absolutely crushed. And then, but in the March lows, the stock has made a consistent higher high, higher lows. I love the group. But I got into here in the beginning of this quarter, and I was starting to get worried. Even though it looked like it was going to make another higher high, and sure enough, yesterday it broke down. Now it's bouncing back a little bit today, but this is its first lower low in a while. And I didn't draw the line, but you can see it's broken its trend line going back to March. So higher highs and higher lows, suddenly that changed. For the first time in over a year, we, instead of higher lows and higher highs, we got a lower low. And that is a big red, it's a yellow flag. Again, this is only a slight break, but it's something that we want to look for. And then the last thing really we get into, and I want to, is because I want to get into some of these small cap names, the relative strength index. You hear a lot about that. It measures the speed and strength of recent moves. And when you'll see it on the chart, and I'll show you a chart in a second, when it gets above 70, it shows that it's overbought. You'll see a red line there. That means stop buying. And then below 30, there's a green line. That means, yeah, go ahead, go buy some more. It shows it's becoming very oversold. And now, again, for some stocks that are more volatile, you want to see it well above 70 to really show that it's overbought, and well below 30 to show that it's really oversold. But this can be very, very helpful, especially if you go out a little bit further and look at their weekly charts. Now here's one that worked out really, really well for me just recently. Look at the RSI chart, the relative strength for Viacom. Now this was all part of that fiasco with Archegos, the family fund or hedge fund that kept buying the stock. Well, I saw this here and saw, oh my God, usually it just has to get a little above 70, a little above the red line for it to be overbought. It got to almost 100. Okay, and I came in here. I'm on our tier 3 of the Benzinga stock picks, and I said, you've got to get out of the stock. If you own it, get out of it. If you short it, if you can. If not, buy puts. The tier 3, I said, buy puts. These things, look what it did. It obviously crashed. We made 2,500%. Okay. 2,500% in just a couple of days buying those puts because this has gotten so ridiculously overbought. A lot. If you were just looking at the fundamentals, you say, it's getting crazy expensive, and you walked away. But for those who were maybe a little bit more aggressive, going to be more active, we were able to take advantage of that in a great way. Same thing in the other direction in Tesla. Now, obviously, this was one where I really pounded the table, and back in June of 2019. Look how oversold this stock became at that time. I pounded the table, and of course the stock went from here just below $30 and ran to 600. And I didn't turn more cautious in the stock until late last year. So it worked really, really well for us. So you can see these things can really work well. Okay, the last thing I'm just really to talk about on this whole thing with technical analysis, but all active trading. Don't be afraid to pay up when something's working for you. In other words, remember I talked about how, I really like the bank stocks. We bought Bank of America and some others at low levels in October. And then when it broke out in December, in the beginning of the year, we doubled down. I was like, well, why? Too many people say, oh gosh, I can't believe I didn't buy more Bank of America when it was lower, and they just let it go. It's like, wait a minute. You are getting confirmation that it is going a lot higher. Okay, buy more. So if you buy something at $50 and then you buy more at $60, okay, great. Well, my average price is now $55. I wish it was. Don't worry about that. Okay, you've got a winning trade. Okay, it's trading at $60 and you own it at $55. You've got a winning trade. Now you can put your stop position at $55. You're almost guaranteed not to lose money. I mean, obviously, one night there may be a major catastrophe takes place and everything goes down and you can lose money, but you are 99.9% of the time you can't lose money. As soon as it gets to 55, you're out and you're flat on the active part of your portfolio. Okay, if not, it just keeps running and running higher. So don't be afraid. It's the people that get killed are the ones. There's nothing wrong with buying a little bit more when a stock moves a little bit lower, but an active part of your portfolio, if it moves a lot lower, if you buy it at 50, okay, and it goes to 40 and you double down, okay, now you've got a stock that's trading at 40 and your average is 45. You are out of the money. You are losing money. So now you just hope that it goes higher. Hope isn't a trading strategy. You get out of the stock. So don't be afraid to pay up for things that are working for you. The professional managers do it all the time. They, sometimes they have no choice because they have more money and more money. You work in a mutual fund, money's coming in every day. You are adding to your favorite stocks because you like them and they're going higher. But they don't mind raising their average price because they're getting a bigger position and therefore they'll get a bigger profit as the stock moves up. So that's one of the key things for trading. So let's just talk about a couple of the individual names here that I like on the small cap area. Here's Synchrony Financial. Now, as I mentioned, I'm very bullish on the financial sector. So, and one of the reasons that I like this on so let's combine the two: fundamental analysis and technical analysis. Fundamentals on the fundamental side of things, these guys, first of all, I like them because I think interest rates are headed higher. That's going to help their net interest margins. I think inflation is going to continue to move up. We'll probably get a breather here soon because a lot of commodities are getting overbought. But as interest rates go higher and the yield curve goes higher, they're going to make more money. But also on the individual stock, I mean, they've got this great exclusive contract with PayPal to do their point of view financing program here in the U.S. So again, it's not just a old-fashioned financial bank. It is somebody who's working with PayPal, who obviously is on the cusp of a lot of these cryptocurrencies and things. That is going to, they're a new wave of the financial area. So I like the fundamental picture, because I like the overall story, and I like the the fact that the broad picture of interest rates is going to help them. And then on a technical basis, again, here's a stock that's been making a series of higher highs and higher lows. And, came down here, didn't make a lower low though. It was a great place to buy it. And the stock just has kept on going. Now we know that the 50-day moving average, I mentioned 200-day moving average for Bank of America, but for this one, it's the 50-day moving average. Now you can see it dip a little below a couple of times. So if it dips below, I'm not going to be too concerned. But if it dips below it, maybe I'll cut back some of the position there. And if it breaks to a lower low below here, about $38, then we're going to exit the position. But since we owe it right here, I mean, I can't worry about getting the absolute high. Okay, if it had become very, very overbought like it did here, and we took some profits, then we bought it back when it got down to its 50-day moving average. Okay, that worked out really well for us on this active trading. So it's not just one or two plays. You can do it several times. And this is what happened here. The stock got very, very overbought in its RSI chart. We cut the position in half. When it got down to 50-day moving average, we went back to a full position, and it's moved very, very nicely for us ever since. And we'll continue to play that blue. It got a little overbought here, but not extremely so we're still going to stay with it. I'm not going to cut back anything yet. If it comes back down to the 50-day, we'll add more. Gets below here, we'll be out with a nice profit. No, we won't have the maximum profits, but that's okay. Again, and if it gets really overbought, crazy overbought like we saw with Viacom, we'll just exit the trade immediately and maybe look to buy it back at much lower levels. Here's another one here. We talk about. It's funny because I know all the stocks by their symbols, so I don't even pronounce it. But he pronounces an Avalon. Okay, here's another stock. Is a great situation where you can really take advantage of hospitals and physicians. And this is just the future. I mean, we know how most people realize how well, if they've been to their doctors, how well this really works. You move across the country, you're on vacation, whatever. They can, a doctor, if you go to an emergency room, the doctor can get the kind of information they need very, very quickly. But we're still in the early innings of this move. I mean, these guys have 750,000 physicians who use their work, 250,000 clinics, clinical institutions that use their stuff, and it's only growing. So this is the part of the future of healthcare, and so that's kind of the story behind it, and the fundamental story behind the situation. On the technical aspects of things, so here's a stock again. It's been making a series of higher highs and higher lows. That's very, very good. So we like this stock. It got a little overbought here, but look at what if trading this thing actively. Okay, here we go. We started down here. I mean, it got oversold. It got down to its oversold level. We like the stock. We like the story. We bought some stock and it moved up. It broke back above its 50-day moving average. Look how it stayed above that 50-day moving average for a long time. So we stayed with the stock all the way up there. Then it broke below that 50-day moving average, and we exited the stock. Okay, it came down. Then it got oversold again. We bought it back. And we then got up to its 50-day moving average. We added to it. And look at it skyrocket there. A real good move. It got very, very overbought, okay? And we took profits. We didn't sell the whole thing, but took profits. Then again here, it broke below its 50-day moving average. We got out of the name, okay? We didn't sell it all here. It would have been better if we sold it all here, but you can't time the market that perfectly. That's where most investors are right, but you can play the thing right. And again, the stock fell out of bed. It got oversold. We bought it back. Again, here is it 50-day. We got a little bit of a head fake there. We bought some, but when it dropped back below its 50-day moving average, we got out of it. But again, above its 50-day moving average in a more significant way here, we added to the stock, and it stayed above the 50 all the way. Again, same thing. You saw what happened when it broke below. We got out of the stock, and we added to it again. We're sticking with it now. This week, it got back to its 50-day. I'm a little worried about this thing now. We might get out of it. But the point is, this doesn't happen. This doesn't happen with every stock where you can get this many opportunities to buy and sell and short and buy puts and calls. But not many stocks give you that many opportunities in just 2 years. But it does show you the kind of way that active investors can really maximize their profit. Now, sure, you did very, very well if you bought the stock here where we initially bought it and ran it all the way up to here. Okay, you doubled your money. That's great. But you probably, but we have gotten a lot more by these blue circles, by adding and subtracting. Sometimes we sold the whole thing. Usually we just cut it in half and then bought it back as it went back up. That's a great way to maximize your money. So that's, and just to talk about now, and again, because this is a small cap call, obviously, is we're looking at the Russell 2000 small cap ETF. It's bouncing back a little bit today. So this was actually as of yesterday's close. But I didn't go over head and shoulders because we could have talked, triangles and all sorts of other patterns forever. But just be careful here on the IWM. You got much below these levels, about 209. Okay, that's the neckline of what they call head and shoulders. You can see why it's called head and shoulders, head shoulders. This is the neckline. If you break below those lows at about 209, that's going to be negative for this group. And that's where, if you want to, you can look at the IWM and you can look at the inverse of the inverse ETF, or even the 2 times inverse ETF. You have to be careful for those leveraged ETFs because they're very, very short term. You don't want to hold those for more than a week, maybe 2 at the most, because they are leveraged, and so at time eats away at them very quickly. But you can make you get a 10% drop in the NASDAQ, suddenly you've made 20%, you've doubled your move. But it's also the inverse ETF, just the 1 times ETF on the IWM is a nice way to hedge yourself over a short-term basis and make a little money as the market goes down. Then you sell that and then churn it right back into the other small cap names you like. Right now, again, it's not oversold yet. You can see down here with this RSI. So we're going to be watching that 209 on the Russell 2000. We break below that. I'm sorry, on the IWM, which is the Russell 200. That should be Russell 2000. I apologize. I forgot to put the extra 0 on there. But it's a Russell 2000 index. That'll be quite negative, and it's a group that the area where you'll want to step back and look for this thing to get oversold, more oversold than it is right now. And if that happens, then you're going to really be able to step to the plate. And when other people are selling, because they're getting margin calls or just because they panicked, you're going to be the person who knows, geez, I knew this was happening, so I raised a little cash when it broke below that 209 level, and the thing gets down here to this 200-day moving average at 190, then maybe I can add some there. You see how the 200-day provided good support back in September, and then I'll add some there, and I can really take advantage of the thing while other people are losing their heads. Well, I don't know. I think that kind of runs out of my time allotment, but if there's time for questions, I'd love to do it. But again, look on Benzinga, the Matt Maley stock pickers report. This is something I make 2 picks every month on a long-term basis. The tier 1, I made another 4 picks on a more active trading on tier 2. And then the tier 3, where we do 3 calls a week and talk a lot more about options and things like that. We're really do some deep dives into where active traders can make a lot of money, and we've made some really, really good plays this year. Not that Viacom was a huge play, but we made several 100% in options in Apple Computer, Intel, Wells Fargo, etc., and it's worked really well. But that's really all I have here. If there's any questions, let me know.
Yeah, Matt, thanks a lot. I can't recommend Matt's newsletter enough. And one of the things I like about it is, Matt's he's given us, companies that we've heard of, right? He's given us companies that are thick and have liquidity, not always for the short term. He's given it for the long term as well. So I appreciate that. Matt, there was a couple questions from the chat. I don't know if we'll have time to get to all of them, but your 10% loss rule. Do you apply that across the board to options as well, or is that just because options obviously can really move on you?
Right. No, I usually tend to be, and again, it depends on the. It's one of the things. It's funny on Wall Street. People say it depends, and they get sick and tired of hearing that. But on Wall Street, it is a good thing because there's a lot of it depends is actually the right thing to say in many instances. In this case, it's like, in other words, if you buy something today, that's going to expire on Friday, or today's bad, but even next Friday, 10%. I mean, you could lose 10% in a blink of an eye. I usually take it to 50% on the options. But again, if it's longer term, longer for out there, I'll keep it to 20%, a little bit lower. But yeah, you definitely want to give yourself more leeway. But because you can make a lot more. But also, of course, you need to invest because you can make big returns. You don't have to invest anywhere near as much. So you got to be very, very careful. Because you go in knowing, hey, I could lose 100% of my money, but more importantly, I could easily lose 50%. I'm okay with that. If you're comfortable with that, that's fine. But yeah, the 10% rule is definitely for when you're just buying the stock or shorting the stock outright.
Matt Maley is the author of the Benzinga Stock Picks newsletter. The link should be in chat. Matt, always a pleasure. Thanks a lot, man.
Thank you. Have a great one, and good luck to everybody for the rest of the year. It's going to be a great year for investing.
All right, and I love that. I love everything that Matt just said, and how it fits within the broader theme of this conference. Because again, we're talking about small caps. Matt talked about small caps, but also about large caps. And what we're really talking about here, if you zoom out to the 10,000 foot level, is building a portfolio, right? And you can have a little bit of everything, right? You can have some large caps, you can have some value, you can have some growth, you can have some small caps. Small caps like the Russell 2000 and like the companies in our conference today have a higher beta, right? Higher volatility, higher probable returns, and also higher probable risk. And there's room for all of this in a well-diversified portfolio, and I can't preach that enough. You probably don't want to have all of your money invested in just small-cap healthcare stocks. That's not diversified. That's concentrated, right? There's room for diversity. There's room for these companies in a well-diversified portfolio: large cap, small cap, growth, value, U.S., international, biotech, industrial, all of it. There's room for all of it, and I can't stress that enough. All right, let's bring on our next presentation. Fady Boctor is the president and CEO of Petros Pharmaceuticals. Oh, look at that. He's here right now. Fady, welcome.
Thank you, Spencer. Good to be with you.
Ticker PTPI. Tell us about Petros and what, because the theme of this conference, small caps, but also the theme of this track is transformational healthcare. So what transformative healthcare products are you trying to solve over at Petros?
That's a great question. I think that I'll piggyback on the most recent frontier of transformational medicine, the digitalization of healthcare. We will see platforms such as For Hims or Get Roman or Lemonade Health, very strong platforms that demonstrated one critical and essential component that you'll see as a common fiber in this presentation and in the theme and mission of Petros Pharmaceuticals.
Hey, can I interrupt you for a second? Can we go to present mode potentially so it's easier to see?
Absolutely.
Perfect.
There we go.
There we go.
You got it. So as we were saying, the common fiber of access. This is the transformational medicine component that we'll talk about significantly. Petros Pharmaceuticals is a prescription-based pharmaceutical company with over-the-counter specialty support, guidance, and expertise. And we are certainly direct-to-consumer sensitive and focused. And I think that's the common fiber that speaks to the platforms we just mentioned as far as digitalization. The component of digitalization is essentially ease of access, unhindering and unrestricting the concept of self-care. That's the beauty of the frontier that's emerging today. So as we dive into Petros Pharmaceuticals, we talked about the transformational approach, but the other component is we are male consumer specific at this time. So men's health is critical. If you'll recall, mid-90s, you had Congressman Bill Richardson, you have President Clinton. They started to see that the health outcomes of men, almost 3 decades ago, were so poor that it was unaddressed and continues to degrade. In fact, even if you look at as of today, men are twice as likely to commit suicide. They're half as likely to see their physician, and they're twice as likely to leverage substances, alcohol being a key component of that, for anxiety causes and so forth and so on. The critical component of all that is men tend to try to live for the ones they love. And once their health fades, so does their involvement. That is a critical mission for Petros Pharmaceuticals. So as we continue down the story, look for that. And referring back to Bill Richardson and President Bill Clinton, hence you have June Men's Health Month. And today you have even a Men's Health Caucus within the White House. So the movement in focusing on approaching men's health is alive, real, and has been on mind for some time. We're going to take it to the next level. We'll transition over to the ED market. So our flagship product is Stendra, and Stendra is an oral erectile dysfunction pharmaceutical, and it has been on the market for a few years. It does compete with some of the other big players. It has a very interesting story that we'll talk about as we proceed. But let's talk about the market landscape. We talked about men not mobilizing to care for their health. You would think erectile dysfunction, and after the days of Viagra and Cialis and Levitra, that certainly that would have been enough of a destigmatization of the landscape that you would have mobilized most men to access oral erectile dysfunction medication. The reality is this: a recent estimate demonstrated that of the 30 million men in the US today that suffer from erectile dysfunction, only about a quarter of them have actually sought oral ED therapy. The rest are relatively silent for predominant reasons. You'll recall before Viagra and Cialis and the team of therapeutics came to market, the condition was called impotence. Then there was a significant amount of marketing, and there was a significant amount of awareness, and it transitioned to erectile dysfunction, which seemed to destigmatize the marketplace some. It didn't fully do the job. Men are still burdened with the concept of, I just don't want to talk about it, and I don't want to see my physician in regards to it. And that's a problem. That's a problem. So you'll see that this landmark, this landscape situation is an area where we intend to play and where we intend to change the landscape. In fact, I'll mention this is also critical. With the advent of some of these telemedicine platforms we just discussed, they've also unearthed a younger demographic that's suffering from ED, which is remarkable. We used to think that this was a condition that affected ages 45 to 65, 70. In fact, we're starting to see that 1 in 4 ED patients newly diagnosed are now under 40, which means that there is a significant component that are starting to experience erectile dysfunction much earlier than we had imagined. So that 30 million men in the US could very well be a greater number, considering that there's a tremendous amount of silence around erectile dysfunction. We'll talk about what we're going to try to do to address that. So let's dive into Stendra. This is, as I mentioned before, our cornerstone asset. It is a distinct and patent-protected oral pharmaceutical, FDA approved. The molecule is distinct in and of itself, and it actually has specific label-specific attributes to it that I'll invite everybody to access Stendra.com, take a look at the label, take a look at the molecule in its full entirety, indication and safety all the way. And I'll say that what we're looking to do with this asset as the last standing and only standing branded pharmaceutical is to leverage its availability and to make it more accessible to men than ever before across the entire class. Meaning, processes such as Ensure, which was FDA discussed and announced, it's been on FDA's radar for some time. Ensure is essentially non-prescription utilization of prescription medications. That's leveraging various technologies that allows patients to screen, put in their information, be screened, and get their medication without having to speak with a physician. In addition, this is an exciting component, and FDA has termed this as the consumer has spoken, and the consumer has elected the concept of self-care. So over the counter, our aspirations and ambition is to work with the FDA to do the necessary work to allow Stendra to become over the counter. That would be an unprecedented move in that today there are no oral ED prescription medications over the counter. If you'll recall, when you look at a tremendous platform, as mentioned before, such as 4Hims essentially made the doctor's visit a private engagement. The patient clicks, fills out the survey, gets cleared by a physician, meets with a physician via phone or telemedicine, their prescriptions issued and mailed to their door. That alone has mobilized a significant population of men. And it's demonstrating that men are responsive to destigmatization, discretion, ease of use, and privacy. And so this is an access. These are critical components that have spoken to the marketplace that we're going to look to leverage and meet the consumer where they want to be met. Stepping into another condition that is significantly underserved. And this is an area where there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to create awareness, education, but to also find therapeutics that meet this condition. So Peyronie's disease. Peyronie's disease is a fibrotic condition that eventually results in penile deformity, oftentimes curvature, which impedes on sexual engagement, self-image, self-reflection, significant psychosocial and psychosexual impact on mental health. Peyronie's disease is probably one of the most unknown secrets that men struggle with. Initially, we thought it was a very small number. Today, we know that it could be as prevalent as approximately 11 million men just in the US today. It's based on a market research study where patients were asked, do you have these symptoms? And do you have these conditions? Have you been diagnosed? Only 0.7% responded, yes, I've been diagnosed. I've seen a physician and I have Peyronie's disease. Nearly 11% beyond that said, I have these conditions. I don't know what it is. And I don't know how to get an answer. So it is a significantly underserved and unmet need. Today, what the market offers for Peyronie's disease is a series of injections, which are the best FDA-approved therapeutics on market today. That's for the condition once it gets a little more chronic and a little bit more stable, or invasive surgery. Invasive surgery has a tremendous impact. We're talking about surgical process on the penis, impacting nerves. The man is never the same again. So these are the only options today that are available to a patient with Peyronie's disease. So we have ambition and we have intent, and we're currently working on a product that may be the first potential topical treatment for Peyronie's disease for the earlier stages and potentially even in the earlier to moderate stages. This means once a man begins to see symptomology, curvature, pain, palpable plaques or plaques in general, scarring of any kind, they could apply this early in the stage before it calcifies and before it ossifies, and take the matter in their own hands early on before they have to see invasive treatment, because this is a critical intervention. The earlier, the better. Oftentimes, late intervention is an issue. Transitioning into also our device business division. So our device business division is one of our greatest opportunities. So if you have not seen vacuum therapy systems have been around for some time. In fact, our two brands, Osbon Arecade and Postivac, are two of the most enduring flagship products within the space of mechanical erectile dysfunction therapy. These are non-prescription. These are available to all patients suffering from erectile dysfunction. In fact, the AUA has recommended vacuum therapy systems as early to moderate intervention treatment. And in some cases, there's been research studies to demonstrate that this device works also extremely well as an augment to oral ED therapy, a segment of the marketplace that has not been fully tapped into, which we intend to. So let's talk about the vacuum therapy systems. This marketplace, the device ED marketplace, has the potential of growing to approximately $51 billion by 2026. And that's because, again, of the concept of self-care, because men are becoming more proactive in taking care of themselves and finding therapeutics that they want to be able to control and apply in discretion and in privacy. These devices are today sold online by a number of distributor partnerships, including Walgreens, and they're available by a click and purchase for men to take on. We are currently in the works of creating a consumer awareness and education around these devices. Currently, their mainstay, their popular position are for men who have suffered prostate cancer, radical prostatectomies, for example, or who have had some sort of penile injury for rehabilitation. And certainly it is an incredible therapeutic for those candidates. Where it's not fully yet realized, which is going to be the core of our consumer education, will be this is a very strong augment to early to moderate erectile dysfunction and may be used in augmentation to oral ED therapy, according to clinical studies that have demonstrated so. So this device portfolio is another critical division that we're looking to bring to consumer and make the acquisition process as simple and as single click friendly as possible. So let's talk about what we started with, the transformative element of our business. We talked about empowering men to self-care and empowering men to have the consumer choice with the discretion and privacy on their time in the immediacy necessary to be able to empower them to have therapeutics available to them at their local grocer, whether it's over the counter or nutraceutical, or to even be able to switch a prescription medication to over the counter. We'll talk about why we have some special expertise behind us around that movement. But that is one of our core elements. We are diverse in our passion to meet men with valuable therapeutics, innovative therapeutics in all frontiers, in all pathways, wherever he prefers to acquire his medication. Again, local grocer, local pharmacy, to online, to prescription, to physician. We are going to be a multi-channel value to the male population. I'll quickly mention in the past, I'll mention the example of Auxilium Pharmaceuticals, if anyone's aware of that organization. Auxilium Pharmaceuticals took on the role of a men's health company. And they actually found themselves acquiring a portfolio of high-value men's therapeutics, endopharmaceuticals, these are all prescription, purchased Auxilium for $2.6 billion. That was, in essence, one of the critical, important moves in the men's health pharmaceutical business. Endo today continues to have a strong men's health presence as a part of their divisions, array of divisions. This is only the beginning. We intend to take it to an omni-channel accessibility platform for men to meet them where they prefer. I'll touch on some of our critical talent and leadership. So for those of you that may not be aware, Juggernaut Capital Partners, with about $1 billion, $1.5 billion asset portfolio run by John Schulman, who's also it's the capital partnership that actually has companies such as Foundation Consumer Healthcare, Zoa, Voss, Water. These are tremendous brands within the Juggernaut portfolio. And John Schulman happens to be our executive director. And at one point, Metuchen, which was the private entity of this organization, was within his portfolio before going public on December 2nd and reverse merging with Neurotrope because of its men's health value and portfolio. So John Schulman, a tremendous guide, leader, and visionary to our organization. We are happy to be led and guided by him and to work alongside his team as well. Another component I mentioned earlier, expertise and specialty around taking prescription to over-the-counter. Greg Bradley, CEO of Foundation Consumer Healthcare, one of the organizations within John Schulman's Juggernaut portfolio, as I mentioned before. Greg is also on our board. Greg and his team were responsible taking Plan B one step, which was a significant move from prescription to over-the-counter. And today, Plan B one step continues to grow significantly, time frame after time frame, and has become the number one selling SKU in the US. We have Greg and his team on our staff and are supporting our engine on looking to take Stendra to unhindered and preferably in many ways over the counter in the very near future. Happy to have these two extremely talented visionaries behind us. They empower us and give us a special competitive benefit around that. We'll quickly top this off. In addition to John Schulman and Greg Bradley, I'll mention I come from an array of strong pharmaceutical organizations, companies such as Forest Laboratories, Endo, Novartis, Adapt Pharma most recently for Narcan nasal spray. We took that product and its sales to significant heights, which then eventually sold to Emergent Biosolutions for $750 million. So it's about taking small organizations with big vision, transforming the healthcare landscape where it's specializing, providing tremendous value, and increasing its enterprise value to new heights all around. With that, my presentation is complete. Spencer, if there are any questions, I'd love to.
Yeah, I have a question. So, and you sort of mentioned this earlier, but you talk about the ED market. You mentioned drugs like Viagra and Cialis and the Vitra, and I hear those and I think commercials on TV, and I think about the companies behind them, right? Teva and GSK. What is your I guess how are you competing with them? The OTC thing, is that sort of the big thing here, the big value add here?
That's a great question. So first I'll talk about the pharmaceutical marketplace today where Stendra plays in a fully genericized market. This will speak to your question. Then I'll talk about the OTC icing on the cake value. So today, Stendra being the only brand playing from a prescription perspective, physician and retail pharmacy, it continues to grow. We're talking quarter over quarter and certainly year over year. So the brand itself continues to demonstrate a stronghold in patient value. I'll venture to say that if you go to Stendra.com, look at how Stendra is recommended to be dosed. It's recommended to be taken as early as approximately 15 minutes. When we talk about the spontaneity of sexual intercourse and engagement, the intimacy, there is a rhythm to lovemaking. And in fact, I'll quickly mention there was a study that was conducted, I believe it was University of New Hampshire. We call it the foreplay study. It looked at foreplay script and intercourse script. And what they asked men and women, what is the time frame, the ideal time frame for foreplay? You have to be stimulated. You have to be engaged before any erection occurs. Both parties, both men and women in that study came back, and among all the things we disagree on, this was actually a point of agreement. They both came back with 18 minutes. So to answer your question today, Stendra has a value in terms of its FDA recommended administration, timed administration to be taken as early as approximately 15 minutes.
So there's that, and then there's the OTC thing. Those are the two value adds is what I'm getting at here.
That is correct.
Okay. Got it. All right. Fady Boctor is the president and chief commercial officer of Petros Pharmaceuticals. Link up on the screen. Ticker up on the screen. Fady, thank you so much. You
got it, Spencer. Thank you. Good to be with you.
All right. Let's move it right along. I mentioned at the top of the stream that my goal was 500 likes today. What are we at right now? I think we're at a little over 200. We're at 214. We're not even halfway there. Let's get to 500 likes today. Smash that like button, and then we can all go home happy. All right, let's move it right along to our next guest here, Pnina Fishman. She's the CEO of Can-Fite Biopharma. Pnina, good morning. How are we doing today?
Good morning. Good afternoon. We are doing very well.
Awesome. So let's bring up your presentation, Chelsea, if you will. And Pnina, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Pnina Fishman. I'm the CEO of Can-Fite Biopharma. And let me take you, okay, can you move to the next slide, please? No, the next one. Okay, so looking at our company profile, we are an Israeli-based biopharmaceutical company where the discovery labs and the company management are based in Israel, and in the United States, we have a team who is on top of the preclinical, clinical, and regulatory affairs. We are developing small molecule orally bioavailable drugs for the treatment of inflammatory cancer and metabolic indications. We have a robust clinical proof of concept for our platform technology, which is a very unique. I will share it with you in a minute. And the proof of concept is based on phase 2 and phase 3 clinical studies. Our strategy is to out-license our drug. We will be the one to develop, to register, but not to market. And we have already were successful to sign a couple of deals, which granted the company overall $20 million as upfront non-dilutive money, and more $130 million will come a bit down the road from regulatory and sales milestones. The company is dually listed on the Tel Aviv and on the New York Stock Exchange. And let's move to the next slide, please. So our platform technology is very unique since our drugs target only the pathological cells in the body, cells like inflammatory and cancer cells. You can see the receptor, the A3 adenosine receptor, which is painted green here, in comparison to normal body cells in the bottom cartoon on the right side. So normal body cells do not express or bear the targets. So when our drugs will get into the body, they will bind and destroy, will induce cell death only of the pathological cells and will spare the normal body cells. As a result, we have an excellent safety profile after we have dosed today more than 1,500 patients. Let's move to the next slide, please. And you can see the drug development pipeline. So on the left upper side, our first drug candidate, piclidenoson, is currently positioned for psoriasis. We are in phase 3. Clinical studies, we have an ongoing phase 3, which we are going to complete patient enrollment quite shortly and come up with the data towards end of this year. The second indication is COVID-19. We are enrolling patients for a phase 2 COVID-19 under an open IND with the FDA. We are going also to conclude this study towards end of year. The second drug candidate is namodenoson, and we develop it for advanced liver cancer, doing now all the preparatory work for a pivotal phase 2 clinical study. And the second indication with namodenoson is NASH, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, a disease which many companies are now competing, but no one was successful to register a drug with the FDA. We successfully concluded a phase 2A clinical study and are heading for a phase 2B clinical study. Last but not least, we have 2 additional preclinical programs. The one is our third drug candidate, CF602, currently positioned for erectile dysfunction, not for healthy subjects like the Viagra, Cialis, or Levitra, which are on the market, but for patients who suffer from diabetes and from cardiovascular diseases and cannot enjoy the other drugs on the market. And the cannabinoids, we happen to realize that cannabis-derived compounds bind to the very same target which I presented earlier, and we are embarking on this finding and can define, pinpoint cannabinoids which will be the best to perform in the clinic, and we are embarking on it and looking at this compound, pushing them into the clinic. If we will look at the next slide, please. So you can see that till today we have a very robust clinical proof of concept, which came out of the interim analysis that we conducted back on October 2020, after we have enrolled 50% of the patients to the phase 3 clinical study in psoriasis. We had an IDMC committee which was on top of the data and very strongly recommended to continue patient enrollment based on both efficacy and safety. The company was blinded to the data. Regarding the NASH, we concluded very positively a phase 2A clinical study. You can see on the top of the slide the decrease of the fat in the liver after we have treated patients with our drug for only 3 months. And last but not least, the advanced liver cancer phase 2 study, we identified a subpopulation of very advanced liver cancer who are defined as Child-Pugh B7 patients. And you can see here the prolongation, the extension of the overall survival of this patient population, which was the basis for the forthcoming pivotal phase 3 study that we are going to initiate towards the end of this year. In the next slide, what we can see is our business development strategy. we will be the ones to register the drugs vis-a-vis the FDA and the EMA, but not the ones to market the drugs. So we are continuously and actively looking for partnerships. We have already signed 7 different partnerships with different companies all over the world. And each one of the deals entails upfront money upon signing, regulatory milestone payments, royalties, double-digit royalties, and it goes from 10 to 23% of royalties, and sales milestone payments that will be paid down the road. As I mentioned, till today, we have already received $20 million out of the upfront money, and $130 million will come a bit down the road. Next slide, please. I would like now to share with you a couple of facts regarding our lead drug candidate, piclidenoson, currently developed for psoriasis and for COVID-19. Next slide, please. So the phase 3 psoriasis clinical study entails 4 arms. As I mentioned, we successfully got a positive interim analysis data, and we're very highly recommended to continue patient enrollment. We have just came 2 weeks ago with an announcement that we have already enrolled 75% of the patients for this study, and top-line results are expected end of this year. Next slide, please. Here we see the COVID-19. Next slide. The COVID-19 study, we have an open IND with the FDA since the very same drug, piclidenoson, has a robust anti-inflammatory effect. It can inhibit the main manifestation of COVID-19, which is cytokine release syndrome, and this is a reason for the inflammation in the lung and for the death of these patients. So we are trying to develop our drug and to position it in moderate to severe hospitalized patients which have been affected by the disease. We are expecting top-line results towards end of this year. Next slide, please. I would like now to share with you the namodenoson, a drug which is positioned for liver diseases, the advanced liver cancer, and the NASH. And in the next slide, please, we can see the liver cancer indication, which is now under preparatory work for a pivotal phase 3 clinical study. We have been granted by the FDA and EMA an orphan drug status, and by the FDA a fast track status. This helps us a lot with the development of the drug. We have in Israel an ongoing compassionate use program, and towards end of year, we are going to initiate the pivotal phase 3 clinical study. Let's move now to the next slide, which summarizes the NASH indication. NASH is non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, meaning accumulation of fat in the liver, not on an alcoholic basis. We concluded, as I mentioned, positively phase 2A clinical study. We reduced liver fat content, inhibited fibrosis, introduced anti-inflammatory effect, and the drug showed excellent safety profile. We are expecting to initiate this study on Q4 this year. And in the next slide, you can see the 2 preclinical programs that we have. This one regarding erectile dysfunction is with our drug CF602, which is an allosteric modulator at the receptor. And interestingly, in preclinical studies, we could see both systemic effect of the drug and also the same topical effect of the drug. We are now looking to partner regarding this molecule and to have a partner that will help us and support pushing this drug into clinical studies. And last but not least, next slide. This is a cannabinoid program. We know that cannabinoids bind to the very same target. We have already identified one cannabinoid which has a robust effect in liver diseases and has an anti-cancer and anti-fibrotic effect. We are working in order to push these compounds into the clinic. And just to summarize, the next slide, please. What I presented you today is a novel therapeutic approach where we are targeting a specific cell surface receptor, which is present only in pathological cells, but not in normal body cells. And this is a reason why our drug has such a good safety profile and also very good efficacy. We have a quite broad intellectual property portfolio. We have signed till today a couple of partnerships which already granted the company $20 million in non-dilutive money and will grant more money down the road. And now we are financially well positioned, and we think that it's a very good time to join us between now and Q4, where we will come up with a couple of clinical milestones regarding both data and also initiation of clinical studies. In the meantime, as I mentioned, we are working in order to sign more partnership. I would like to thank you for listening to our presentation, and we'll be very happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Yeah, we do have one question here. Let me go to the chat and see if I can grab it. It was from our chat. Here we go. The question is, do you treat psoriatic arthritis as well? I hope I got that right.
Not yet, but it
Okay.
is on your agenda. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I believe that is the only question. So Pnina Fishman is with Can-Fite. The link is up on the screen. The ticker is up on the screen. Pnina, thank you so much for stopping by today.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right. I want to take a quick moment before we bring on our next our panel here and tell you all about a tool that Benzinga has. So we're talking about healthcare stocks. We're hearing from these healthcare companies. They all have drug data. Everyone so far has mentioned data expected here. Data expected Q1 of 2022. Data expected second half of 22. They can't get that specific now, but the closer they get, the more likely they are to like narrow down a firm date. There are tools for this. There are calendars that track this information. Benzinga has one of those tools, and it's actually free to use. And I'm going to show you a little bit about it right now. This is a video about our FDA calendar. Again, FDA announcements, the calendar, it's free. It's on benzinga.com. If you missed the link, I'll play it again. I'll play the video again at some point later today. Want to remind you all that we're doing a Slido contest today. Winner will get a lifetime subscription to Benzinga Pro or one of Benzinga's premium paid newsletters. Let me share my screen so you can see this. Scan the QR code. Answer the questions as they're up on the screen, and you could win. This could be you. Here, I'll just go to the one with like the least responses so far, which I think is this one. Answer these questions. Person with the most participation and also who gets the most right will be randomly selected to win some Benzinga subscriptions. All right, I think it is time to, I think we're ready. We are ready for our next presentation. So we're not talking to, actually, I'm sorry. We are talking to a company here. I'm going to bring them on here now. ChromaDex, CDXC. We're talking to Robert Freed and Kevin Farr, the CEO and CFO respectively. Guys, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, I believe we have a presentation. Let's bring that up right now, and I'm going to cede the floor to Robert and Kevin and let you guys take it away with ChromaDex, ticker CDXC.
Everybody, I'm Rob Fried, and I'm the CEO of Chromadex. I'd like to thank the Benzinga team for the opportunity to share our story with you this morning, today. As you can see right here, Chromadex is a global bioscience company whose mission is to help solve the problem of aging, a problem that we think is very much well worth solving. Chromadex has commercialized a patented regulatory-approved technology that is sold as a dietary supplement that actually improves the way the body ages, or more specifically, how cells cope with physiological stress and produce energy through mitochondrial function. The market opportunity for a product like that, a supplement that actually improves the way the body ages, is a fairly significant one, we think. We've steadily grown the business to just under $60 million in 2020 since we launched 4 years ago, but we're just getting started here. Specifically, the focus of Chromadex is on a coenzyme found in all living cells called nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide. Nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, or NAD. If you've not yet heard of NAD, we think you're soon going to hear about it. It's extremely popular in certain segments of the US market and very popular throughout Asia, and now growing in popularity in Europe. The scientific community has been very aware of NAD, and specifically our molecule, which is called nicotinamide riboside, for many years now. And this awareness has now reached beyond the biochemistry community in the academic world and now into the food science world, the professional athlete and sports team community, and now the biohacker community, and it is growing at a consumer level as well. Our product is called True Niagen. We generated about $47 million of sales last year for True Niagen, primarily through e-commerce, through our website, through Amazon, and will soon be available in Walmart. I think next month it launches at Walmart. So what is NAD and why is NAD essential? Well, as I said, it's a coenzyme found in all living cells, and the biology community has known about NAD for nearly a century. A cell cannot survive without NAD. This graphic that you're looking at right now may be somewhat familiar to you, but when you were in 9th or 10th grade, you learned something called the Krebs cycle, also called the citric acid cycle. It's essentially about energy metabolism. It's the process by which mitochondria, that are known as the battery pack or the powerhouse of the cell, you may remember that, converts nutrients from food and oxygen from air into ATP, adenosine triphosphate, which is essentially the molecule that carries energy throughout the cell. ATP, more or less, is energy. As you can see from this graphic, every step along the way in the energy metabolism cycle, the citric acid cycle, is some derivation of NAD, NADH, NADPH, NADP. The point here is that in order for mitochondria to do what they do, create energy, they need NAD. The problem is that NAD declines not only with age, but also with physiological stress. What we've shown is that when the cell or the body is experiencing any kind of physiological stress, there's a concurrent reduction in the amount of available NAD. And this is likely because the cell uses the NAD to combat the source of that physiological stress. We lose up to 50% of our NAD between the ages of 40 and 60. There's actually a heartbreaking orphan disease called Cockayne syndrome. There are several like it, where children age so rapidly that they actually die of old age by the time they're 12 or 13 years old. These children have very low levels, in some cases non-detect levels of NAD. Essentially, we all have some form of that disease. The correlation between levels of NAD and the way the body physiologically ages is extremely high. The NIH replicated that disease in mice and was able to treat those mice with the ingredient in True Niagen, nicotinamide riboside, by elevating NAD levels in the mice. Not curative, but elevating NAD improves the way these mice and the way the body in general deals with physiological stress. In 2013, Chromadex launched Niagen, which is our word for nicotinamide riboside. Our consumer product is called True Niagen. We launched the consumer product True Niagen in 2017. There are now 11 published clinical studies that show that Niagen safely and efficiently increases NAD levels in humans. There's over 100 total published studies, including the animal and preclinical studies. But at this point, there are 11 human clinical studies validating this. And we're talking about from some of the best researchers and publications in the world. Additionally, Chromadex has a very strong patent portfolio around Niagen, on the process, on the method of use, and most importantly, on the composition of matter. And of course, Niagen is the only form of nicotinamide riboside that has been awarded NDI, New Dietary Ingredient status, as well as GRAS status by the US FDA. But we've also received regulatory approvals for Niagen from the European Food Safety Authority, the Therapeutic Goods Association of Australia, as well as Canada Health. The research has shown that daily supplementation with True Niagen increases NAD by 40 to 50% in just 8 weeks if taken at our recommended daily dosage level, which is 300 milligrams per day. True Niagen is by far the most efficient way to elevate NAD levels and has been reviewed and accepted by multiple regulatory bodies and extensive safety and toxicology studies that support its safety. Just to give you a perspective of how big a deal nicotinamide riboside, or what we call Niagen, is. Chromadex started essentially as an ingredient company, a company that we did standardized, we tested ingredients, we gave consulting to ingredient companies, and then we built a small patent portfolio of our own ingredients, including nicotinamide riboside. If you're an ingredient company and you get a phone call from a prestigious research institution, Harvard or Cambridge or Mayo Clinic, saying, we know that you have this ingredient, we would like to do a study at our expense on your ingredient to see if there's efficacy for some disease state or some condition. If you get a call like that, that's a pretty good call. And if you get 10 of those calls, you got yourself a great ingredient. Since 2013, Chromadex has signed agreements to supply the agreement for research at their expense with over 225 of those research institutions. Niagen is a big deal. Niagen is a very unique ingredient. It is very rare that an ingredient comes along like Niagen. You've got to go back decades. You go all the way back to maybe omega-3, but it probably is more important even than that. We estimate that all the cumulative research that's being done or is getting done on nicotinamide riboside represents over $75 million of research, not paid for by Chromadex. As you can see from this slide, not the one that you're looking at, but some other slide referenced here in the script, the research addresses a broad range of conditions, including Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, neuropathy, diabetic neuropathy, heart failure. What nicotinamide riboside does is it elevates NAD. When you elevate NAD, you increase energy metabolism and you increase the cell's ability to repair itself. So anytime the cell is under physiological stress, in essence, all you're doing is strengthening the cell. Therefore, it makes some sense that it would have some therapeutic benefit or prophylactic benefit for a whole host of conditions, but especially those related to aging. The World Health Organization defines aging as the accumulation of damage at the cellular and molecular level. If you help the cell to address that damage and increase the metabolism of energy, it makes sense that you're going to help improve the way that cell and the body ages. The body of research that's being done is expanding beyond basic pharmacokinetics and basic safety, and now into the important areas of human health with large addressable markets. The chart you're looking at here groups the ongoing clinical trials by intrinsic capacity, which is defined by the World Health Organization, different classifications of type of research. You can see the most prominent areas of research are vitality, locomotion, and cognition. Vitality, locomotion, and cognition. These are the areas of greatest concern as we age. A simple example of a newly registered clinical study is recently on clinicaltrials.gov, a new study which we are doing in conjunction with Mass General and Harvard Medical School is the impact of Niagen supplementation on what they call long haulers. This is a COVID-related study. It will include 100 patients with persistent cognitive and physical symptoms at least 2 months after a COVID-19 illness. As I said, this is being conducted by Mass General and Harvard. We believe that it's important to deepen our understanding of potential nutritional solutions to manage long haulers. We look forward to the results of this study as well as the many others that are presently being conducted. ChromaDex's scientific advisory board is critical for us in help guiding the strategic direction scientifically of the company. We don't use the SAB simply for marketing purposes. These are experts in our field specifically, and all of them are doing work in some way on NAD or Niagen. Dr. Brenner, when he was on the faculty of Dartmouth, actually discovered nicotinamide riboside in Niagen and the NR kinase pathway, which revealed a highly efficient way of boosting NAD. He is considered the world's leading expert on NAD. Dr. Roger Kornberg is a professor at Stanford Medical School, and he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2006. Actually, his father, Arthur Kornberg, was also a Nobel laureate, was the first to investigate nicotinamide riboside more than 60 years ago. Dr. Rudy Tanzi is the vice chairman of neurology and director of the Genetics and Aging Research Unit at Mass General Hospital, and the Joseph P. and Rose Kennedy Professor of Neurology at Harvard Medical School. He's considered one of the world's leading experts in Alzheimer's traumatic brain injury. He was listed recently in Time magazine as one of the 100 most influential people. Sir John Walker is a Nobel Prize winner and emeritus director of mitochondrial biology at the University of Cambridge. Dr. Bruce German is a leader in food, nutrition, and wellness innovation at the University of California, Davis, presently leading a study to investigate the effect of Niagen on milk production among mothers in the neonatal intensive care unit. We have preclinical data to suggest that mom produces more milk, and if the babies receive milk through mom while she's supplementing with nicotinamide riboside, they are healthier, stronger, and actually have larger brains. Dr. Bruni Felding is a renowned breast cancer researcher from Scripps Research Institute, and she is focused on NAD supplementation. And new to our SAB just in the last month or so is Dr. David Katz, who's a world-renowned physician and clinician in preventive medicine expert. As I mentioned before, ChromaDex has developed and licensed an extensive patent portfolio around NR, as well as other NAD precursors. We currently have over 25 owned or licensed patents protecting our intellectual property, and we're constantly strengthening this patent portfolio. We've had to invest aggressively in protecting our patents, and we are currently in aggressive litigation about those patents. There are infringers, aggressive infringers, and that's impacted our income statement and obviously our balance sheet. But we think it's very, very important when you have something like this to establish early that we will protect what our shareholders own. Slide 12. This slide highlights the company's transformation and progress over the last 4 years. It was 4 years ago that we decided to launch our own consumer brand, True Niagen. But the company began about 20 years ago. It was an extremely well-respected ingredient testing company in this industry. Chromadex later added an ingredient business and developed impressive scientific ingredients, one of which was Niagen, nicotinamide riboside, which we believe has the potential to be one of the most important ingredients of all time. Since we made the decision to focus on our consumer brand in 2017, we've raised nearly $100 million with very prestigious investors. We've secured regulatory approval in Canada, Australia, and the EU. We've launched products with blue chip partners like A.S. Watson Group and Nestle Health Science, launched cross-border and international markets like China, Japan, and the EU, among many other important strategic deals for the company. We did all this while attracting a strong management team with experience in building global brands, including Kevin, who will speak shortly, who was the CFO of Mattel for 18 years. And we recently added 2 new strategic partners, Health and Happiness, or H&H Group, and Rowe, who will be selling our patented Niagen ingredient and co-branded products in the coming months. Slide 13. This slide shows our current global distribution footprint. It includes cross-border e-commerce platforms, retail. We're found in retail right now in Hong Kong, Singapore, Macau, Canada, UK, a small amount in Australia. And as I said, we'll be launching in Walmart in June. But the bulk of the business has been e-commerce and third-party platforms like Tmall and Amazon. And we have the e-commerce business has consistently grown. It has grown very, very steadily. It represents approximately 60% of our sales today. Customer retention for our online sales is extremely strong. And we are always collecting data, analyzing data, and leveraging those customer insights into optimizing the digital advertising and driving good business with new customers. The company has a very, very strong e-commerce capability at this point, built up over these past 4 years, and we expect that to continue to be a backbone of this enterprise. A.S. Watson is the world's largest international health and beauty retailer. They have about 15,000 stores across Europe and Asia. We currently sell, as I said, in Hong Kong, Macau, and Singapore. Also, Superdrug in the UK, which is a subsidiary of Watson's. It is by far the #1 selling dietary supplement in Hong Kong today. We signed a supply agreement with Nestle Health Science in December of 2018, and they launched their first product featuring True Niagen in September of 2020. That product is called Celtriant Cellular Energy. It's part of a larger Celtriant line of products, which was highlighted in their annual report as an example of innovation in their portfolio. We're proud to be in business with Nestle, and we expect that relationship to grow with time. Last quarter, we announced that True Niagen would be available in 3,000 Walmart stores in June. They've now expanded the store count for a lower dose, more accessible priced SKU to over 3,800 stores, which obviously signals their commitment to the launch and to expanding their NAD plus supplement category with True Niagen. Slide 16 highlights our steady growth of True Niagen. Sales with the lower bar represents the e-commerce business, and upper dark blue bar represents the Watsons and other B2B businesses. And with that, I'll turn the call over to Kevin, our CFO, to cover the financial highlights. Kevin?
Thank you, Rob. Good morning, everyone. I'll begin by highlighting the progress we've made over the last 4 years as we've pivoted to build a global consumer business. We've grown at almost 50% on an annualized basis, expanded gross margins from 48% to over 60%, and are approaching break even on the underlying business, excluding legal expense. For full year 2020, we delivered total net sales of $59.3 million, a 28% year-over-year increase, with True Niagen growth of 31%. Gross margins of 60%, up approximately 400 basis points year-over-year. Lower selling and marketing as a percentage of net sales, and an increase of only $2.7 million versus our outlook of $3 to $5 million. A decrease in general administrative expense of approximately $500,000 versus our outlook of 1 to 2 million increase. The underlying business is measured by adjusted EBITDA, excluding legal expense, a non-GAAP metric, posted a full year loss of only 1 million compared to a loss of 8.8 million in full year 2019. We ended the first quarter with 44.7 million of cash, including our recent 25 million capital raise. With the incremental cash, we have a clear line of sight to cash flow break even with the potential uncertainties surrounding litigation. It also enables us to invest more in our R&D pipeline, as well as brand awareness campaigns to capitalize on the growing interest in NAD supplements globally. For full year 2021, we expect to deliver continued steady top-line growth, including growth in our e-commerce business and growth with existing and new strategic partners. We expect that our sales growth rate will accelerate beginning in the second quarter. We expect modest gross margin expansion to slightly better than 60%. We expect that selling and marketing expense will be up slightly as a percentage of net sales, and that R&D will be roughly flat as a percentage of net sales. Lastly, we expect that G&A, excluding severance and restructuring expense and legal expense, will be up slightly in absolute dollars year over year. In summary, we're close to achieving positive adjusted EBITDA, including total legal expense. As always, we'll balance this near-term objective with the long-term opportunity to capitalize on the growth in the NAD plus market globally. With that, we're now ready to take questions.
And I know there was a couple of questions, but unfortunately we are out of time. So the ticker is up on the screen. Let's throw the website up as well. Well, it just was up on the screen on the presentation there. Guys, thank you both so much, Robert and Kevin. Thank you both for the presentation.
Thanks very much.
All right, let's go to our first panel of the day on this track. And I'm going to bring on Dr. Jason McCarthy, who is the Senior Managing Director at Maxim Group. And I'll let Jason introduce the panelists and take it away.
Great, thank you. Welcome, everybody. The topic of this panel is really, getting back to fundamentals post-COVID. I don't know if we're really post-COVID yet, and we're going to talk about that a little bit as part of the GeoVax story. But I'm pleased to welcome Bria Sell and Bill Williams, CEO, GeoVax Labs, David Dodd, who've known for a very long time, CEO as well. Same thing for Steve O'Loughlin, CFO of Actinium Pharmaceuticals. I've known these fellows for quite some time, and they've done some incredible things in the oncology space. And that's really, where I want to start this discussion today, and it's getting back to fundamentals. So COVID was all of 2020. Like I said, we'll talk about that with David in just a second. But in oncology, we're really starting to get back to basics and back to fundamentals. And I'll start with you, Bill. Can you talk just a little bit about where you see the oncology space moving towards today, and maybe dovetail that into what Bria Sell is working on?
Yeah, I think there's a few things there, Jason, that are at the same time concerning, but also opportunities. One of the things that happened in the past year is that a lot of patients did not come in for checkups. And unfortunately, I think that presents us with a situation where oncologists are going to be seeing patients with more advanced types of tumors. And I think that is going to have an impact on the biotech environment going forward in the next couple of years, as people start to realize things got let go that shouldn't have gotten let go. At the same time, we're seeing tremendous advances in things like immunotherapy, where we're harnessing the power of the patient's own immune system to attack and destroy cancerous tumors. And this presents a huge opportunity for these therapies to be developed, especially in patients with advanced types of cancer. So I think that there's at the same time an opportunity here for therapies that work especially in advanced cancers, and for those that take advantage of the patient's immune system, as well as those other targeted therapies and similar therapies that are showing great advantages over traditional chemotherapies.
Right. Let me just jump over to Steve, because we could talk about immune therapy broadly from the work that Bill's group is doing, David's group is in MUC1 on the cancer vaccine side, but everybody looks at actinium around Sierra and bone marrow ablation. That's a phase 3 trial. We could talk about that, but you are doing some work in immune therapy with CAR-T and leveraging your technology towards that. Can you talk a little bit about what actinium is doing in that space that seems to be kind of flying under the radar for you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe just a quick overview on the underlying technology. So we're advancing clinical stage antibody radiation conjugates, which are able to take a proven therapeutic modality, radiation, that's been used for decades and is still used today to treat over half of all patients with cancer. And we're delivering it in a unique and different way inside the body at precise cellular levels. In the case of our clinical programs now, they're antibody-directed radioisotopes or antibody radiation conjugates. As Jason mentioned, we're using our technology now to condition patients not only for bone marrow transplant or stem cell transplant, but also CAR-T and adoptive cellular therapies, as well as gene therapies. And with our technology, we're able to target certain immune cells and deplete them to create an ideal immune environment, homeostatic environment for these cells to then persist and expand and exert their therapeutic effect. So it's an exciting evolution of our portfolio, and very much looking forward to providing updates on some of the ongoing trials, including our collaboration with Sloan Kettering, where we've been jointly awarded NIH funding.
David, you guys have done tremendous things in infectious disease, but I think something that gets less noted with the investment community is that you do have a whole oncology component to GeoVax, and in particular around the MUC1 antigen. And in immunology circles and on Wall Street, everybody knows MUC1 as it relates to CAR-T. It's been for TCRs. People have gone after this, but you're actually working with the University of Pittsburgh, and that's where the MUC1 antigen was discovered. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. It is a newer area, but we're applying the exact same technology we utilize for constructing vaccines against infectious diseases. So we're fortunate to be working with Oya Finn at University of Pittsburgh, who was one of the first, if not the first, to discover and characterize the MUC1 tumor-associated antigen. And we've had some very promising results in animals, in terms of both a therapeutic as well as a recurrence model. And essentially what we do is we construct a tumor-associated antigen vaccine with our MVA VLP technology, and we're also looking at cyclin B1 and E6, E7 antigens. But with MUC1, we do that. We combine it with an immune checkpoint inhibitor, and what we've seen is it enhances the utility and the performance of the checkpoint inhibitor in both situations, and all beyond just simply the checkpoint inhibitor alone or our vaccine alone. So if we construct a MVA VLP MUC1 with a peptide, we get some positive response, but it isn't near as good as when one does the combination. And if one just does the checkpoint inhibitor, it does not perform as well as when it's combined with that. So we're currently targeting to move that into the clinical development in conjunction with Pittsburgh and Dr. Finn, probably within the next 15 months.
And Bill, so David had mentioned tumor-associated antigen, the BRIA IMT approach to, it's a little bit different from what David's group is doing, but what you're doing in breast cancer with multiple antigens, multiple HLA types. Can you talk a little bit about how that technology works? And can you do this with or without a checkpoint inhibitor? Do you need one for the approach you're taking?
Right. So to go backwards in the questions, we can do it with or without a checkpoint inhibitor. But of course, our types of therapies, David's as well as ours, puts the foot on the gas of the immune response. And so you're making a targeted and stimulating a targeted response against the tumor or the tumor antigen. And the checkpoint inhibitors take the foot off the brakes. So it just makes sense to use them together, that you're going to get some synergy there. But in terms of the way our therapy works, what we have is at the present, a breast cancer cell line that also functions as what's called an antigen-presenting cell. In other words, it is able to not only provide breast cancer proteins, or also known as antigens, to the immune system to recognize and be stimulated to attack the patient's own tumor. But it also is able to act as an antigen-presenting cell. Those are the type of immune cells that start immune responses and boost immune responses. And so we believe that our therapy is able to not only stimulate an immune response, but actually also to boost it markedly with this particular mechanism of antigen presentation. And this is all dependent on what's called the HLA type of the patient. HLA molecules are the molecules that start immune responses, but they're also polymorphic. In other words, they're different in different people, but then they're shared by some people. So for example, I see on this panel right now, 2 of us share bald heads and 2 have hair.
The 2 better people, by the way.
Yeah. So that's
just saying,
polymorphic.
throwing it out there.
Yeah. HLA molecules are kind of like that you can share it with another person, or it could be different. Eye color is the same way. And so, what we've noticed is that if the patients match our cell line at a couple of HLA types, their response rate is much higher. So now we've gone on to engineer our cell line to express multiple HLA types. So we'll be able to personalize the therapy, and yet it's still going to be off the shelf. We don't have to do individualized manufacturing for each patient.
And breast cancer has been an incredibly tough area to have immune therapies actually be effective. We saw a lot of stuff coming out of San Antonio in December with Celos, and I think it's Greenwich Life Sciences had some tremendous vaccine data. Going back to vaccines, David, is breast cancer something that's on your radar for MUC1, or where do you think you and the University of Pittsburgh might try to target first, or do you just kind of do a basket study to see, where the best indication may be?
We haven't settled on that, on what the initial indication is going to be. That is a topic of continuous discussion right now, both internally and with our advisors. And so it's interesting that earlier today I was having that same discussion with people internally in here. So we haven't settled on it, but it'll be a solid tumor, and we just haven't yet resolved which one it's going to be.
Got it. And then I guess when all else fails and you progress to a very severe point in your disease, Steve, this is where actinium can be very effective for patients, hopefully, right? You have IOMAB in a phase 3 trial. Can you talk a little bit about that trial in AML? And also, I don't know if you can maybe articulate a little bit or opine on how using bone marrow ablation, getting these people just a little bit healthier, surviving longer, maybe a vaccine could come in behind IOMAB BMT.
Yeah, sure. So IOMAB-B is intended to condition patients for bone marrow transplant, initially targeting patients with relapse refractory AML, patients with active disease, in some cases as high as 30% blast, which is a patient population that today is typically not considered for transplant. We licensed IOMAB from the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center. It had been studied in several hundred patients, multiple hematologic indications, multiple clinical trials. But really, there's a significant unmet need in relapse refractory AML. Patient survival is typically measured in only a couple of months. The beautiful thing about IOMAB-B is it targets something called CD45. It's a cell surface protein that's expressed on blood cancer cells, leukemia and lymphoma cells, as well as normal nucleated immune cells. So with a single therapeutic dose of IOMAB-B, we're able to simultaneously ablate the patient's cancer, their underlying leukemia, as well as their immune cells, to put them in a position rapidly, in just a matter of days, to receive their bone marrow transplant or their stem cell transplant. And what we've been able to demonstrate thus far in our phase 3 trial is that all patients who have received the therapeutic dose of IOMAB have gone on to successfully receive their bone marrow transplant and have engrafted without delay. which compares favorably to what we've seen in the control arm of the study. But Jason, yeah, to your point, there's a lot of work that's being conducted now looking at patients post-transplant, looking at additional therapies that can be given to patients to kind of, keep their disease at bay beyond what you would hope to see after a transplant, where you get a graft versus tumor effect, where the patient's newly reconstituted immune system is actually recognizing their underlying disease and is continuing to then attack it post-transplant. So, there's no doubt that we continue to be able to have to make advances in patient cancer care. And I think combination therapies will be the way of the future, and certainly integrating that with immune therapy, I think will be very significant.
So a question first for Dave, and then Bill, you can follow up. Relatively similar technologies. Are these areas that you would consider what Steve is mentioning? You have bone marrow ablation, and you reconstitute the immune system with a graft, and that's where we always thought, or at least my group, that vaccines may be most effective, or immune therapies where you've debulked more or less. And so, David, can you talk a little bit about maybe the potential of moving into an area like that, just based on the technology that MVA brings and your VLP? So maybe starting with the latter first, and why that might make sense for you.
Yeah, we've had promising data, albeit animal data, in recurrence models, and we think there's a real role there that people are treated, they seem to be fine, but you need to be able to reduce the risk and likelihood of recurrence, and we've generated some very promising data in models related to that. And the value of the MVA as our vector platform, as you know, is it's a very large virus. It has multiple encoding sites, so we're able to encode multiple antigen or virus proteins in it, versus other technologies of vaccines, mRNA, adenovirus, you can pick one virus protein at a time to load it up. We've loaded up 4 or 5 different ones, so we'll do a lead protein, and then we'll do other structural proteins that'll give you a greater either durability or greater memory, et cetera. So we generate both antibody and T cell responses, and we think that makes our technology very applicable in the area of immunotherapy.
Bill, where do you see your technology? Breast cancer, is that? I mean, it's not AML like where Steve's group is, but would the patient have undergone surgery, whether lumpectomy or mastectomy, and you're in a similar setting per se?
Right, and I think that you're right that traditionally it's been thought that you need to use, what so-called therapeutic cancer vaccines, or what I like to call targeted immunotherapies, that they need to be used in patients who have a large tumor bulk, and that the immune system wouldn't be as suppressed in that situation. I think what we're learning more recently is that the immunosuppression that happens sometimes is very localized to the tumor. So, for example, with PD-L1 expression, which of course is the target of Tecentriq and molecules like that, those tumors can locally express tumor-infiltrating lymphocytes that are there. So the immune response is there, but the tumor can still shut it down. We've been very fortunate with our technology to have success even in very late stage patients who have failed multiple prior therapies, including some with relatively bulky tumors. So I think that the paradigm still exists to some extent, that when you have a healthy immune system, obviously you're going to be better off. But as we learn more about what are the signals that are shutting down the immune system, when we can block those, then it opens a whole new vista of the use of these immunotherapies, even in patients with very advanced disease.
Right. So now that we have an understanding of the backbone technologies of what what your companies are working on, perhaps because this is about fundamentals, right? So we're why do you want to take a look at what these companies are doing, and a lot of that is going to be driven by what's coming up in the clinic, your catalysts, and things of that nature. So Steve, being the most clinically advanced company right now in the group, you are a pivotal stage company, Actinium.
Yeah.
Maybe you could talk just a little bit about where that Sierra trial is and what we've seen at the prior to ASH meetings, obviously one live, one not, but good data, right? So maybe you can help us understand where the program is at.
Yeah, absolutely. So IMAB is in the pivotal phase 3 Sierra trial. It's the only randomized phase 3 trial to offer bone marrow transplant as a treatment option for these patients, with transplant being the only potentially curative treatment option. We're over 75% enrolled in the study, and we've presented 75% safety and feasibility data. Jason, as you mentioned, at ASH just last December. Also earlier this year at the Transplantation and Cellular Therapy Conference. What we've demonstrated thus far, and as I mentioned just a little while ago, is all patients who have received the therapeutic dose of IMAB have gone on to receive their transplant and engrafted without delay. In the control arm, which is physician's choice of salvage therapy, as there is no standard of care in this patient population. Unfortunately, only 18% of patients have gone on to transplant and engrafted. Put another way, 82% of patients on the control arm have failed or are failures for the primary endpoint, which is 6 months durable complete remission. But in order to get there, you have to first achieve a remission. In addition to the transplant data that we've been able to present, we've also demonstrated that there's a lower rate of non-relapse transplant-related mortality in the Sierra arm, lower rates of severe mucositis, sepsis, and febrile neutropenia. The therapy has been well tolerated. It's given as a single infusion, and then patients, as I said, several days later are able to go on and receive their bone marrow transplant. These trends have been consistent at the data updates we presented at 25% enrollment, 50% enrollment, and now 75% enrollment, consistent with the profile that we saw in the data that was generated out in Seattle at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center. So now our attention is on completing enrollment of the Sierra trial, which we expect to occur this year. So that we can present top-line data for that primary endpoint, 6 months durable complete remission. So, very excited to be in this position. We've been strengthening the team. We were able to strengthen the balance sheet last year, so we're now fully funded through completion of the trial top-line data.
Right. So I want to jump over to Bill and back to you, David, after, because we need to get into the COVID work that you're doing, which I think is tremendous. So Bill, where are things, a couple of questions, where are things in the breast cancer program? Kind of what are the next steps and what we could expect? And maybe you could touch on just a little bit about the PKC work, the PKC delta work that you're doing, that's touching on RAS pathways, and KRAS has been a very, very hot subject for the last 18 months or so with groups like Mirati and Revolution. So maybe you can walk us through a few things that the company's doing right now.
Sure. So for our lead program, BRIA IMT, we're in collaboration with Inside Corporation using their PD-1 inhibitor, retifanlimab, which is very advanced in some other indications right now. And we're getting some very intriguing results there. We're continuing to enroll that study, and the goal is to get a dozen or two patients data's worth in third-line or later breast cancer where there is no approved therapy. And then to go down to the FDA and negotiate with them what's called a special protocol assessment, or an SPA, which is basically the design of your registration study. And the registration study is the study that you do to get your drug approved. It's the one that Steve's involved in right now, he was just talking about. And so our goal is to get that agreement from the FDA as to what that study design is going to be, because then it'll be very clear exactly what we need to do to get the drug approved, how much it'll cost, and what the target patient population will be. That's the point at which we would hope, and where we've seen in other cases some very large deals done with big pharma or biotech companies. So that's something that we're working towards very hard. At the same time, our personalized off-the-shelf immunotherapy cell lines have been genetically engineered, and we're now working to get them up to speed for GMP production. And the goal is to get those into the clinic later this year, as well as to develop similar immunotherapy cell lines for colorectal cancer, melanoma, and prostate cancer. And those could get into the clinic as early as next year. We're working on the mechanism of action of these things in collaboration with the National Cancer Institute. So those are our major goals right now. We do have the earlier stage program, protein kinase C delta inhibitors, which are very interesting, developed by Doug Fowler and Robert Williams out of Boston University and Colorado State University. We've licensed them in, and the hypothesis there, which appears to be the case, is that cells that are RAS transformed become addicted to PKC delta signaling, that if you block PKC delta signaling, they undergo apoptosis, possibly because PKC delta, when it's active, prevents RAS from being degraded. And so there's a lot of preclinical models that have shown that this is a very promising therapy, but we're working to make, we're working on the small molecules we have to make them a little bit more soluble, better absorbed, and that kind of thing before we have candidate selection and move forward with our preclinical toxicology studies. So that's probably a year off before.
Yeah, the RAS work is I mean, it's been 3 decades, right? And it's finally starting to crack, and progress is being made. So we look forward to updates on that. And back to you, David, and the MVA platform. And I like to think of GeoVax. I've known the company for many, many years as a company kind of like Bavarian Nordic. If you want to see what MVA can do, look at what Bavarian Nordic has done throughout its history in terms of smallpox vaccine stockpiling. It's very safe. They have infectious disease and they have oncology. So that's how a good way to frame or comp GeoVax. And I'll use that to now let David talk a little bit about what the company's doing in its lead programs with MVA, including COVID. And that could be stockpiling. And it also includes Ebola, and that could be stockpiling, kind of like what that other group did. So David, maybe you can speak a little bit about your lead programs.
Thank you. Well, our priority program is our coronavirus vaccine program. We don't refer to it as COVID because COVID is a subset of it. But as you know, these variants have continued to emerge. They're in the news. We're seeing the UK, we're seeing the South African, the Brazilian, the Indian. We're currently conducting animal testing including against the South African variant on that. We received funding because of our ability to encode broader groups of proteins into our MVA. We have designed a single dose vaccine, because we get that traditionally in all of our work from MVA, but a single dose vaccine against broader than just the spike protein or the predominant protein. And so it would also it would cover before the variants emerge. So we have the lead protein is the spike protein, but we have the matrix protein, the envelope protein. We have others that we've encoded in there. We should see results beginning this first half of this year from the animal studies. In the second half, we also have our hemorrhagic fever programs, as you mentioned. We've previously gone through non-human primates, 100% protection, single dose with no adjuvants or boosters necessary for Ebola. We have currently Lhasa, Marburg, and Sudan are all in non-human primate testing being funded by the federal government, so non-dilutive funding. Those results will be coming, some the first half, others into the second half of this year. And we've already had discussions open with us by BARDA about the stockpile program. And as you're familiar with and you allude to, the stockpile program can be very lucrative. The last product that went in there, it was a 10-year deal for $2 billion. And so it's $200 million a year, and the upfront payment was $170 million, and you really have no commercialization costs. So we're expecting that our hemorrhagic fevers will go into that program, depending on obviously successful results. But we also expect will be funded through clinical development by the federal government in the hemorrhagics also. NIH and BARDA we're in discussions with behind our coronavirus program. And that's because dependent on the animal testing, which we hope will be positive, we will then receive sufficient funding to accelerate into clinical development.
And these 30-minute segments go by so quick, but the top, just to kind of close, the topic here was post-COVID, getting back to fundamentals, and starting with the latter first. GeoVax, yes, very active in COVID, but also Ebola, Lassa fever, other infectious diseases, and then they have an entire oncology program as well with MUC1. And if you look historically at a company like GeoVax, incredible technology, had a bumpy road until David got there a couple of years ago and has really straightened or righted the ship of that company. And that's a good way to take a look at it, and good things coming for them this year. Briacel and Bill's group, breast cancer work and vaccines and immune therapies have really built traction over the last 12 to 18 months or so. Take a look back what came out of San Antonio Breast Cancer Symposium in December. Very cool stuff, and looking forward to what he's going to do with his group. Plus, that RAS space continues to be very active. And then closing with Actinium and Steve's group, it's a pivotal stage company. That data is going to come, possibly in the next, call it 6 to 9 months. I'm not holding Steve. I'm not asking him to confirm or deny that. We don't know yet. But also, they're working in CAR-T. They're in MDS, and they have an antibody warhead enabling technology called AWE that we didn't get a chance to talk about, but something that you should check out on Actinium's website and in their pipeline. But point is, back to fundamentals. There's 3 very attractive oncology related companies, some of us in infectious disease as well. But we'll stop there. Thank you all for participating, and hopefully we'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, guys.
All right, I'm gonna ask Bill to hang out, and Steve, don't go too far as well because you're coming back. But Bill Williams from Briacel, I'm gonna ask you to hang. You're the president and CEO, and we've got your presentation here, I believe, queued up.
I can share the screen here too.
Yes. Well, let's get that. And while Bill is doing that, I have 2 quick asks, and Bill, you can also just go ahead and put that in present mode if you can, or make it a little bit bigger. 2 quick asks before we go to Bill, and then I'll hop off the screen. Ask number 1, hit that like button. Okay, let's get to 500 likes today. And ask number 2 is subscribe. Subscribe to Benzinga on YouTube. Subscribe to the Benzinga Clips channel, which is where we post highlights of all of our shows. Subscribe to both those 2 things. We are nearing 100,000 subscribers on Benzinga's main channel. We are doing a giveaway for that next week. I've already teased it a little bit yesterday. I'll tease it again next week, but do that, hit the like and subscribe. Now, that being said, Dr. Bill Williams, President and CEO of Briacel, I will hop off and you have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much, Spencer. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to be talking about our targeted immunotherapies for breast cancer and other tumors. Of course, we have forward-looking statements in here. Briefly, our financial position, we recently closed on a $2.87 million raise in February and have a good runway in front of us. You can see there's about 7.5 million shares outstanding and the number of warrants that are there as well. I'm not a financial expert, so I'll leave it at that. But our corporate highlights, we're a clinical stage immuno-oncology company developing targeted treatments to boost the ability of the body's immune system to destroy cancerous tumors. Our lead drug candidate is BRIA-IMT, and it is targeting 3rd-line advanced breast cancer, which causes over 40,000 deaths every year in the US alone, and a patient population of about 70,000 patients. We've dosed 35 patients so far, and we've seen robust responses. We feel that our phase 1/2a safety and efficacy data, even as monotherapy, shows a similar or superior efficacy and side effect profile to other advanced or approved drugs for breast cancer when they were at a similar stage of clinical development. We are collaborating with Incyte Corporation using their checkpoint inhibitors in combination with BRIA-IMT. We actually did dose some patients in combination with Keytruda as well, and I'll be talking about those shortly, but now we're collaborating predominantly with Incyte. Our goal is to get to a registration study early in 2022, BRIA-IMT in combination with an immune checkpoint inhibitor. And we've taken our observations with BRIA-IMT and transformed them into a platform technology that will allow us to develop personalized but off-the-shelf immunotherapies for various cancers, including breast cancer, based on the patient's HLA type. We have an R&D agreement in place with the National Cancer Institute for that work. And we have a lot of experience in our company regarding drug development. Myself, I came over from Insight Corporation, where I was VP of Exploratory Development, worked on Jakafi, their blockbuster in the oncology space, all the way from the first-in-man study to post-approval. Same thing with Olumiant, which is in the inflammatory disease space. Before that, at GlaxoSmithKline, worked on numerous early, medium, and late-stage assets, including approvals for Hycampton, Navalbine, Bexar, Zofran, Boniva, Tykerb, and others. And before that, I was doing bench-to-bedside research at University of Pennsylvania. Our scientific founder, Dr. Charles Wiseman, is out of the MD Anderson Cancer Center, as well as USC, St. Vincent's Medical Center in Los Angeles. And on our board, we also have Rebecca Taub, who's currently CMO, EVP Director, and one of the founders of Magical Pharmaceuticals, who has a great depth of drug development experience. We have very in-depth experience on the biotech finance side from Martin Schmieg and Vaughn Ambro Pantaloni, who you can see have been involved in numerous medium, large, and small biotech and pharma companies. And Jameson Bondarenko is our chairman of the board, very experienced in capital markets, and has been a major investor in BriaCell and a major supporter, and has been a real asset to the company. Our BRIA-IMT is in combination with the Insight compounds in third-line breast cancer in a phase 1/2A study, and we expect to get further safety and efficacy data throughout 2021, especially around the time of the San Antonio breast cancer meeting in December. Our BRIA-OTS is, that's our off-the-shelf personalized immunotherapy for breast cancer, is expected to get in the clinic later this year. And then similar immunotherapy cell lines are in development, as I mentioned, with the potential to get into the clinic next year for prostate cancer, non-small cell lung cancer, and melanoma. We have protein kinase C delta inhibitors and small molecules for RAS-transformed tumors, and as well as BRIA-TILs RX, which are similar to bispecific T-cell engagers, although they're quadrispecific, and they are in the early stage for prostate cancer and for epithelial and glandular cancers. The way BRIA-IMT works, it is a breast cancer cell line, but it has some unique features. It produces breast cancer antigens or proteins, which are recognized by the immune system, the CD4 and CD8 positive T cells, and they can then go on and recognize those same antigens on the patient's tumor and attack it. The BRIA-IMT has been genetically engineered to produce GM-CSF, which is an immunostimulator and boosts that response. But at the same time, if you see this green arrow along the bottom here, you can see that BRIA-IMT is capable somewhat uniquely to directly stimulate these CD4 and CD8 positive T cells and markedly boost the response. And we think that's what gives us a bit of an advantage over others who have tried similar approaches. We have used BRIA-IMT in combination with a couple of other drugs at low doses to boost the immune response, namely low-dose cyclophosphamide and very low-dose alpha interferon, to treat a number of patients with cycles given every 2 months, every 2 weeks for the first month, and then once a month. The BRIA-IMT cells are irradiated before we immunize the patients with them so that they will not be able to grow anymore. Dr. Wiseman originally treated 4 patients in 2004, 2005. We got back into the clinic after a long hiatus in 2017 and dosed another 23 patients. Really excellent safety and efficacy data. And some of that is shown in the table on the lower left here. You can see that I mentioned in the prior panel discussion HLA molecules. These are the molecules that kickstart immune responses, but they're different in different people, and yet they can be shared by some people. the same way that eye color can be different in some people and shared by other people. And so we looked at HLA matching between our BRIA IMT cell line and our patients, and we noticed that those who had 2 or more HLA matches had a very high rate of disease control in spite of having failed on the average 4 to 5 prior therapy attempts. And if you eliminated the patients who were too sick to develop an immune response, that goes up to 75% disease control. That includes patients like the one on the right here who had 20 lung metastases, and all of them either disappeared or shrank down to tiny scars with the therapy, and she had stable disease elsewhere. So this gave us a very encouraging signal in patients with late-stage breast cancer. But we also knew from our work that a lot of these patients had circulating cancer cells and cancer-associated cells. And over 90% of these patients, these cells were expressing the PD-L1 molecule, which is an off switch for the immune response. So we wanted to neutralize that, and we knew that drugs like Keytruda and Incyte's PD-1 inhibitor, retifanlimab, are able to shut down that suppressive mechanism by the tumor. So we dosed 11 patients in combination initially with Keytruda. We saw an excellent safety and tolerability profile in spite of the fact that these patients had failed on the average 5 prior systemic therapy regimens, such as chemotherapy. Many of them had very weak immune systems, but in spite of that, we still had some remarkable responders. One lady had liver metastases, which is breast cancer tumors in the liver, and these typically are the signal that somebody needs to go on hospice, and it's kind of the end game for their cancer. But in spite of that, and in spite of the fact that this patient had failed 8 prior chemotherapy or biological therapy attempts, she still had a 25% reduction in the size of those liver tumors. But even more impressive was another lady we saw. She had failed 12 prior regimens with 16 agents, and she had breast cancer tumors that had traveled to her adrenal gland, to the outside lining of her brain, and also behind her left eye. And that's shown here. You can see that this tumor was pushing her left eyeball down and pushing it forward so that you could actually look at her and see that her left eye was actually bulging forward. And after 6 months of treatment, that particular tumor completely disappeared, and she had improvements elsewhere. She was a double HLA match with the BRIA IMT. So this gave us additional encouragement for our HLA matching hypothesis. But we also found another biomarker, which I want to tell you about, and that's tumor grade. Now, breast cancer, like any other cancer, when it's first diagnosed, it's diagnosed by a biopsy. So you get a piece of the tumor and you look at it under the microscope. And when you look at it, sometimes it looks like normal breast tissue or relatively close to normal breast tissue. And that would be called a well-differentiated or grade 1 tumor. Sometimes you look at it under the microscope and it just looks like a mass of cells. And that would be a grade 3 or poorly differentiated tumor. And in between is grade 2 or moderately differentiated. Well, BRIA IMT was originally derived from a grade 2 moderately differentiated breast cancer tumor. And I should note that 40% of recurrent breast cancers are grade 1 or grade 2. And our genetic fingerprint of BRIA IMT matches most closely with grade 1 and grade 2 tumor cell lines. So we went back and looked at our data for the patients who were either grade 1 or grade 2 in terms of their tumor histology. And in the monotherapy study, there were 7 patients who were able to mount immune response who were grade 1 or grade 2. And 71% of them had clinical benefit in spite of having failed an average of 7 prior regimens. So this clinical benefit includes stable disease as well as partial responders. And in the combination therapy study, there were 3 patients of the 11 that we treated who had grade 1 or grade 2 tumors, and all 3 of them had clinical benefit. And this is a very heavily pretreated group. Now, if you look at the figure in the lower right, you can see that there was fairly significant tumor reductions in many of these patients while others had stable disease. And if you look at the overall survival of these patients, and again, these patients were far beyond third line patients, but we had a median overall survival of 12.5 months. Now, a recent publication in third line patients showed that the median overall survival was between 7.2 to 9.8 months. So even though our patients were more advanced, we're still seeing better average overall survival with our therapy. So this brings us to our off-the-shelf personalized approach, BRIA OTS. We have now genetically engineered our BRIA IMT cell line to express 15 different unique HLA types. These will allow us to match over 99% of the patients who are out there and to double match about 90%. And so the way that this is going to work, once we've had our cells manufactured under GMP, is that the patient will come in and they'll have a simple saliva test done, which will tell their HLA type, similar to a 23andMe type of test. Once we know their HLA type, we can then identify the matching BRIA OTS cell lines. And since these will have been pre-manufactured, we can ship them overnight to the clinic and the patient can be treated the next day. So this will broaden the number of patients that we can match. And also, since we now know how to do this genetic engineering, we've extended this to other tumor types, as I mentioned, non-small cell lung cancer, melanoma, and prostate cancer. So these are all in our pipeline. The breast cancer version of BRIA OTS, we're hoping to get into the clinic later this year. Again, we're working on that in collaboration with the National Cancer Institute in terms of the mechanism of action. And then the other cell lines, we hope to get into the clinic in 2022. And that is going to be very exciting for us as it greatly expands our pipeline and we'll be able to provide these targeted immunotherapies for a number of different patients with different tumor types. Finally, I want to mention our key milestones coming up. We have BRIA IMT in the clinic in combination with the Insight compounds and a pre-registration study data that will be developing additional data throughout this year and into 2022. Again, the goal is to go down to the FDA with the data we generate this year and negotiate a registration study design. And that study design should be a key milestone for us, because once we know what that design is, we'll know exactly how much it'll cost to do the study and get the drug approved. It'll also be a signal for big pharma companies to get involved into the development of BRIA IMT through a deal of some sort, and that's usually a very large inflection point for small biotech companies like us. At the same time, the off-the-shelf personalized cell lines are slated to get into the clinic later this year, and a registration study for them would be about 1.5 to 2 years behind the BRIA IMT. So that brings me to the close of the presentation, and I'm not sure how it works if there are questions, but I'm hoping that Steve can jump, can jump back in. Spencer can jump back in and let us know what the next steps are here.
Yeah, I think there was a question, but I think you just kind of answered it, actually. So that worked out there. Guys, the link is up on the screen right there. You can see briacell.com. Dr. Bill Williams is the president and CEO. Ticker BCTX. Let me do one more look and just take a look to see. Don't see any questions from chat. All right, everyone. Thanks, Bill. Thanks a lot. And we'll look forward to following your company going forward.
Thank you so much, Spencer. Have a great one.
Yeah, you too. Okay, let us go to our next speaker here in a moment. Steve O'Loughlin. He's the CFO of Actinium Pharmaceuticals. If you were watching about an hour ago, then you saw, or less than an hour ago, then you saw him on our panel. And Steve's going to give a presentation on actinium here in a moment, ticker ATNM. I just want to remind everyone that we are giving away lifetime subs to Benzinga Pro and a couple of our premium newsletters. I'm going to bring up the link now on the screen. Scan that QR code on your phone, enter some questions, and you could win. I'm surprised this question doesn't have more responses, honestly. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. Nothing to do with small cap stocks or healthcare or anything at all, but it's fun. It's fun. So answer these questions on Slido, scan the code on your phone, and you could win a lifetime subscription to Benzinga Pro or our options newsletter or our breakout newsletter. There we go. I see more people doing it now. All right. It is 12:40 just about. I'm going to bring on our next speaker here. As I just said, Steve O'Loughlin. He's the CFO of Actinium Pharmaceuticals. Let's get my thing off the screen. Steve, good to see you again.
Yeah, likewise. Long time no see.
I said don't go far, and I meant it. All right, let's bring on your screen here. We got it. All right, the floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be back at the Benzinga Small Cap Conference. Before I begin, just a disclaimer and safe harbor, as I will be making forward-looking statements, and please reference our filings with the SEC that may be filed and amended from time to time. To jump into Actinium, we are a late clinical stage biotechnology company focused on the area of targeted radiotherapy. We're advancing a pipeline of clinical stage assets we call antibody radiation conjugates, which I'll highlight in just a little bit. As well as advancing a pipeline of earlier stage programs and a technology platform that we're very excited about. Our lead program, IMFB, is in pivotal phase 3 trial called Sierra. We're over 75% enrolled on that study and expect to complete enrollment this year. Sierra and IMFB is intended to condition patients for bone marrow transplant or stem cell transplant, which is the only curative treatment option for patients with certain types of blood cancers. We've evolved IMFB beyond transplant and are also studying it for conditioning for CAR T and gene therapy, also potentially curative treatment options. And then I mentioned our earlier stage clinical programs, that is Actimab A, where we're studying it in combination with existing therapies in relapse refractory AML patient population with significant unmet need. And then with our technology platform, we're leveraging a strong scientific backing, pedigree, extensive IP portfolio, and we're working in our collaboration with Astellas, a top 20 global biopharmaceutical company, as well as our own R&D efforts. Strong balance sheet. We finished 2020 with over $60 million in cash, which allows us to hit several milestones, including completing the Sierra phase 3 trial and top-line data from that. So a quick snapshot on the pipeline led by IMFB in the Sierra trial, where we will complete enrollment this year. Building out a portfolio in targeted conditioning in the area of CAR T. We're working in collaboration with Memorial Sloan Kettering in an NIH funded trial and collaboration. We're also working in the area of gene therapy, exploring that area with the team at UC Davis. And then you can see our earlier stage programs, including our combination trials with CLAG-M, which is a chemotherapy used routinely to treat patients with relapse refractory AML. And then with venetoclax, which is an approved therapy in 2 blood cancers, is becoming standard of care in AML. And we've demonstrated and presented very strong data from those combination trials that I'll highlight in just a bit. So I talked about targeted conditioning in the context of bone marrow transplant, CAR T, and gene therapy. And today, if patients are to go to these potentially curative treatment options, they need to be conditioned. And what that means is essentially wiping out their immune system, depleting immune cells so that they can receive the cells that they're going to be getting. And today, conditioning is done with chemotherapy and external radiation. These are non-targeted. They come with a lot of acute and chronic toxicities. There's a high risk of failure and even mortality. that severely restricts patient access. And you can see on the chart on the bottom right, there's over 150,000 patients, 175,000 patients diagnosed with cancers potentially treatable with BMT. However, only 20,000 or so patients thereabouts actually go on to get a bone marrow transplant. So there's over 150 patients that we think could benefit from a transplant who are not receiving that today. And then those patient numbers can potentially grow when you factor in CAR T and gene therapy, so a multi-billion-dollar potentially addressable market. We licensed IMAB from the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, a pioneer in the field of bone marrow transplant. They studied IMAB in about 300 patients, multiple clinical trials, multiple diseases. We elected to pursue development in AMLs. We felt it was an area with highest unmet medical need. Patients with relapse refractory AML who are over the age of 55 with active disease. Unfortunately, overall survival is typically measured in just a few months. The data that you see here on this slide is data in patients with relapse refractory AML as well as high-risk MDS, a similar related disease. And you can see on the right-hand side, the patients who received IMAB conditioning had about 30% one-year overall survival, and at 2 years, nearly 20% of patients were alive. This compares favorably to current approaches, including salvage chemotherapy and chemotherapy plus a bone marrow transplant, where 1 year survival is estimated to be about 10%, and at 2 years, unfortunately, very few, if any, of these patients are alive. The other thing to point out with IMAB is it works rapidly. Patients can go to a transplant in 12 days after receiving a therapeutic dose of IMAB, which with chemotherapy, it oftentimes takes at least a cycle, sometimes more. So best case, you're looking at 42 days. So in a disease that advances rapidly and where patients can deteriorate rapidly, speed is of the essence, and IMAB can deliver there. We took the data from the work that was done at Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, and we designed what is our pivotal phase 3 Sierra trial. It's a 150 patient study. Patients are randomized 1-to-1, either to receive IMAB and a bone marrow transplant or physician's choice of salvage therapy. There's approximately 20 agents available in the control arm, and that's simply because there is no standard of care in this patient population. The primary endpoint is 6 months durable complete remission, or DCR, and this is a multi-center study. The Sierra trial is currently active at about 25 leading comprehensive cancer centers in the United States and Canada, including some of the leading bone marrow transplant centers in the country, if not the world, such as MD Anderson, the Mayo Clinic, Washington University in St. Louis, Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, and several others that you see listed down below. So we have presented safety and feasibility data from the first 75% of patients who have been enrolled on the Sierra study. This data that you see here was presented at the ASH annual meeting in December 2020, and then earlier this year at the TCT, or Transplantation and Cellular Therapy Conference. If you follow the trajectory of patients or the evolution of patients as you go left to right on the screen, looking first at bone marrow transplant engraftment, you can see at the top of that column in blue that 100% of patients who got a therapeutic dose of IMAB went on and received the transplant and engrafted without delay. That compares favorably to patients on the control arm that you see at the bottom of that column in gray, where only 18% of patients who received salvage therapy were able to proceed to a transplant and engraft. That resulted in 82% of patients who were failures for the primary endpoint. The study does allow patients to cross over, and those who are still eligible to receive a transplant can receive a therapeutic dose of IMAB. And very pleased to report that 100% of patients who got a therapeutic dose of IMAB after failing salvage therapy and crossing over were able to proceed to transplant and also engrafted without delay. There was a lower rate of 100-day non-relapse transplant-related mortality in patients on IMAB-B of 4% compared to 20% on the control arm. And in order to gain approval, we believe we have to show a 2 times difference in the rate of durable complete remission at 6 months. And you can see to the far right that there are 43 patients potentially evaluable for the primary endpoint, or 77%, compared to 8 patients, or 14%, on the control arm. So we're very pleased with the data that we have seen thus far and what's been reported. And now we are focused on completing enrollment, which we expect to occur this year, working to complete enrollment as soon as possible so that we can present the top-line data on the primary endpoint, with, again, that being 6 months after completion of enrollment. I touched on our evolution beyond transplant and into areas of CAR-T, cell therapy, and gene therapy. We're very excited about our IMAB-ACT collaboration with Memorial Sloan Kettering. Sloan Kettering is developing a CD19 targeting CAR-T. There are several CD19 CAR-Ts approved now. And we think that Memorial Sloan Kettering's construct, which they call 1928 Zeta, compares favorably in a clinical study in about 50 patients with relapse refractory ALL. They reported an 83% response rate. This compares favorably with the approved CAR-Ts. They did note certain CAR-T related side effects such as CRS, or cytokine release syndrome, as well as neurotoxicity. So the idea is using lower doses of IMAB-B that we call IMAB-ACT to create a better immune environment within the patient's body prior to them receiving the CAR-T cells, to hopefully reduce the rates and incidences and severity of those toxicities, CRS and neurotoxicity. We have started treating patients in this trial, and we expect to be able to present proof of concept data later this year. So stay tuned for updates on the IMAB-ACT program, but very excited to be working with the team at MSK, who is a leader in the field of cellular therapy and CAR-T, and also very fortunate and thankful to have been awarded funding from the NIH. So in terms of targeted conditioning, as I said, this is a large, we think, multi-billion-dollar potentially addressable market. And we have a strategy to focus on targeted conditioning for multiple tumor types, whether it be bone marrow transplant, CAR-T, other adoptive cell therapies, or gene therapies. And we want to capitalize on the growth that these therapies are seeing and what we expect to continue to see. And what we also like about this market opportunity is that it's highly concentrated. The top 50 centers do a majority of the transplant procedures in diseases like AML. And for instance, the 25 or so sites in our Sierra trial account for 30% of the transplant volume. So we think it's an attractive market opportunity for several reasons. We also have our Actimab-A program, or our CD33 program. This came out of Memorial Sloan Kettering. Now over 125 patients, nearly 150 patients have been treated with our alpha-based therapies. We've advanced this as far as a phase 2 trial as a single agent, where we demonstrated and reported high single agent response rates, 69% in fact. However, going forward, we believe that using Actimab-A in combination with other therapies is the best pathway forward. Chemotherapy and targeted agents, where we have active programs, but also in the future looking at immunotherapy, leveraging radiation's potential ability to turn cold tumors hot and make them more addressable with immunotherapy, and also potentially cell therapy are areas that we want to go after. But I'll first touch on our phase 1 trial with Actimab-A in combination with CLAG-M, as we presented data from this trial at ASH in December. And what we demonstrated was at the most recent dosing cohort, 100% of patients achieved a remission. So we were very excited about that. That compares favorably to CLAG-M alone, where a 54% remission rate has been reported. Perhaps most exciting to us is the rate of MRD negativity, which you see on the chart to the top right. MRD negative means that patients have no detectable disease at very, very finite levels. So with Actimab A and CLAG-M, of the 10 patients on the study thus far who achieved remission, 7 of those patients, or 70%, were MRD negative, which again compares favorably to CLAG-M alone, which in a prior study, it was reported 39% MRD negativity rate. So we're looking forward to completing this study. We have advanced this to add additional dose cohorts, and we'll have additional data from this study by the end of this year, 2021. And then in the case of the Actimab A and venetoclax trial, we presented data also at ASH from the first dose cohort. This was a low dose of Actimab A in combination with venetoclax. That dose of Actimab A in prior trials has been shown to be subtherapeutic. When combined with venetoclax, 2 of 3 patients responded, including 1 patient who had a complete response. These are patients with relapse refractory disease. All patients were poor risk with adverse cytogenetics. Each patient had high risk markers, and the patient who achieved the complete response actually had a TP53 mutation, which is a mutation that typically is associated with very difficult to treat disease and poor patient outcomes. This is building on a synergistic mechanism of action that our team identified, leveraging the radioisotope payload. We demonstrated that targeted radiation can deplete certain molecules, certain proteins that have been implicated in venetoclax resistance, namely BCL2. So we're very excited to be working in combination with this agent venetoclax, and look forward to completing this phase 1 study, and we'll have additional data later this year. Now, in addition to our clinical programs, we're very excited about our technology platform that we call AW, or Actinium Warhead Enabling Technology Platform. This is built on the scientific foundation of the company at Sloan Kettering, which we have since been expanding on. We are focused on growing our IP portfolio, which is now over 140 patents. We have extensive know-how, and when paired with our clinical development experience, we believe AW gives us a leadership position in the field of targeted radiotherapy, which has been a very active area in terms of acquisition activity, new company formation, investments, licensing, but most importantly, targeted radiotherapies have been emerging and improving outcomes for patients with multiple disease types. Our technology platform gives us the ability to work with multiple targets and also multiple isotopes, so tremendous flexibility. We are working with Astellas, who is a top 20 global biopharmaceutical company, who is using our technology platform in connection with some of their targeting agents. It's been disclosed that we're working in theranostics, looking at solid tumors. So we're looking to deploy our technology platform beyond targeted conditioning, beyond blood cancers, to move into solid tumors, create next generation ARCs, as well as continue to advance the pipeline and create new targeted radiotherapies, as well as new novel combinations. And R&D is an area that we've been investing in of late. We acquired research laboratories in New York City. We've been staffing those out, and we'll continue to invest in R&D to coincide with the advancements that we're making in the clinic. So we think it's an exciting time for actinium. As I mentioned at the beginning, we have a strong balance sheet, over $60 million in cash at the end of 2020. We are over 75% enrolled on the Sierra trial, complete enrollment this year. So expect to have top-line data in 2022, and we'll then embark on pursuing FDA approval. Also expect several milestones from our CD33 program with our Actimab-A combination trials, Clag-M and venetoclax, and then also advancing our clinical collaboration in CAR-T with Sloan Kettering. And then, of course, as I just highlighted, our R&D efforts, we look forward to providing updates on our efforts there, and we'll continue to be making investments in R&D. So thank you, everyone, for your time and attention. Thank you for your interest in actinium. Happy to take any questions that the audience may have.
Well, one quick one here before we let you go. It's about capital. Do you intend to raise capital before reaching full enrollment, and or before the phase 3 Sierra trial?
So what we've guided is our current cash position allows us, it funds us through completion of Sierra enrollment as well as through top line data. So we feel we're in a very good position from a balance sheet perspective at this time.
All right, Steve O'Loughlin, CFO of Actinium Pharmaceuticals, link, ticker, name, all up on the screen. Steve, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's move this thing right along. I'm going to bring on John Kovac here. Dr. John Kovac is the CEO and founder of LIXT Biotechnology Holdings, ticker LIXT. Dr. Kovac, good morning. Or good afternoon now. It's 1 o'clock already. Time flies when you're having fun. Good afternoon.
Hi, nice to be here.
We've got your presentation ready to go, and so I will see my way out of here and let you do the rest.
Thanks very much for the introduction.
All right.
It's a pleasure to have an opportunity to tell you about LIXT's program. We think that this is really quite a remarkable new approach to cancer treatment. And I'm going to share some of the overview with you of why we're so excited about the prospects for LB100 as a new addition to cancer treatments in general. Next, please. Forward-looking statements. Next one, please. So we've designed ourselves and patented a series of novel drugs. We're focusing on the phosphatase inhibitors today, which enhance the effectiveness of standard anti-cancer therapy in a number of animal models. There have been over 4 preclinical studies from leading institutions showing that LB100 increases the anti-tumor activity of standard chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and immunotherapy without increasing toxicity. Quite remarkable and a sweeping statement, but I'll tell you more about why that's the situation. We have a large patent portfolio based on our lead compounds and some other derivatives of those compounds. Next, please. We're not aware of any competition at the moment, though we expect that will be beginning sometime soon, but we have quite a lead. We estimate the current market value just for our early days focus on clinical targets, it would exceed several $1 billion. But if you can imagine, if LB100 truly improves the efficacy of cytotoxic chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and immunotherapy, potential market is truly very, very large indeed, almost beyond speculation. Next, please. How can such a compound work? Why does it have this phenomenal activity? All basic cell activities require switches to rapidly turn on and off biochemical pathways. In the cancer cells, a major driver, the cancer process itself, is defects in those switches. Next, please. Our lead compound, clinical compound, LB100, inhibits one of the master switches, one of the master off switches, an enzyme called protein phosphatase 2A, which is present in all cells, normal cells, and of course, in cancer cells as well. PP2A controls many aspects of cell division, as the cell cycle, DNA damage repair, which is necessary after cells are injured by chemotherapy and radiation therapy. And also, remarkably, recently, it's been shown by several investigators that modifying PP2A with LB100 alters the activity of T cells, enhancing their ability to recognize and kill cancer cells. These are all in animal models, but truly remarkable compound. But maybe not so surprising when we're dealing with one of the major controllers of cell growth and division in the body. Next, please. The major advance really which encouraged us to go forward as vigorously as possible was a demonstration in a phase 1 trial done at Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, City of Hope, and the U.S. Oncology Network a few years ago now, that LB100 is readily tolerated in cancer patients at doses associated with anti-cancer activity. As in that trial, patients who had advanced cancers of a variety of types. One patient with advanced pancreatic cancer had an objective response lasting almost a year, and 10 of 20 patients had cessation of growth for at least 4 cycles. It doesn't sound like much, but for patients that have failed all known treatments and progressing, it's really quite encouraging. We're certainly now the leader in evaluating the effectiveness of PP2 inhibition in cancer treatment. Next, please. As I mentioned, I'm not going to belabor the point about our patent position, both composition of matter patents, which we believe will extend out to the mid-2030s, as well as the lifespan of other use patents, including enhancement of immunotherapy going out into the mid to later 30s. Next, please. So what's our challenge? Our challenge now is we've got more than ample documentation that in model systems of cancer, a variety of them against many different types of cancers, in different schedules, LB100 significantly has activity. We now have to show that this is true in cancer patients. Actually, any one cancer proving the point would be sufficient, I think, to attract extreme attention to our development. Next slide, please. We now have 4 clinically related activities, which I want to tell you about just briefly to give you some idea of the scope of the activity. And our challenge is selecting the best one to go after for eventual registration trial. Right now, we have a clinical trial in small cell lung cancer, just opened last month, being conducted at the City of Hope National Medical Center. Soft tissue sarcoma, which is planned as a randomized trial against this aggressive disease, to be open later this year. Myelodysplastic syndrome, which is a disease of the elderly, bone marrow failure, and a pharmacology study being done by National Cancer Institute at their expense, who came to us, wanted to evaluate the drug. And I'll say just a word about Angelman syndrome, which is turned up just from other investigators, not a cancer problem, but a potentially interesting avenue for Elixir to explore in conjunction with others. Next, please. Small cell lung cancer, I'm not going to go into detail in these trials, but small cell lung cancer is the most aggressive of all the lung cancers, constituting about 15% of all lung cancers. This trial takes a standard 3-drug regimen recently approved by the FDA for treatment of previously untreated patients with small cell lung cancer and adding LB100. It's a phase 1B trial with an extension to 12 patients in a phase 2 portion. Expected enrollment is 30 patients. Readouts, toxicity, objective response rate, and duration, primarily to determine the dose. However, because this disease is so severe and so aggressive, we believe there's a real possibility that in this even phase 1, small phase 2 trial, we could generate data leading to certainly excitement on the part of our part, as well as other large companies and perhaps the government. Next slide, please. Soft tissue sarcomas are another seriously aggressive disease. there's been only one approved treatment in the last 40 years for advanced soft tissue sarcomas. That's doxorubicin, cytotoxic chemotherapy agent, which is markedly enhanced in model systems by LB100. The patients with this disease, even those best treatment with doxorubicin, have a progression-free survival of only 4.5 months from initiation of treatment for the disease. We're modestly looking for an improvement, almost doubling that, which we fully expect from the preclinical studies is achievable. This study was actually proposed to us by the Sarcoma Group of Spain, which consists of multiple centers in Spain, and collaborate also in Europe, designed to try to find better treatments for sarcoma. The protocol is approved by Spanish regulators scientifically and ethically, but they asked, because our drug was made some time ago in the United States, that we make a new batch of drug meeting current EU regulations. A small technical point, but one that set us back from opening the trial in the end of last year to probably delaying at the latest third quarter of 21. This is a randomized trial. Success by showing LB100 potentiates doxorubicin in this disease could generate interest in actually advancing this as a first-line treatment in patients in general. Next, please. A brief word about myelodysplastic syndromes. This is another study brought to us by the leadership at Moffitt Cancer Center, who have developed great interest and expertise in treatment of myelodysplastic syndromes. It's a disease of older patients characterized by severe anemia. They're generally well, but require frequent blood transfusions, so it's an easy parameter to measure to see if you're having any effect or not. There's only one drug currently approved for the treatment of a subset of MDS. Even at that, 15% of patients have a subset called del(5q) MDS, in which the target of our drug is missing in half the target is missing because of a mutation. In preclinical studies at Moffitt, was demonstrated that LB100 is approximately 10 times more potent than the Celgene product Revlimid against this form of MDS cells. Next, please. Unfortunately, the study has proceeded very slowly. COVID has played havoc with accrual because the patients are generally well, and they've been loath to travel for experimental chemotherapy when they can satisfy their immediate needs with blood transfusions. However, with COVID easing and the study progressing with now through the second dose escalation in 6 patients with no toxicity, we expect to arrive at a phase 2 dose soon, and in that instance, then expand the number of centers to get a readout. The disease needs an advance in badly because it's as few as 7 patients. A projected total accrual of 47 would be more than enough to justify a phase 3 trial or even to move our compound into second-line treatment. Next, please. Gliomas are the most aggressive brain tumors of children and adults. The mainstay of treatment for adult gliomas is potentiation is radiation and temozolomide, a cytotoxic drug. LB100 markedly potentiates the activity of both of these. In models of glioma implanted in mouse brain, it potentiates radiation-induced regressions. We know it crosses the blood-brain barrier in the mouse. It's not known if it enters the human brain. Next, please. The National Cancer Institute came to us and said, if this penetrates the brain, we're very interested in adding this, testing this to see if it will enhance the benefit of patients with this terrible brain disorder. In the study, this is a pharmacology study designed and paid for by NCI. Patients who are scheduled to have recurrent gliomas resected at NCI will receive 1 dose of a 3-day dose of LB100. And the pharmacology of the drug will be found in blood and in tissue removed at the time of surgery, giving us a real opportunity to demonstrate the extent to which, and if indeed LB100 penetrates brain tumors. We don't know. 2 patients were entered before COVID shut down the neurosurgery branch. We expect that to open again soon and hope that later this summer or fall, we'll have additional patients and answer that question, which will prompt design of a trial to bring LB100 into first line, into initial treatment for brain tumors. Next, please. Just a word about Angelman syndrome. This took us by surprise. We're not experts in neurodevelopmental disorders, which this is. It's rare, devastating. But it was found that the mutation in Angelman syndrome leads to an overexpression that is marked increased amount of the target of our drug in the brain of patients with Angelman syndrome. There's a mouse model of this which recapitulates that scenario. And a report from China showed that administration of LB100, not into the brain, but just given systemically, led to marked improvement of symptoms of the animals, as well as further differentiation of their neurons. Remarkable finding. If it's true, and we approached by and talked with the Foundation for Angelman Syndrome Therapeutics in the United States, they've agreed to fully sponsor an animal trial, which is ongoing at UC Davis, to confirm this report that LB100 may be beneficial in this disorder. If confirmed, we've agreed to work with FAST to plan a clinical study for this extremely challenging disorder. Although affected individuals have severe cognitive and motor impairment for which there's no known treatment, they generally have a normal lifespan, making it a long-term problem for which treatment is badly needed. Next, please. It's a broad overview. We hope within 12 months we'll have some data coming both out of the MAFA trial in MDS and the small cell lung cancer trial at City of Hope. Preclinical studies indicate that our lead candidate increases the anti-tumor activity. The three pillars of cancer therapy without increasing toxicity, a remarkable finding. If the preclinical results hold true in the clinic, even in one cancer, LB100 could truly be a major addition to our current cancer therapy armamentarium. Thank you. I'll stop there.
I think we do have a couple questions actually for you,
Of course.
Dr. Kovacs. So one of them, and actually I think they both might be related to financing here. This is from, I'm moving my mic closer. This is from Jacrita. They're asking about your current cash position, your run rate, and whether you intend to raise additional capital.
Yeah. Eric, currently we have about $7 million in the bank, enough to carry us at our current burn rate of about $400,000 a month for about 14 months. So we'll clearly, within that time, have to raise some additional capital to cover these trials. But this is well along to get both the small cell lung cancer trial and the other trials completed. By that time, the next 6 months, we hope we'll have some more preliminary data encouraging us to proceed with brain tumors. Thank you.
And then phase 3 completion date. Do you have
Phase 3, we're not even contemplating phase 3. This is all phase 2.
All phase 2. So
the important point is the diseases we're dealing with, which progress generally in less than a year, even in the phase 1-2 trials, if we have the activity that we see in preclinical models, we think that's going to be sufficient to justify actually consideration of registration trial.
All right, I think that was all the questions that I had. Dr. John Kovacs is the CEO and founder of Lixty Biotech Holdings. Ticker's up on the screen, name's up on the screen, URL is up on the screen. John, we appreciate the time today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, I do want to take a quick moment before I move on to our next panel. And I've been teasing, let me bring up the names real fast. I've been teasing throughout the day that we are giving away some lifetime subscriptions to Benzinga Pro and a couple of our options or a couple of our newsletters to all people who participate in our Slido poll. Let's get this question off the screen. Let's go to this one right now. We do have a winner. I said we're randomly selecting winners throughout the day. We do have a winner. And before I say who this winner was or is, I just want to clarify that I did not choose this person, and this person is real. And I say that because Spencer Curls has won a lifetime subscription to the Benzinga Options newsletter. And no, Spencer Curls is not what I refer to my workout as. This is a real person, as I said. Spencer Curls, we have your email, so we'll be reaching out to you about that win. Congratulations, Spencer. And I promise, I know you're all thinking, oh, he picked it because it's Spencer. I had no part of this. I'm busy with you people here. I had no part in choosing the winner, but congratulations to Spencer Curls. And again, we are awarding more winners throughout the day. Here's the Slido poll. Scan the QR code on your phone, participate, answer questions. We're giving away another newsletter subscription and a subscription to Benzinga Pro. All right, let's get that off the screen, and let's go to our next panel here. I'm going to introduce our moderator and let him do the rest. Jason Colbert is the Director of Research at Dawson James Securities. Jason, good afternoon. How's it going today?
Very good, thank you. Really interesting day. When I woke up this morning and I saw the futures on the market, it looked like the market was going to get slammed, and here we are with the market up 386.
It's a good old reversal Thursday. All right, I'm going to hop off and let you introduce the panelists.
Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. This is actually a really interesting panel because we're taking a look at wellness, at aging, and the impact that some of the growth companies that we're covering in this conference can have in that area. And so you think that's a really diverse area, right? We want to age well. We want to remember things. We want to have a wake up in the morning refreshed. If you've ever snored, if you've ever had sleep apnea, you wake up in the morning tired. Aging and memory are critical elements. And I'll tell you, as I watch some of the news shows, I think the number one set of commercials that I constantly see are on products, over-the-counter nutritional products. You don't eat enough vegetables. Get your vitamins. And it's blistering to understand which are real, which aren't. And so we're going to address that issue as well. And for those of you who know me as an analyst who follows cell therapy, I've been following stem cell therapy for many, many years. We follow most of the companies. And that was how I came across Longeveron. And Jeff Green will talk with us about cell therapy and regenerative medicine and its role in aging. So with that, I'd like to start out the conference with Chromadex, talk with the CEO, Rob Fried, and learn a little bit about what this company is about. And I will tell you as an analyst, when I am assigned to work with a panel of companies, the first thing I do is I pull the financial filings. And I take a look and I say, what message is the income statement and the balance sheet telling me? And after I did that, I was really confused. I was just like, I'm not quite sure I understand this company. It's not clear what's going on. And the deeper I got into the conversation with Rob, I actually had one of those aha moments. And I think that's very critical for people to understand. When you see the market cap, when you see the cash on the balance sheet, when you start to look at this company, I think it's going to surprise you. Rob, take it away.
Thanks, Jason. Well, I'm Rob Fried. I'm the CEO of Chromadex. Ticker symbol is CDXC. Chromadex did approximately $60 million of revenue in 2020. We have about $45 million in cash as of the end of the first quarter. That is sufficient cash for us to be cash flow break even. What Jason was alluding to is Chromadex has a very, very strong and deep patent portfolio on a very unique ingredient called nicotinamide riboside. Nicotinamide riboside is the most effective and efficient precursor to a coenzyme called NAD, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, which is a coenzyme involved in all important metabolic cellular processes, including energy metabolism and cell repair. And we have been in the midst of very aggressive litigation for the last 5 years on one in particular very egregious infringer on our patent. And the company itself is hovering basically cash flow break even. We've been up $1 million, we've been down $1 million in the quarters, but we're spending several $1 million per quarter in this litigation. This litigation should The trial is scheduled for September of this year. Eventually, this thing will come to an end. The facts are very good about it. But that's really why the balance sheet and the income statement is somewhat confusing. The margins for the company have been around 60%. Last quarter, there were 63% gross margins. And as I said, it's a very, very unique molecule. It's probably the most interesting molecule to come around the dietary supplement ingredients in several decades. There have been over 100 peer-reviewed published studies on nicotinamide riboside, 11 clinical studies. And if you go to clinicaltrials.gov, you'll see there are 57 human clinical trials currently in process or having been published on this particular ingredient, nicotinamide riboside.
Rob, I just want to interrupt you on one thing. What is the market cap ballpark on the company?
$400 to $500 million.
Okay, so it's a very serious market cap. You have cash on the balance sheet. You also did mention that litigation to kind of get this IP infringer out of the way will begin in September. How long would that litigation typically take?
The litigation's been going on for 5 years. The trial itself will probably be a 2-year trial.
Yeah, so you might actually have results, and this has been this has been something. First of all, it's been weighing on the income statement. You've been spending money, but with this resolution, it could go away. And of course, you're expecting a favorable outcome.
Yes.
Okay, good. And so, sorry, I interrupted you. I know you were going to get a little bit into the science now of what is it that you have? Is this a prescription pharmaceutical? Is it an over-the-counter? Obviously, IP is really important. Tell me a little bit about what you've got.
We sell it as a dietary supplement. It's called True Niagen. You could buy it on Amazon. You could buy it on our website. It will also be available next month in 3,800 Walmart stores. It's also sold at retail in Hong Kong in Watsons stores, as well as in the UK at Superdrug stores, and in Singapore at Watsons stores. But it's mostly an online endeavor. The molecule itself is interesting. I mean, there are certain disease states where there's... Go ahead.
So just one quick thing. After we spoke, I went on Amazon. I did purchase it, and I think I paid $46 for the bottle. And I think, is that a 30-day or a... I'm not quite... So I don't want to say it's expensive, yes, but it's not $10, right? So how do the margins work on a product like that?
Well, it's very expensive to make nicotinamide riboside. The organic chemistry of combining ribose to nicotinamide and making it stable and making it safe and doing it the proper way is an expensive process. So it's not, we don't see it as a luxury brand, but we see it as a very, very high quality brand because the product that we're offering is uniquely effective. Unlike the vast majority of dietary supplements, this is not something you're going to pee out. This is going to have an immediate physiological impact on your body. And we have numerous clinical studies to prove it. Within 2 hours of taking True Niagen, there will be an elevation in NAD levels at the cellular level. And when you elevate NAD, you increase mitochondrial biogenesis, PARP biogenesis, ATP production, which means the cells are much stronger. They have a greater ability to manage physiological stress, genetic damage, oxidative stress, and also to produce ATP molecules, to produce energy. So you will notice a difference right away. If you take it for 2 months' time, you will notice a dramatic difference in the way the body reacts to physiological stress, heals essentially, and the way that you perform as a body. So it is a real thing, but we sell it as a dietary supplement.
Right. Well, I think every guy, I know I can't speak for everybody, but I can say every guy over 50, you know, you want to get the major difference you see is the time it takes to rebound, right? Your rebound time is longer after physical exertion. And plus, of course, there's mental stress. So it sounds really interesting. Are there, and clearly the fact that you have significant revenues, you're clearly selling this now. How are you getting these revenues today? Through what channel? And how much does Walmart potentially represent to you?
60% of our revenues are e-commerce based. That's our website as well as Amazon. But we also sell at retail in Hong Kong. We did $7 million in wholesale sales to just in Hong Kong alone last year at Watson's. So the penetration rate in Hong Kong and in the Asian region is very high. They're aware of nicotinamide riboside and Tru Niagen much more than they are here. But our plan is to, over time, expand distribution to retail, starting with Walmart. And obviously, the upside potential is there. Look, it's a dietary supplement that improves the way the body ages. It improves cellular response to physiological stress. The World Health Organization defines aging as the accumulation of damage at the cellular and molecular level and the diminished capacity for managing that stress. So what you're doing by elevating NAD is you're strengthening the cell's ability to cope with physiological stress. So the addressable market for a product like that is very, very high. And we see it as our responsibility to make it available to as many people as possible. One of the reasons why the price point is high, is $47, in addition to the fact that it's expensive to make, is that the dosage amount is high. It's 300 milligrams, what you bought, which is what the FDA has approved. We have new dietary ingredient status and graft status approved by the FDA. We don't only have FDA approval, by the way. We have European Food Safety Authority, Australia Health, Canada Health. I mean, this has been a heavily reviewed, studied, analyzed molecule. And the biochemistry community and regulatory bodies in general understand that this is the real deal. But 300, if you took 100 milligrams, it would be significantly less expensive, but still would have a lesser, but still a therapeutic benefit. So we do intend to sell a 1995 version at Walmart, which would be only 100 milligrams per capsule.
Gotcha. You know, one of the things that I hear a lot about, and this is relevant for all of our panelists, is the after effects of people who've had COVID and long haulers disease. And I wonder if, you know, a combination of all of these products might actually change the balance.
Well, Harvard Medical School and Mass General Hospital recently announced that they're doing a study on Tru Niagen and long haulers. This is on clinicaltrials.gov. This is brand new, and they're beginning this study. We have plenty of anecdotal evidence that those long haulers who have experienced COVID are experiencing mitochondrial dysfunction. It's basically fatigue and cognitive fog. And we know that elevating NAD speaks directly to fatigue, cognitive fog, and that. By the way, there are 2 studies that have been published out of Turkey, human phase 2 clinical studies conducted out of Turkey, phase 2 and a phase 3 study, both made public. One with 100 COVID symptomatic patients, another with 300 symptomatic COVID patients. When the remdesivir study was conducted, it revealed statistically significant improvement in the time to recover from symptoms from COVID, approximately 20%, 20 to 24% time to recover on remdesivir. The Turkey study was on a cocktail that included Tru Niagen, where the time to recover in the phase 2 study was 30%, and the time to recover in the phase 3 was 39%. Now, we're not selling a drug, so we can't market this as a drug to treat COVID, but the data is out there. The data is available.
Well, I mean, what's really interesting to me is this wasn't planned. It was just something that I was thinking about, and it turns out you're already there. So very exciting. We're really going to have to watch it. I'll tell you the other reason why I will sometimes wake up feeling exhausted is because I know I was snoring during the evening. And, you know, I'm not the kind of person, I always move around a lot when I'm sleeping. So, you know, CPAP and positive pressure wouldn't work for me. Kirk, what other options would somebody like me have that could end up getting a better restful night? And I will tell you, the greatest defense against COVID is good quality sleep. It is the single most important factor in boosting your immune system. That's very, very clear. So, Kirk, what are my options?
Well, thank you, Jason. Yeah, that's a great segue into the Vivos story. My name is Kirk Huntsman. I am the co-founder and CEO of Vivos Therapeutics. Our trading symbol is VVOS. Our market cap is 120 million. We have, excuse me, we have roughly 38 million on the balance sheet in cash, and our company is bringing to market two important technologies that address the fundamental needs of people with sleep apnea. And the first of those is, there's 1 billion people here on planet Earth that are estimated to have obstructive sleep apnea. And out of those 1 billion people, the vast majority, as much as 80 or 90%, don't even know they have it. And thus they remain undiagnosed and untreated. What our first technology happens to be the result of some technology. I'm holding this in my hand here. This is the functional equivalent of what used to be the in-lab overnight sleep tests, the polysomnograms. We can get statistically equivalent data now out of a single sensor ring device that contains proprietary software and algorithms. This is approved by FDA for both children and adults to test and monitor and establish sleep quality and diagnose obstructive sleep apnea and other sleep conditions.
So that device, I could basically see my doctor, get that device, go home. I don't have to go to a sleep lab somewhere. And I can find out within a day whether I have sleep apnea.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You need two things. You need a cell phone and you need this little ring sensor. And the little ring is going to Bluetooth into your cell phone, get to the app. You're going to go to sleep. You slip this on your finger. You go to sleep. You wake up. You take the ring off. Within 10 minutes, the algorithms in the cloud process it and push the entire report with the full diagnosis over to your healthcare provider. The healthcare practitioner evaluates it, looks at it, gives you a diagnosis. We actually have then a therapeutic product, which is our flagship product, which actually we've brought to market. As you asked me, sort of what's your alternatives for treatment? The second challenge with obstructive sleep apnea patients, the first one being we don't know who has it. Now with this, the costs have gone from $3,000 a night to $3. So each test has now been dramatically reduced with this technology. And Vivos has the exclusive rights. This technology came out of Harvard University's Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. Dr. Robert Thomas and Dr. Cleet Kushida pioneered this years ago. It's been licensed by a company right here in Colorado that they gave us the exclusive license for North America to go through the dental profession, which is how our second appliance, our real therapeutic appliance, comes into play. We actually have the ability to alter the dentition, alter the morphology, the anatomy of the oral cavity, and in so doing, reposition that anatomy so that the airway gets bigger. And as the airway gets bigger, patients don't need to have any interventions for life that you have with CPAP or you have with, let's say, an Inspire Medical Systems implant, or you have with any type of other oral appliance. Our oral appliances do things to open up the airway in about 12 to 24 months for most patients. They can come into treatment and go out of treatment. They start off breathing through a drinking straw that collapses. They end up breathing through a garden hose that doesn't. They look better, they feel better, they have more energy, and all the downstream issues associated with obstructive sleep apnea tend to dissipate.
So what I hear you saying is that the device you're showing me, you've basically created the diagnostic, which kind of opens up the market because the market is dramatically underdiagnosed. A lot of people think I snore, so what, right? But they're not connecting that they're tired, there are all these other symptoms. Maybe they talk about it with their doctor. They're not willing to kind of go to a sleep clinic. So this is another way to say, hey, you have this. Yeah. Once you have it, the doctor is then going to maybe say, hey, I want you to see your dentist, or maybe there's an obstruction. And there's a point at which you're going to be referred into the dentist, who will then say, okay, the second part of this is I have an appliance. Here's what we can do. Here's how we can work with you. Is that right?
Exactly right. So we did a pilot study where we took these little ring devices. We took 5 ring devices and sent them out to 12 of our Vivos trained dentists. They tested 938 patients over a 90-day period. And what we found was 56% of the patients treated with this device actually showed positive for obstructive sleep apnea. Think about that in the general population, because these were random patients going through the hygiene departments of their local dentists. And as they did that, 56% were tested by this little ring to be positive for obstructive sleep apnea. And when they did that, half of those patients went into therapy with our oral appliance therapy, which I have just an example of here, but the half of those patients went into treatment. If you think about that as an indicator or a proxy for what can happen as we roll this technology out, we've only had this for a couple of months and we're still in the process of bringing it to market. But what we're finding is that having the availability of these rings, it initiates the dialogue between the dentist, the patient, and the sleep physician. And once that dialogue gets started and patients realize they have the condition, they want to get treated. They don't want to suffocate. They don't want to go into CPAP. They don't want to have some of these, they don't want to have a surgical resolution or something like an implant or anything like that. So we feel like we have a very strong competitive advantage in a market that is just, I don't know of any medical market.
Talk a little bit now about what is the strategy to commercialize this then? Is it to go out and reach those dentists and say, by the way, start to put out signs within your office. Do you snore at night? You might have sleep apnea. Talk to your dentist. What's the rollout look like? How do you, it sounds like you know a story of execution.
First thing to know is, so the first thing to know is that the American Dental Association came out with a position statement that said that every dental office needs to screen their patients for obstructive sleep apnea. In addition to all the dental conditions, they know and they've recognized that dentists can play an essential role in the patient journey, from understanding that they have the condition, screening and diagnosis, to actually downstream helping that patient and working collaboratively with the physicians to resolve it. So the patient comes into hygiene, the patient gets asked a series of questions, they get handed one of these rings to go home, and multiple nights with multiple people in that family can be tested by this ring. The reports come back in, the profiles are given, the sleep physicians are integrated into the process to make the final diagnosis, the treatment plans are established, the oral appliances are fabricated, treatment begins, and then 12 to 24 months later, treatment ends. With the patient need to have an ongoing treatment the rest of their life.
I would assume this represents a nice chunk of revenue to the dentist and to his practice too.
Yes, this is the single most productive, single most profitable procedure in all of dentistry. A case to a patient is going to be about $8,000 to $9,000, with half of that typically being covered by medical insurance. So the dentist receives the insurance reimbursements. And then in addition to that, the patient will pay out the balance on a fee-for-service basis. And the doctor will have about $3,000 of actual costs. And the balance of that is take-home pay profit for the dentist. So it's very, very lucrative, very profitable. The patients win, the providers win, and Vivos has 80% gross margins. So we have a really nice model with every layer of the economic ladder being very, very incentivized.
And the product is out being commercialized today.
Yeah, we've actually treated about 18,000 patients to date.
Wow. Okay, great. Thank you. So Jeff, I want you to close us up. One of the things that I've always thought about when I think about stem cell therapy, particularly systemic allogeneic stem cell therapy, is you feel really good afterwards. I know that because I've actually had a therapy and it was amazing. I had some wonderful, very positive experiences afterwards. We know that a lot of cell therapies are being developed for a lot of specific indications. Tell me a little bit about how you view your mission at Longeveron. What kind of cell therapy is it, and what are you going after?
Thanks, Jason. I'm the CEO of Longeveron. The ticker symbol is LGVN. We have a market cap of about 100 million. Due to a very recent IPO on NASDAQ, we have $24.5 million on the balance sheet at the end of the first quarter. And that gives us enough cash to last well into the fourth quarter of 2022, which would enable us to hit a number of internal catalysts related to our clinical development pipeline, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But to answer your question, the sole mission of the company, when it was founded about 7 years ago, was to address some very difficult to treat chronic aging-related diseases and disorders like aging frailty and Alzheimer's disease. The overarching goal here is to use the body's endogenous repair mechanism, the very specialized cells that exist in all of our bodies, called medicinal signaling cells, and harness those properties to stimulate the repair and regeneration of damaged tissues and organs that occurs as we age. So really, we're improving health, we're preserving independence, and we're improving the quality of life of patients. So we're solidly in phase 2 or transitioning to phase 2 in 5 indications. And the goal here is we have 3 data readouts over the next 2 quarters, and we'll be initiating 3 new clinical trials this year. We are tackling aging-related disease in both the United States and Japan, 2 of the largest aging demographics in the world. And so we have a very robust pipeline. The product is very well characterized. It's derived from the bone marrow tissue of young, healthy donors between the ages of 18 and 45. So we isolate those very cells that I spoke of earlier, and we'll culture expand them in a facility here in Miami. We have our own manufacturing facility, and they go through a very specialized technique where they expand into the billions of cells, and we can freeze them down and make individual doses, which we've done for our entire clinical program. And Jason, we've treated over 300 people in the last 5 years in our various clinical trials. And one more note is that clinical trials are long and potentially take some time to get through. And they're very restrictive to many people in the population. So we also have a revenue generating open label treatment registry in Nassau, Bahamas, not far from our headquarters. And so we've had that open for about 3 years. And we export our product from Miami into Nassau, Bahamas, where eligible participants receive the treatment at their own expense. And while it's investigational therapy in Bahamas, just as it is the United States, we're permitted to charge a fee there to recoup our expenses.
So what I hear you saying in some ways, I think, I follow Athersys, I follow Mesoblast, they're allogeneic cells, highly selected for certain attributes. But what's exciting for me is Mesoblast just announced 60-day COVID data, COVID-related ARDS, that looks pretty good. Athersys is in 2 pivotal trials, one the US, rest of the world, one in Japan, for the after effects associated with stroke. And Mesoblast is in about to report data around degenerative disc disease, and they've reported some very interesting data in congestive heart failure. This space has been waiting for a win for the last 2 decades. And, for me as an analyst, a key question is when are we going to have a win? But once we put up one win, I wonder if we might not see a paradigm shift where people will suddenly start kind of looking into the space. If that happens, where is Longeveron positioned? And is your IP strong enough to kind of withstand the test so that you can be a player in this space?
So you brought up Athersys, and that's a good example. So they're doing stroke trials in both the United States and Japan. We have just completed our phase 1 Alzheimer's program, and we got some very exciting data in that program. And it's striking to see that in a small trial designed to show safety, we showed a delay in progression of disease according to the mini mental state exam. So that program is, as we speak, transitioning to a phase 2 trial. So if we see a company like Athersys, who's a little bit further ahead of us in a neurodegenerative type of indication, get a win in their phase 2-3 program, which are both in Japan and the US, I think that's going to benefit not only Longeveron, but the field as well, especially for these very difficult diseases where there's questions about how you can do a peripheral IV transplant of allogeneic cells and have a neuroregenerative effect in the brain. And so we're going to see some results coming out shortly that I think are external catalysts that would raise the boat for all of the companies like Longeveron and others who are in related fields. So,
Rob, we could see from Chromadex how important IP is. You feel confident in your IP, Jeff?
Yeah, we can't patent the cell itself, as you know, Jason, but there is a portfolio of patents around Longeveron's methods of use, which are under prosecution across the world. As more clinical data comes in from our clinical studies, we take that information and we continue to file new and expanded patents. For example, in our Alzheimer's program, we're now working on the patent applications for the potency assays that are specific to that disease using the clinical data that we're getting out of that program. And so there have been a handful of other groups who have tried to treat cognitive decline or Alzheimer's disease, but generally they're using autologous therapy. They're using the cells from the patient who's got the disease. And so Longeveron's differentiation there is that we're not doing that. We're taking the young, adult, healthy cells from the donors and using that as our technology platform to try to suppress the neuroinflammation.
It's not pursuing integration, it's pursuing the trophic effect, which I think makes the most sense when we look at this space.
And it facilitates the commercial scale up as well because we're using an allogeneic product versus autologous.
No doubt. And then what a huge differentiator this is versus, say, CAR T, right? Where you can never get away from the very high autologous costs. Gentlemen, I'd like you all to kind of shape up one parting comment for me. So, Rob, why should I be buying Chromadex stock today?
If you're a person that's interested in improving the way your body ages, then you should be a person interested in at least looking at the Chromadex stock.
Right. And you, by the way, I love your passion. You strike me as a very serious guy, multiple analysts covering this company, $500 million market cap. And we could be on the verge of seeing the company become cash flow positive, in the period ahead. So something that I find attractive as an analyst. Kirk, you're about to kind of break into a whole new market. The whole idea of dealing with sleep apnea in the dentist's office is really something new. I could tell you, I have a brother who's a veterinarian, and he's always looking for the next hook, right? Because as a veterinarian, the way you make money is on the extra services you provide. So I have to think that just from the point of view of the provider, that this becomes a very attractive business, plus your patients become happier.
Yeah, so look, I think if you breathe or you sleep or you want to breathe and sleep better, and you want to just really think about what it takes to do that, Vivos has an amazing technology that is unprecedented, unparalleled, and is helping thousands of patients around the world with their sleep apnea. We're playing in a huge market. We're a newcomer on the block, but everybody who hears this is going to hear about Vivos very soon. We're gonna make a big splash because we have that kind of disruptive technology.
Jeff, one of the things that I've always found attractive about cell therapy is risk reward, right? Seems to me to be very safe. Boy, Alzheimer's is an unmet medical need. What parting comment would you give me to kind of think about the company?
We cannot escape the inevitable stem cell decline and corresponding rise of chronic disease. We can't escape it due to the physiology of our bodies. So there is not a person over the age of 65 that does not want to see a company like Longeveron succeed in using a donor cell that's responsible for repair and regeneration show benefit in people over the age of 65 who are suffering from chronic disease. It's the tool that geriatricians are missing.
My biggest problem as an analyst is I now want to sign up for each of your products, right?
Let's do it.
Seems very exciting. Thanks, guys. This was a great panel. appreciate it. I'm going to turn it back to our host, Spencer.
Thank you very much. And Jeff Green, don't go too far. Jeff's going to be back in about 20 minutes for his next keynote. And there was a couple questions for Kirk. I just want to tell you all, we don't have time for questions now, obviously, but Kirk will be presenting tomorrow on the, let me pull it up here, at 4:10 Eastern time on the Disruption Innovation track. So I saw a couple questions for Kirk. We don't have time for it now, but if you tune in tomorrow on the Disruptive Innovation track at 4:10, you can ask Kirk your questions. All right, let's bring on our next speaker here. Myron Holubiak is the president and CEO at Sidious Pharmaceuticals. If the chat, if social media chatter is any indication, we seem to have a lot of people that are very interested in this company. So Myron, good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Spencer. Good catching up with you, too.
Yeah, good catching up. All right, let's go ahead and share your screen. I see it up there. There we go. I'm going to turn the floor over to you. Tell us about Sidious.
Thanks, Spence. Thanks very much. I'll put up the standard disclaimer statement, but there's, as you notice, I've highlighted some things. So please, if anybody's interested in investing in Sidious, we strongly encourage you to view our company's filings. And just this morning, we filed our 10Q and also an 8K with a press release that was filed today. So a lot of the material that I'll be discussing, some of you may not have been familiar with because we've updated a lot of information. And the company itself, the name comes from Sidious Altius Fortius, which is the Olympic motto, and of course ours means faster. And the reason we chose that name and kept the name even after we merged, it has to do with the speed with which we develop products and the strategic decision that we made to pursue 505(b)(2) products initially. So that's where the company started. We've added to that strategy. We now are looking at a lot of the interesting opportunities. We currently have 4 active programs, and our lead asset is in finalizing phase 3. And you can see there's a little description there, but I'll get into more details shortly. All the markets are very large. And the products are unique. So we had a strategy of 505(b)(2), which are usually substances that have been in man before. But one of our criteria was that it had to be completely unique. So it had to be a first and only. And in this case, we have a market. We call it CRBSI, stands for catheter-related bloodstream infections. That market is well over $2 billion worldwide today. I'll get into more detail shortly. The ARDS market, whether it's associated with COVID-19 or not, is fairly large. It's 250,000 incidents here in the United States, over 500,000 around the world with no real therapy available. Then there's tissue expander, TEs, tissue expander infection. And the great story here is that post-mastectomy, women who decide to have breast implants later frequently use a tissue expander in that intervening time period, and the infection rate there is very high, even with current standard of care antibiotics. So we've decided to tackle that as well. And then finally, when we merged with Sidious, they had a prescription product being developed for a hemorrhoid market, which initially we didn't think we'd be interested in, but once we learned more about the prevalence of hemorrhoids, particularly grade 2 and 3, and the fact that there are no prescription products that have been approved by the FDA, we decided this is a very important opportunity. We have a great team here. I'll show you their history. We've just added to that team. And our advisors really are the opinion leaders, whether we're talking about the bloodstream infection, infectious disease market, or pulmonology with ARDS, and also breast surgery with our tissue expander product, infection prevention product. We're extremely well funded. That's part of what we filed this morning, has brought everybody up to date on our finances. And both my partner and I, Leonard Mazer, who many of you may know, have invested over $26 million in the company ourselves. So you know that we believe in what we're doing. These are, to me, I'm going to focus on the 7 and 10 pin. These are the executives of the company, with Leonard and me being the original founders, Jamie being our CFO, as well as others. But Dr. Chutchman, and here's a Dr. Myron Chutchman that it's the only company you'll ever see with two Myrons in the executive group. And Ilana Allen, who recently joined us, are two that I'm going to focus on a little bit. Chutchman is our chief medical officer. He's exec VP. He recently came to us as from being vice president of clinical research and development in lymphoma at Celgene. And prior to that, he was at the Roswell Park Comprehensive Center, and he was chief of the lymphoma service. He's published a lot of articles, and he's taken over as chief medical officer, as well as helping us direct our efforts in the areas that we're intending to develop. Ilana joined us very recently. She's got a lot of experience in investor relations and corporate communications. She's helped us even with this presentation that you're looking at right now. She has an excellent background and has accomplished a lot in her career. These are our active programs. You see Mino-Lok there. It treats central venous line infections. Again, I'll get into detail shortly. It is in phase 3. It's actually a very late phase 3, and we're ready to do another drug monitoring review. Again, I'll get into detail shortly. Halo-Lido is our prescription therapy for hemorrhoids. We're in a PIND phase. We're ready to file the IND. We're awaiting the FDA's response, which should come any day now, in terms of some specificity around the endpoints, as well as the run-in period to do the trial. But we feel it's all in very good shape, and we'll have an IND shortly, and we'll start our phase 2B trial this year. Mino-Rap is the product I was alluding to relative to preventing the infections associated with tissue expanders post mastectomy. We've had a PIND discussion with the FDA. We probably will file our IND early next year. I think we've tried to get that in this year, but we've had to respond to the FDA communications as to what the model needs to be. And then finally, more recently, in last September, we got involved with a gene development company, gene editing company, Novelis, and we formed the sub, which we're calling Novocyte. And we've already started a lot of work on our what we call induced mesenchymal stem cells, and I'll spend a little bit of time on there. That IND should be filed early next year. Mino-Lok is our lead product. You can see a picture of it. It's 2 vials. One vial contains minocycline. The other vial has a combination of disodium EDTA dissolved in alcohol. And this is an antibiotic lock therapy. It's for salvaging catheters that cause bloodstream infections, particularly in vulnerable populations. The problem with central venous lines, particularly in cancer patients and hemodialysis patients, is they frequently become infected. And when they do, they're very life-threatening. So we have about 7 million central lines implanted every year in the United States, and up to around 450 to 500,000 can lead to serious bacteremias. And they're associated with 12 to 25% mortality and morbidity. It costs a lot of money to deal with the CLABSI. I'm using CLABSI and CurbSI interchangeably. They're slightly different, but for our purposes, we can consider them to be the same. But the DRGs and bundled payment system is somewhere in the $50,000 range, and of that, about $10,000 is used for removing and replacing the catheter. Those are 2 separate procedures. And that's where our product comes in. So Mino-Lok would be the first and the only therapy under investigation that could be used to sterilize and salvage an infected catheter, avoiding all the complications, the tremendous discomfort and costs of removing and replacing an infected catheter. So that's what this program's all about. A little background on the R&R complications is there's infectious complications. They occur 26% of patients. Mechanical. The catheter breaks, the tip is misplaced or something like that. That's 5 to 19%. and thrombotic. So you get a blood clot 2 to 26% of the time. And below you see all the sources for this information. But on this slide, I want to draw your attention to this physical and psychological symptom burden that also is presented by CLABSIs. Well over a half to 2/3 of patients do report that they have significant physical and psychological symptoms associated with catheter removal and reinsertion. And that was a study that we did alongside with MD Anderson. MD Anderson actually did the study. We helped fund it. And that is something that's new information that people are not yet really aware of. With us, it's quite different. Instead of removing and replacing, you basically leave the catheter in, and what you do is you sterilize the catheter. So you fill it up with our solution. The solution sits for 2 hours. So for 2 hours, it's dwelling in the catheter. It is locked. It does not drip into the human body. At the end of those 2 hours, it's aspirated and discarded. You flush the line with saline, and you reinstitute the venous line. This is done for 5 to 7 days. So 2 hours, 5 to 7 days. And to date, we've been 100% successful in salvaging the catheter. This is our phase 2B trial results. And this is a 90-patient study. The control arm was remove and replace. So a brand new catheter was introduced. That therefore microbiologic eradication, as you can see in this line, is the same. But you also notice there's a quicker relapse in the new catheter. But I draw your attention here, though, more importantly, the complication rate is in the 18% range. And there's a variety of things that happen here. And these could be severe adverse events. There's different kinds of complications that occur. These patients are relatively the same relative to the bacteremia experience. Our patients actually in our arm were a little bit sicker. We had more ICU admission and more mechanical ventilators than the control arm did. But nevertheless, we were very impressed with that. We took this to the FDA. They also were impressed. And they've authorized our phase 3 study. However, they did ask us to compare it to standard of care antibiotic locks, which is what this trial is. And this is the trial that we're doing right now. What we're looking for right now is the difference between, we call it time to catheter failure. It's basically a standard metric. And we're looking at 21 versus 38 days in a 42-day week period. 6 weeks is the test of cure. We think we're doing great. We're well along in this particular trial, and we're ready to go for our superior efficacy analysis that'll happen this quarter. Here is our timeline, and actually I'm going to update this from the date that I have on here. But you can see here we sit in the second quarter, and our drug monitoring committee meeting will happen in the second quarter. At that time, we expect to get one of two answers or directions. One of them being stop the trial, you've proven your point, which we have our fingers crossed on that. The second one is everything's going fine. Again, this is efficacy as well as safety, and we're trying to prove superiority. So this is a superiority trial. And in that case, we may have to take this further to the end, but we're well over 80% of the patients right now. So we expect some good news happening this quarter. If not, we'll have to extend it a little bit. But we do expect that this year the trial will be completed. The market opportunity is huge. While, as I mentioned earlier, it was somewhere in the 450 to 500,000 prevalence rate here in the United States. Worldwide, it's much greater. The infection rate is measured, the metric is how many infections per 1,000 catheter days. We brought that down here in the United States to 1.2 per 1,000. The rest of the world, particularly China and India, are somewhere in the 6 to 8 per 1,000. So you see that this is dramatically needed in the rest of the world. And we think that, we finally have a solution that really hasn't worked very well. Antibiotic locks, which I alluded to as our control in the study, don't work that well. And the reason is that the organisms form a biofilm, and that biofilm is very resistant to antibiotics. Our intellectual property takes us to 2036. It's held by University of Texas, MD Anderson Cancer Center, where we license the product worldwide. And there's a series of patents that protect the IP. Regulatory protection, we have qualified infectious disease product. We have fast track designation. We also get some supplemental protection in the EU. So this product has at least 16 years, but certainly 10 years of protection. The only other product that's being developed here is Cormedix, which we expect will be soon launched. But Cormedix is very different. We are for treatment. You use us when the catheter is infected and the patient has bacteremia. Cormedix is used when there is no infection, and it would be used in hemodialysis patients only thus far today. So the summary of Minaloc, which again is our lead product, it treats catheter-related bloodstream infections. It penetrates biofilm. It eradicates the bacteria. It salvages the catheter. And people are highly dependent on these lines, so it's a very important thing. We expect to be indicated as adjunctive therapy for the treatment of CRBSI, and we have worldwide rights for a long time. Another area that we're working in is with the mesenchymal stem cells. As I alluded to, Citius has partnered with Novellus, which is a gene engineering company in Cambridge, and we formed a sub, and that sub is working on developing mesenchymal stem cells for the treatment of acute respiratory distress. Here's why we fell in love with this and the compelling advantages that our cells have. We use a synthetic messenger RNA cell reprogramming process to create our pluripotent stem cells. Most other people are using donor-derived cells that have their own issues relative to supply and also potency. So we have a clonal iPSC master cell bank. It's a consistent cell source. So there's no batch-to-batch variation. It's footprint-free. There are no viral vectors. We don't use that. Again, we're using a synthetic mRNA process. It's fairly rapid production. It takes 4 weeks for us to differentiate the pluripotent stem cell into a mesenchymal stem cell. We call them IMSC because these are induced from pluripotent stem cells, not donor-derived. We have greater expansion ability. Ours can expand 70-time population doublings compared to something in the 10, 12, 15 area for donor-derived cells. We've shown that we have higher levels of secretion of many immunomodulatory proteins compared to donor-derived. And they will be allogeneic, so they'll be off the shelf. They'll be supplied in frozen, ready-to-use mini bags. We're using it in ARDS, primarily associated with coronavirus right now. I think you're all familiar with ARDS. It basically is very destructive. It causes damage to the epithelium of the lung, and mesenchymal stem cells have shown some promise here. This is why we think we have an advantage. Our IMSCs, again, the synthetic derived iPSC-derived cells compared to bone marrow-derived cells have huge advantages when it comes to the secretome itself. Again, this is in vitro data. But we've done a sheep study, and this is the result of that. We have very strong beneficial effect using our IMSCs on sheep models that have acute lung injury where we've induced ARDS. So this is very indicative that we have something exceptional on our hands. So the description will be allogeneic, iPSC-derived induced mesenchymal stem cells, very high potency, footprint-free. There's no viruses used. They're clonal cells. They're telomere restored, meaning they have more population. We believe they're superior MSCs. They'll be available to treat acute inflammatory respiratory conditions. Here's the timetable on that. Right now, we still have to do some work. We're involved in our preclinical studies right now and some of the in vitro work. We expect the IND to be filed early next year.
I'm about to do something that will make me very unpopular, but I'm going to jump in here, Myron. We're up against the clock.
Okay.
There was a lot of questions. I think he actually answered most of them. There was a lot of questions about timelines, and if you weren't paying attention or if you missed it, just rewind the stream back 10 minutes. There was a great slide up on timelines, so check that out if you missed it. We got a lot of questions about the offering this morning. Those via selling shareholders. I don't know if you want to speak to that very briefly as far as what you'll be using that for, but after that, we got to wrap up.
Okay, fine. Let me jump to that. And we did have a fairly good raise this year, and we now have roughly $104 million in the bank. That's enough to take care of all the programs that I've just described to you. The offering, there was no offering. What we basically did was register some warrants that needed to be registered. We're not planning on doing any more offerings in the near term, unless we have an opportunity that requires it. We do have to increase our common stock as well as some stock options. We're starting to hire a few people, as was described. So this is the cap table as what was reported this morning. I think we're in the roughly $300 million market cap range, and we're trading at just above $2. So, why should you invest? We have unmet medical needs. We got a very attractive, diversified portfolio. Our research partnership is primarily with MD Anderson Cancer Center and 2 of the programs that we're doing, and with Novelis on the stem cells. Lots of milestones are anticipating. We're very near the end on our major product. A lot of seasoned executives with a very successful track record. So that's what Citius is. We hope you consider it. We don't have any plans to do any raises in the very near future.
Myron Holubiak is the president and CEO of Citius Pharmaceuticals. A lot of people are here just to hear you speak. Myron, thanks so much. It was a pleasure to catch up, and just to give everyone some backstory. Myron, I went to kindergarten with Myron's son, so we go way, way back. And I'm not saying that makes me an expert in Citius, but I'm not saying it doesn't either. It's my point. All right, Myron, thanks a lot.
Thanks very much.
All
Thank you.
Those of you that are here just to hear Myron speak, do me a quick favor and hit that like button. Subscribe to Benzinga. We're doing a giveaway when we're going to hit our 100,000 subscriber on YouTube sometime in the next week or so. And when we do that, we'll be giving away some free stock and some other expensive things. So subscribe to Benzinga on YouTube, hit the like button, and we're going to move this thing right along to our very next presentation here. Who's here in the green room in the background? There he is right there. Jeff Green is the CEO of Longeveron, ticker LGVN. Jeff, good to see you again. Let's bring up your presentation. I'm going to do that right now. There it is. And the floor is yours, sir. Oh, you're on mute, though. Got to unmute yourself. Let's try. Okay. There we go. That's better. All right, we got you. We got you back. So let's get those slides back, and we can go right into it.
You can hear me okay?
Yep, I hear you great.
All right, super.
All right.
Okay, thanks. Longeveron, LGVN.
Can we go make it in presentation mode?
On my screen, it's in presentation mode.
Interesting. Okay.
No?
No, not in presentation mode on our screen. I mean on the PowerPoint. That's what I mean on the PowerPoint. If you go, yep, right there. Perfect. Let's see what that did. We just had it before. Anyway, we can still see it though, so let's keep on rolling.
Okay, we are a leader in the cell therapy and regenerative medicine field, clinical stage company with an advanced clinical pipeline for aging-related diseases and life-threatening conditions. And those include aging frailty, Alzheimer's disease, the metabolic syndrome, ARDS, which the previous caller just spoke about, and hypoplastic left heart syndrome, which is the one exception to the rule of sort of chronic aging-related disorders. Our lead product is called Lomacel B. It's a proprietary allogeneic medicinal signaling cell, and it's made from the bone marrow tissue that's donated from young, healthy adults. And we manufacture that here at Longeveron in our GMP cell processing facility. We have significant near-term trial results coming in 3 different trials, a phase 1 program in hypoplastic left heart syndrome. And then we have probably two of the most advanced phase 2 trials in the world right now for an intervention, a regenerative medicine intervention for aging frailty. Both of those trials, both U.S. trials, will have data readouts in the 3rd quarter of this year. And then we intend to initiate 3 new phase 2 trials in the second half of 2021. Alzheimer's disease, aging frailty trial in Japan, and then the phase 2 program for HLHS is beginning. And finally, we have a revenue-generating treatment registry in Nassau, Bahamas, where we can export our product into Nassau under the approval of the Ministry of Health, and eligible participants can get treated there at one of 2 private hospitals that we've partnered with for a variety of indications, and it's considered investigational therapy in the Bahamas as well. So let's, talk about cell therapy for chronic diseases. Aging is the #1 risk factor for the development of chronic disease and degenerative conditions. And there are specialized cells within all of our bodies that are known as medicinal signaling cells. And these cells are responsible for the repair and regeneration of damaged tissues and organs. The problem is we have an adequate supply of these when we're young, but as we age, there is a decline in not only the number of them, but the potency of them as well. And so we're taking donor-derived MSCs with the purpose of developing a safe and effective off-the-shelf cell therapy to improve healthy lifespan or healthy aging. As you can see on the left, this is what I was talking about. This graph on the left represents the concentration of these specialized cells in our bone marrow when we're young, and you see that precipitous decline as we age. There is stem cell exhaustion, there is cellular senescence or an increase in zombie cells, mitochondrial dysfunction, and this all leads to chronic systemic sterile inflammation. This fall in stem cell potency and number very clearly coincides with the rise of chronic disease and inflammation. So by the age of 65, 50% of us, unfortunately, are going to have at least one chronic disease. So our product, called Lomecel-B, we take those cells from young, healthy donors. They're isolated from the bone marrow. They're culture expanded in our GMP clean rooms here in Miami. And then we use a very strict process for testing and selecting these cells to create the doses that we're using in our clinical trials. So we have had an excellent safety profile with over 300 patients treated to date. These are simple to freeze and store, prepare, and administer. It's about a 40-minute outpatient infusion. They can be delivered either systemically or locally. They home to sites of tissue damage and inflammation, and they are not perceived by the host as foreign because they're considered immunoprivileged or immunoevasive. And they have a very long half-life, cryogenically preserved for many years. These cells home to sites of tissue damage, and they promote healing and tissue repair through a secretory effect. It's called a paracrine effect. The reason why they're called medicinal signaling cells is because of this multimodal mechanism of action in the microenvironment. Once they're transplanted into the host, they release bioactive molecules that are anti-inflammatory and stimulate the repair mechanism. There are exosomes or cargo vesicles released that have chemical cargoes in them that are bioactive molecules. And then there are interactions between both the endogenous stem cells as well as the somatic cells, and all of it combines to have a beneficial repair effect on the microenvironment where there's damaged tissue and inflammation. I'm going to jump to some of the research program. I'm going to highlight some of the research that we're doing at Longeveron in these fields of neurodegeneration, aging and immunosenescence, and the congenital heart defects. This is a snapshot of the company's pipeline. So as you can see, we have a very robust program ongoing, particularly in the United States, with many trials transitioning from phase 1 to phase 2 or concluding phase 2. So we're deep into the clinical pipeline, and these transitions are value-creating events that are happening with this company. As you can see, we have a very robust aging frailty program, and I'll get into that in a little bit, but it's ongoing in both the United States and Japan. We've just recently finished the phase 1 program for Alzheimer's disease, and that's some very exciting data in phase 1, and it's transitioning to phase 2. You can see here we have had almost every single program we've ever launched in the United States has had some form of extramural funding provided by a state or federal granting agency or a nonprofit organization like the Alzheimer's disease. And just down below on this slide, as you can see, is the program in the Bahamas, where we are permitted to treat eligible patients with frailty, dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and osteoarthritis. We're using cell therapy in Alzheimer's disease to target neuroinflammation. It's very obvious that a chronic pro-inflammatory state appears requisite in Alzheimer's disease. And in preclinical animal models that are published in the literature, we see that MSCs can cross the blood-brain barrier. They do result in a decrease in the pro-inflammatory cytokines and an increase in the anti-inflammatory cytokines. There's also evidence to suggest they improve immune functioning, they promote neurogenesis, and they improve endothelial or blood vessel functioning. So our goal is to explore whether targeting inflammation may prevent and or reverse the clinical progression of Alzheimer's disease. So we had very positive phase 1 results. In the trial that was designed to show safety, it was very safe and well tolerated. But what was striking is that in the one of the assessments of cognitive decline, which you see on the screen here to your right, this graph, the mini mental state exam, we saw with a low dose Lomecel-B had a slowed progression of decline of cognitive function.
Jeff, I'm going to jump in here because I don't think your slides are updating on our screen.
Okay.
So can you try stop sharing, and then we'll reshare it, and let's see if that does the trick. Because
Sure.
I hear you, but I don't see what you're referring to.
Okay. So you can see me.
I can see you.
Okay, I'm going to hit the share button at the bottom.
Yep, and then share you want to share your full screen, not just the individual file. Let's see if that does the trick.
Does that work?
Now we're in business.
You can see my screen?
Yep, we're in business.
So none of the slides advanced throughout the last.
No, just the last couple.
Okay. Well, this is an important slide, so I'm glad you fixed that for me. So this green line is the change in mini mental state exam score for the low dose Lomecel-B treated group compared to the placebo group, which is the red line. So we see a statistically significant difference in change in score at 13 weeks and again at 39 weeks in favor of Lomecel-B, where the placebo group declined nearly 6 points by the end of the year, while the Lomecel-B treated group largely stayed, fairly flat until getting towards 39 to 52 weeks. So a small study, of course, and not designed for efficacy or powered for efficacy, but striking nonetheless in terms of showing a slowed progression of disease, and I think very supportive of the fact that we are transitioning this program into a phase 2 trial. Talking about Lomecel-B for aging frailty, our goal here really is to improve health, independence, and quality of life. Frailty is an age-associated decline in reserve and function across multiple physiologic symptoms, and it's characterized by weakness and slowing down and weight loss and sarcopenia, low activity levels. And you can see this graph. There's the normal aging, and you start to see just a gradual decline in performance. But then there's this subgroup over the age of 65 who age very poorly and enter a period of frailty and are on a fast path to disability. And so geriatricians, the subspecialty of geriatric medicine really exists for the treatment of frailty, for the treatment and prevention of frailty. They do not have anything in the toolbox to manage this syndrome. So this little snapshot is from the American Geriatric Society, and it is the guidance document that's used for management of frailty. And you can see that the only thing that they recommend once you're clinically apparently frail is, unfortunately, it's just a lifestyle modification. They're telling you to go to your physical therapist and go see a nutritionist. There just isn't anything available for these doctors to treat this issue. And you've got over 8 million people in the United States alone who are considered frail, with another 24 million who are showing early signs of frailty. We have a very robust program trying to work on a solution for aging frailty, and we're in 2 of the largest elderly markets in the world, US and Japan. So on the left side of the screen in the center, we have these 2 US phase 1 or phase 1/2 and 2b trials that have just completed in the first quarter and are going to have data readouts in the third quarter of this year. So in these 2 trials, the objectives were, can Lomecel-B improve vaccine response, influenza vaccine response in aging frailty patients? And in the larger 150 subject trial is, can Lomecel-B improve exercise tolerance and mobility? Why are we choosing exercise and tolerance and mobility? It's because we know that those endpoints are predictive of clinical outcomes like mortality and hospitalization. So the slower and the worse you get with physical function, the higher the likelihood is that you're going to have a poorer clinical outcome. And the opposite exists if you start to improve. So those are the endpoints we're measuring in our trials. And then finally, we have been approved by the Japanese PMDA to initiate a phase 2 trial in Japan for the same indication, and that's expected to start in the second half of this year. And it's largely the same design as the one we're working on in the United States. Just a snapshot of some preliminary data we got out of our phase 1 influenza vaccine trial in frailty patients. We took some pooled data from the phase 1 and what was available for the phase 2. And what I want to show you here, and what I want to point out, is that this is the result of the 6-minute walk distance test. How far can you walk in 6 minutes in meters? And you can see that they're very close together at screening and baseline. The blue line is Lomecel-B treated patients. By 6 months, you've got approximately a 75-meter difference in patients treated with Lomecel-B compared to patients treated with placebo. And so again, we're enthusiastic about this because it is the primary endpoint of our larger phase 2 trial, and it's also predictive of clinical outcomes in this patient population. Switching away for a second on aging-related conditions, we have a program for a very rare pediatric congenital heart defect known as hypoplastic left heart syndrome. In this situation, it's a congenital heart defect that affects about 1,000 babies a year. There is no treatment for it other than reconstructive surgery. It's 100% fatal without surgery and still highly fatal at 3 years with surgery. So we are injecting Lomecel-B directly into the right ventricle during the second surgery, which happens about age 2 to 3 years old. During what's called the Glenn operation. The point here is to see if we can an injection of Lomecel-B can repair and regenerate cardiac tissue and therefore improve the ventricular function of these babies in order to help them survive and keep them away from what is often the outcome, which is a heart transplant. So in that program, we have completed phase 1. And it was very well tolerated with no serious major cardiac events reported. And the data, the exploratory efficacy data from that trial is coming out in this quarter. The phase 2 trial is nearly underway. It's being sponsored by the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute. And we expect to initiate treatment in that trial early in the second half of 2021. So in terms of near-term catalysts, you can see here the blue circles are related to the release of data. So we've got 3 more data releases over the next 2 quarters. And then the green circles are related to the approximate initiation of 3 phase 2 trials that are going to go on in the United States and Japan. We have a robust intellectual property and barrier to competition program. We have a suite of company-owned patent applications that are related to allogeneic MSCs and their methods of use primarily. We have a proprietary manufacturing process that we have in-house here. We do not outsource our manufacturing, and we never have. We have a suite of licensed patent applications related to a subpopulation of MSCs, which we would put into context with what Lomecel-B, this would maybe be a next generation Lomecel-B. And then, of course, we would take advantage of any type of statutory exclusivity that would be offered related to a BLA approval or an orphan drug approval that would be offered to us as part of our development program. So in summary, we have cell-based therapies with a well-developed MSC product that's treated over 300 subjects thus far. The focus is on aging-related chronic disease and life-threatening conditions. We have our own state-of-the-art GMP facility, very stringent manufacturing and quality control, safe and well tolerated to date, and very good supportive early clinical efficacy data that's now feeding a robust clinical pipeline. We generate revenue through our Bahamas treatment program, and there are, as you just saw, significant value inflection milestones over the next several quarters. And I did not get into our management team, but we have a very solid, proven executive scientific and manufacturing group here at Longeveron. And I want to thank you for listening to the story.
All right, Jeff Green, CEO of Longeveron. Jeff, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move this thing right along, but before I bring on our next speaker, I just want to do a quick reminder that we're giving away free subscription, lifetime subscription to Benzinga Pro and to a couple of our premium newsletters. If you, what happened to my screen share? Let's bring up my screen share here so y'all can see what I'm looking at. One second. Where's my screen share? There's my screen share. All right. If you scan this code on your phone from Slido, answer these questions. We are randomly selecting respondents to these questions and we've already given away one lifetime subscription today. We're going to be giving away more throughout the day. We've got a couple hours left here on day one of this global small cap conference. This is the only question that I actually, selfishly kind of care about. The rest of it is kind of fun, but this is the one that I really want to know. Do you feel comfortable returning to in-person conferences this year? Speaking for myself, having attended many a Benzinga conference, they are a blast, and I can't wait to return to in-person conferences. Virtual is fun, but let's be honest, in-person is more fun. So let me know what you think. Be very curious to see people's willingness to do that or not do that. All right, let's bring on our next speaker here. We are only 5 minutes behind schedule, which is frankly a victory unto itself. And I'm going to bring on Chris Capri from Second Skies Forex. Chris, how we doing today?
Very good. And yourself?
Dude, it's a turnaround Thursday, man. Stocks are up. What's that about? I didn't know that was allowed to happen. But apparently,
I was actually talking about it with some of my members this morning that when the VIX was kind of scaling up the last few days, that was going to put implied volatility pressure on stocks, and that we were kind of going to see a reprieve today, and that's pretty much what happened. VIX fell off today, so I said, hey, if VIX falling down, then you should see stocks up on the day.
Unless you own energy or Tesla. All right, let me hop off. Let me hop off, and I'll let you.
Tesla, would you?
Wait, no. All right, I'm gonna hop out of here and let you do your thing.
Fantastic. Okay, so do share screen and all right, we should be, it's looking a little flickery. That's weird. Is it flickering on your end? Whoa. I've never seen that before. Hold on one second.
That's really weird. Try stopping. Try to stop share and then reshare it.
Let me close that PowerPoint down and then re-bring it back up just in case it's the PowerPoint. I don't think it is. That was weird. It might
I don't know, glitch in the matrix or something. I don't know.
Seriously. Okay, reloading and there we go. Okay, so that's done, and now let's go back to StreamYard.
Yeah, much better.
Okay, so we're good?
We're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Sweet. Fantastic. So my name is Chris Capri. I'm the head trader at Second Skies Trading. My presentation is about healthcare trends and how to trade them. So first off, I'm not a healthcare professional. Most of the speakers that I've been speaking today, and there's been some great speakers, I've really enjoyed listening to them. And it really leaves me optimistic about the future of medicine, the future of healthcare, and the directions that things are going. I am not a healthcare professional. I'm a trader by design. Even though I studied neuroscience and could understand many of the presentations that were happening before us, I'm not a healthcare professional. But what I do have is a unique set of skills that I have acquired over a long career. And so I've been trading for 21 years. This is just my brief shameless plug as a slide here. And so I was a former broker on Wall Street, so I have institutional experience, traded for a hedge fund, and we've had Second Skies for now 14 years. So I'm going to be coming in this presentation with an approach of, hey, after examining hundreds of stocks in the healthcare space, where do I see some of the really solid opportunities? And I'm going to be referencing that in the backdrop of the current market environment that we are experiencing. So with that being said, in terms of how I am making my decisions and how I make my trading decisions in the healthcare space, the bottom line for me is flows are king. And what do I mean by flows? I'm talking about order flow. So the bottom line is that the most proximate driver of a stock price moving up or down is going to be whether there are flows to the buy side or to the sell side, and whatever is more dominant. If there's more dominant flows to the buy side, that stock is going to go up in price. If the flows are more dominant to the sell side, that stock is going to go down in price. If there are more institutions and hedge funds and dark pool, activity going on in that stock to the buy side, it's going to go up in price. And if it's to the downside, it's going to go down in price. So in the end, regardless of the technology, regardless of the marketing and everything like that, if the money's not coming in, that stock's going to go nowhere. If the money's coming in and it's in balance to the buy side, that stock's going to go up in price. And so that is super, super important that we understand it. And that's the frame of reference that I am talking about these particular stocks that I think present good opportunities for Q2, Q3, and Q4, basically for the rest of 2021. I'm not talking beyond the horizon of 2021. I don't know what the market's going to be like in a year from now. And I am not interested in speculating that far ahead. Things seem to change on a year-to-year basis. Just look at the markets in 2020 versus 21, totally different. So I'm looking at this from the scope of today to the end of the year. What do I see as some of the top trades that I'd be interested in getting in right now? So all my decisions are based on flows. Option flows is key. Option dealers are the biggest. Option dealers and market makers are some of the most active players in the markets through hedging every single day, and the dynamic flows that they receive and have to hedge, they're very active in the markets. Therefore, their flows matter. I'm going to be talking and sharing about some of the dark pool activity that's going on in some of these stocks in terms of how many shares these stocks are being bought up in dark pools. And then I'm going to be talking about strength during and versus weakness. So if you have been trading very actively the last few days and weeks and months since late February this year, you notice the markets have been struggling. And there's no way around that. And so there has been weakness in the markets. And this is where, when you see weakness in the markets, that's a time period where you tend to see a kind of this separation between what has underlying strength and what does not. And so if markets are pulling back a little bit, but yet certain stocks are at their highs or are posting new 52-week highs or all-time highs, then they're diverging from that temporary weakness. They're showing strength regardless of the overall market weakness. And that separates them from the other players. And so those are ones that I have isolated after looking over hundreds and hundreds of stocks. And we've come up with what I think are 8 potential trade ideas in the healthcare space. That doesn't mean that any of these presenters today don't present trade ideas. I'm not saying that at all. There's too many there to review or anything like that. I'm just looking at the ones that are really separating themselves right now and that are showing potential trade ideas for the rest of 2021. Okay, so with that being said, these are, we're going to start at the kind of top, kind of the meta index for the healthcare space, and then we're going to move into some of the players inside that. So the meta index is kind of like the overall index for that particular space, the largest being XLV, that's the Healthcare Spider Select. So 25 billion assets, 63 holdings in it. Average daily volume, 11.3 million, which is pretty solid for an ETF. Year to date, it's beating out the S&P by a little bit. So it's beating the market, the benchmark for the market, by about 0.3% right now. I haven't checked price in the last few hours, but as of early this morning, it was up about 8.7% on the year. DPV, the dark pool volume right now in terms of number of shares that are being owned or purchased on the XLV right now is 2.72 million. So that's a fair amount of an average daily volume, and to me represents a decent amount of strength that there is institutional interest, not just in the normal lit exchanges where you can see all the public information, but in the private exchanges where hedge funds, will go to UBS and their, particular dark pool and say, hey, we want to buy some shares so we don't necessarily expose our activity and people don't know necessarily what we're doing. Those exchanges, those off-lit exchanges, are showing a strong amount of dark pool activity for the XLV. So it's got not just in the lit exchanges, but also in kind of the hidden activity, it's got support underneath it. It also produces a dividend of 1.4%. So this is the meta index. It's showing strength in relationship to the benchmark right now, and it's outperforming the SPY. Even though SPY has been pulling back, even though Qs are down from the highs, XLV is still showing strength. So that to me is a sign of a potential opportunity. We'll look at charts shortly. I'm just going to mention a few others, and then we're going to go straight to charts on this. Okay. So my top healthcare trade ideas for 2021. Again, this is not to, mean anything about the speakers today. There's several of the speakers today that I really like their stocks, and I'm interested in taking a look at them further. But these are the top ones that I'm looking at right now. So Anthem, we got Cigna, CVS. You should be noticing a theme of healthcare providers. HSIC, IQV, MDT. I'm looking at a trade in that either today or tomorrow right now. United Health, and then XLV, as we mentioned that. So with that being said, let's go straight to charts. And it looks like I'm just checking on the YouTube right now. It's about a 15-second delay. So chart should be showing up anytime soon. So, okay. Benzinga Pro app, got to give a shout out to that. For the year lifetime subscription, wow, I want to sign up for that because this has been such a good app for me in terms of my trading decisions. It is probably the most essential, next to my broker platform, it is the most essential trading app I use to make trading decisions and do my research. So let's talk about XLV. And I'm going to put up one other document there. Okay. So XLV, on a day that the market is slightly underwater, showing weakness, especially in Qs, XLV is on the highs on the day. And so there's a lot of markets that are down underwater, and this is showing strength. That to me is a healthcare trend I want to watch. That is an instrument I want to watch because it's in times of weakness, it's standing tall. And that's important for me. That means you can't do that without supportive flows from the institutional market, and it has to be in balance to the buy side. So where did this start out? I think it started the year at 113 roughly, which is right about here. And other than a brief dip, it's up on the year. Where am I looking to get long XLV? Looking at option open interest, as I mentioned before, I feel like pullbacks to, and let me pull up my XLV notes. I feel like pullbacks to 120 strike or 118 present interesting buying opportunities. And you can see why I'm choosing 118 here. As we started the year strong, ran into a wall of orders. Again, flows are king. So at that point, the bears said, nah, we're going to absorb all this and we're going to push it back down. They pushed it down about 8% within a matter of weeks. But it caught a bid and it's been gaining, what is that, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like 7 out of the last 10 weeks, assuming this week closes bearish. That's over time. That's the order flow communicating over time that there's a continual imbalance to the buy side because it's closing bullish. Stocks wouldn't have that. ETFs wouldn't have that if they were imbalanced to the bear side. So this is something that found a really strong bid around this 112, 113 area. Should we get back there, I'd gladly buy it. But I like this 118 to 120 as that's where I see option dealers and market makers saying, we don't feel that this really needs to get past this. We're kind of hedged at this position. There's a lot of gamma around this particular position. We'd like to buy between 118 and 120. So my potential trade idea on this one here is to get long around 118, 120. If you want to be a long-term holder in this for the year, collect a little dividend, I think it's fine. You can own the underlying. If you don't want to pay the premium for that or pay, a lot of margin in that, you can get long via options on this. Long calls, long bull call spreads. In terms of how I'd like to play this in terms of time and expiry, I think XLV at the end of the year is going to close above 125. I sense it closing somewhere around 135, 140, 150 range. So if you're looking for bull call spread or just call options, that would be potential targets you want to look to get out of it. So that is my first trade idea and healthcare trend is the ETF is showing an immense amount of strength in that. So number 2, ANTM, Anthem. This is another one. Where is it on the weekly? At the highs. And so it's showing, again, an immense amount of strength on this one here. When I look at Anthem, so dark pool volume on this one is about 1.7 million, and its average 10-day volume is roughly, as you can see right down here, and I'll bring out the trusty pen on this one, is 1 million. So on a day-to-day basis over the last 10 days, it trades about 1 million shares. Not super active, but decent amount, respectable. However, the amount of dark pool shares that are owning this is 1.7 million. So over 1 day's worth of volume flows is all being bought through dark pools right now. So that tells me that there are institutions that are quietly buying this up and not necessarily making it public and known. And that's why it's so well supported. So it started the year at 322. That's up a lot. I mean, year to date, looking at that, it is up 23%. It's beating the S&P by about 3 times. That is a tremendous amount of strength. Even on a week when the markets have pulled back pretty strongly over the last 2 weeks, Anthem is standing tall and holding serve at the top. So when I look at Anthem and my options kind of data on this one here, I don't think I have to go far for pullbacks on this one here. I like this area between 375. If I want to be a little bit more aggressive, I'll wait till around 382, 383. And same thing, if you had to ask me where do I think Anthem is going to end up at the end of the year, above or below current price, I'm going to say above current price. I'm thinking into the 420, 430, 440 range. So again, long underlying on this one would be one of the potential plays. It has decent dividend, 1.16, nothing you can write home to mama about, but a little extra cash in the pocket there. So when I look at that, I'd like to get a little bit of a pullback, especially if the markets as a whole continue to pull back. That will drag on this a little bit. Let it take a little shallow pullback into where a lot of option dealers and buyers are going to want to start buying this and hedging their position, and then I'll look to get long. And so again, long underlying or long calls or long bull call spread. SPAC broker, I'll get into your question in a little bit here. So I trust Myron. Copy that. Someone's a Myron fan. All right. Next one I want to talk about is Cigna. Again, healthcare providers are looking incredibly strong this year in a time period where Tesla is down. Teladoc, which was an amazing stock in 2020, even though it's got a great technology that's probably going to be good in the future for generations, the bottom line is the flows aren't there right now. Teladoc is down massively on the year. And so, or at least from the all-time highs. And the flows aren't there. The flows are in Cigna right now. So looking at the data on this, its average 10-day volume you can see is around 1.6. And dark pool share activity is about 1.9 million. So again, a little bit more than a day's worth of volume. That's showing that institutions are quietly buying this up. So in terms of where I want to get long, you can kind of see these little orange areas. These are alert areas for me where I'd like to buy. If we can get to a 230 strike, I'm not sure we can. That would be pretty extreme. I would gladly scoop it up there. Otherwise, I like the 250 flat. So about $13 from where we are today. I think that's a pretty well supported area. Acted as resistance here. Support on the pullbacks. That clearly shows buying interest. And it also shows that what sellers that considered resistance, once it broke it, the market then considered support. So that's what we call a roll reversal level, where the roll of that level, which was being controlled by sellers, then becomes controlled by buyers. So all of these are relatively the same plays. They're all looking long underlying, long calls, long bull call spread. And I like leaps on this end of year expiry or January 22 expiry. Okay, next one on the list. This is actually one of my stronger ones here is CVS. Partially because the liquidity and the options activity on this is much stronger. So when you look at the average 10-day volume, it's, a lot of the others are around 1 million, 1.2 million, 1.5 million, 1.6 million. This has a lot more activity in it. 8.8 million is its average 10-day volume. And right now it's clocking at 3 million on the day. So this is one of those stocks that has a lot more liquidity, has a lot more options. And also you see it in the dark pool activity. Right now, there's about 3.4 million shares of dark pool buyers in CVS. So when I look at that, and when I look at it in terms of my options data, I think pullbacks to 80 and 77 are the levels that I'm looking to get long. 77 should be the clearest. For you traders out there, you can see resistance, 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 strong pullback, weaker pullback, very weak pullback, breakout. So clearly there was a lot of stops that had held this line here, and then it got tripped on earnings. And so I'm expecting a little bit of a pullback, kind of the post-earnings hangover, so to say. You know, sometimes you get an earnings run for a couple days, maybe a couple weeks, but usually you will see the market pull back a little bit after those earnings crushes. So looking at CVS, I'd like to see that pullback on this one here. We might get a shallow pullback only to the monthly VWAP. Otherwise, I like the 80 and 78 levels on this one. Stronger dividend also on CVS. So you got stronger liquidity, stronger dividend, slightly cheaper price stock. You can accumulate more shares. This one I really, really like. This one I prefer more getting long the underlying, but you could also mix it up with underlying and option plays on this one as well. So of all the ones that we've covered so far, this one feels like one of the strongest ones out there. So yeah. Okay, next one on the list. This is a slightly smaller one. HSIC, Henry Schein, medical distributors. So we're moving slightly away from healthcare providers. Again, another one that's showing strength, holding serve at the top. And so you can kind of see the area of where I'd like to get long. You can see my orange alert. It acted as resistance for quite a long time, and we've now cleared it. So you're talking years, 5 years. Resistance, 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 resistance. Couldn't get past it. Breaks above it, holds it on the pullback, and launch. So that kind of 72.90, 73 area, which acted as a ceiling for so long, should act as a floor on pullbacks. And so for this one, I want a little bit of a dip, but overall, a pretty strong performer, and it's cheaper. So again, you could probably do more shares than you would on options on this one. Not as much volume and liquidity as some of the others. Definitely not as much as CVS, but to me, still a strong contender. No dividend though in this one here. Okay, I'm looking at here. Okay, so those two questions we can answer at the end of it here. So let's just keep rolling. So thank you, Eli. I appreciate that on your positive comments there. All right, IQV. We got a few more. IQV, we got 3 more after this one. Okay. So health services. Now we're getting a little bit more into services. This one here, when I look at kind of what's going on this one here, I'm looking for a little bit of a pullback on this one here. I'd like to see if we can get more towards that 217 or, you know, somewhere between 200 and 185. In my opinion, that would be a gangster price level to get long. I think that is going to offer a tremendous amount of support. This thing has been gaining for 3, 6, 7 out of the last 9 weeks. We are seeing a little bit of a pullback. So from a trading perspective, we're probably going to close below a monthly VWAP. That should put some downside pressure on it, which I'm fine with. I think this is a little overextended from the breakout. No dividend on this one here. Again, slightly lower liquidity, but I think a potentially decent play on pullbacks to 200 here. So kind of diversifying, making sure that we don't just have healthcare providers. The last one was services, medical distributors. Now we're talking services. So just making sure that we're not all kind of collated into a leveraged position. So IQV is the next one. Okay. MDT. This is one I am very interested in placing a trade on very, very soon. Maybe today, but I kind of want a little bit more pullback on this one here. So Medtronic, very good volume, very good liquidity, very good options volume on this one here compared to the others. Not as much as CVS, but one of the top 3 in terms of options volume. And so to me, the level on this one is super clear. There you go, 120. Not only lines up well technically, lines up well from an options perspective. So 120 being a major strike. Again, this is something that has broken through major resistance. Big sell-off. You know, what is that? like almost 40% sell off. But then that's COVID, obviously. But then just consistent accumulation. And we get up here and look at the pullback. Much weaker. Maybe 10% pullback. Bought up again. So bulls are buying higher up. They're buying closer to resistance. And when bulls continue to buy closer and closer to resistance, they're getting a worse price. They're doing so because they think the market's going to push through. And so again, weaker pullback. So you got this higher low, touches it again, higher low, big breakout. Haven't been back since. So I'm thinking that first return back to this kind of 122 to 120.60 area, that becomes a buy opportunity for me on this one. Also a decent dividend, 1.88% on this one here. Okay, we got one more. And actually got two more. We got UNH. And if we covered XLV, then I think we're good on that. So we just got UNH. Then I will do open Q&A here. So the next one, United Health. Again, another healthcare provider. You're seeing continued strength on that. So look at this one here, and I look at kind of my options open interest data. This is the only one that kind of was basically communicating to me, hey, we got some fair amount of kind of hedging activity between 410 and 420. And so this thing might need to settle back a little bit before it can kind of reset. So the area that I like getting long is right here. And you can see my alerts, bam, bam there. So those prices are between 367 and 377. To me, that's a really fantastic location in terms of value. We haven't had a pullback since this rip and breakout. I think the market needs a pullback. I think you're going to see some profit taking. You know, some people that have been long since 320, they're up almost $90. If they start to see that the markets are going to pull back in a significant way, they will start to cut their long positions, some exposure on that. That will further fuel the downside and a pullback. And then dealers and players will start to come in, start accumulating shares and get long on this here. So that's what I'm looking at on United Health. Not a bad dividend. Again, nothing to write home to mom about, but not a bad dividend to take home. So those are my top 8 trade ideas. We blew through that pretty quick, I must say. And I'd like to do so many, I'd like to do some open Q&A right now. So Victor Sales is saying so many tickers I never thought about. You know, same for me. I wasn't someone who was actively or aggressively trading the healthcare space. But then when I got invited, you know, to kind of speak in this conference, I said, you know, this is an industry where I've studied neuroscience. I've been studying a lot of the future kind of technologies in this area. And it's something that I'm very, how could I say, proactively involved with myself, being that I'm almost turning 50 and my health is becoming more of a priority. So I spent some time doing research on the healthcare space and just pouring over hundreds and hundreds of charts and data and forms and everything like that. And it really opened my eyes to, you know, some stocks that I think have really good portfolio potential. I wouldn't necessarily look at these types of stocks as like gangster day traders or something like that. These are not something that's going to rip heavily in a day per se. And they're not something that have massive liquidity, but they continue to find institutional interest and they're continuing to find strength when markets, especially Qs and IWMs, are showing weakness. So I like that. Anything that separates itself from the field and stands tall when things are getting tough, that's something I want to pay attention to. So yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these other questions. Very educational. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate that, Enver. How to find dark pool volume. You can do that through FINRA. It helps to kind of understand your way around that. There are other ways to get dark pool volume, but that would be the easiest and simple ways to do it. IHT for medical tools. Let's take a look. Okay, it's a good rip on the day. Average 10-day volume is 20 million. Okay, so here's what's interesting to me about IHT looking at the weekly chart. So this is something that has kind of just recently woken up. Maybe there's an announcement. Let's check Benzinga and see if there's anything on the news. that has come through recently. Not seeing any company specific news. Again, not seeing any news. Okay, so in the last few days, it's a low float stock. So let's take a look at that. Yeah, this could be, and this kind of makes sense, when we look at the chart, we'll go back to it. So float is only 2.9 million shares. This is a low float stock that's getting squeezed and is probably going to return back and crash. The last earnings were a little bit ago. So here's my thoughts on it. You see how there's just no volume? You have like 2 weeks to pick up a volume. There's no volume. And then you get 2 weeks of volume. That generally, in my opinion, if there's no buildup in volume or anything like that and no news leading up to that, that usually is kind of like a low float stock type squeeze. Those things tend not to last. As you can see, last week, opened at 239, printed a low of 188, ripped all the way up to 601. Where did it close? 350. So if you held that overnight, your risks go up exponentially because this thing tends to fade a lot of those intra-week highs. There isn't enough shares to continue to support a higher price. So from a day trading perspective and a scalper's perspective, this could be something that's interesting. That's not something that I really recommend. I mean, it's not that I don't recommend scalping. I do scalping on my own, but this is not the kind of story stock, low float squeeze that necessarily is going to produce a multi-day type runner. So there's just, all the volume's concentrated in 2 weeks. It's probably going to collapse back down. And when it does, it's going to be very fast and very violent. As you can see, the high in the week was $9 and we're down to $6. So it's hard to control risk on things like that. This is the kind of stock that gets halted a lot. If we continue to see volume week after week after week, and we're in June and we're in July, and there's a whole new kind of volume profile that is just more and more volume building into it, then that might mean that institutions have started accumulating shares of this and they're starting to build it. But again, the float's 2.9 million. So you look at this stock and it fades almost every weekly rally. It's one of those that I think that is a little bit more caution from a medium to long-term perspective. But it's a great question, and thank you for asking that, Pratibha. How are we doing on time here, Benzinga? I just want to check in with y'all and make sure I'm not going to run too far.
I appreciate you checking in. We actually have 5 more minutes.
Okay, I'll do a couple quick open Q&A, and then we will wrap it up. Independent Lives, ANVS. Annovis Bio. Oh, yeah, it's one of the big ones of, okay, pretty big rip. Let me see what's going on in the open interest world. Okay. Is there no options on ANVS? That is a question. Dark pool activity is pretty strong. It's pretty strong. This is something that, yeah, it's supported from a dark pool perspective here. My concern on this one here is that you can see how these weekly candles have a lot of wicks to the top side. It's not sustaining those gains. Granted, the volume went from virtually non-existent. It's a little bit higher, but it's not, how could I say? It's not bringing gangster amounts. I mean, the average 10-day volume is 115K. That's really low liquidity. Like, if I wanted to, I could use a huge portion of my account and buy 115,000 shares of this. You know what I'm saying? If one person can do that, that's going to create all kinds of liquidity issues, fill issues, probably spreads are an issue. So just on a liquidity perspective, this would not be the kind of stock that I would want to get too involved with. It seems like it's the kind of stock that has a few days where, it can have 2-3 million shares and then it just kind of collapses after that. So you have to be really fast on this one here. So day traders, possibly some opportunities on this one here at the current levels. Not really crazy about it. Would probably want to wait till 22 or 20 and a half. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that one. I got about 3 minutes left. Next up, ANVS. Charts like that are usually Chinese Discord pumping ups. That's certainly a possibility. Thank you for the education on the volume as a squeeze. Awesome. Appreciate it. Are weekly charts the best for longer term analysis? I don't think that any one time frame is the best. It's just, it works well for me. You got to think of time frames as lenses. It's just a different kind of camera lens into the same landscape. And so for long-term kind of trading, if I want to hold positions for a month, quarter, potentially a year, then I want to be paying attention to the weekly. The weekly also matters because it will give you information on these higher time frame support and resistance levels, so that if you are day trading it, that you can see, hey, there's a major multi-year level just up ahead. Maybe I want to be cautious, buying into that. So it's just really to check in, what are the major levels? And if I'm going to be holding things for months or maybe a year, that these are the kind of charts and timeframes I want to look at. So great question. Okay. I think we have enough for 2 more tickers, and we'll breathe through it real quick. Breeze and breathe. Celos Therapeutics. Good volume. Good liquidity. So let's hear. I like that part. I like how it's kind of was stuck in this, kind of box low range on a weekly for a while, and it's just completely broken out of that. So that's all constructive. The volume has picked up for sure since then, so it's attracting more and more interest. It's not there yet, but it's definitely attracting more. Let's see what's going on the dark pool side. Not as much dark pool activity. And are there options on this bad boy? There are not a whole lot of very low option activity. Like mostly the call side is about 20,000 calls, roughly 4,000 puts. And a lot of that option is expiring this Friday. So it's probably going to put some pressure on this. I think it's 5 or 6 is going to hold the upside. I think this is going to revert back a little bit to maybe 4 or 3 before it finds a base, maybe even 250. 250, I'd be interested maybe. So that's a potential one there. And then the last one, Chris Del Accio. You're going to get the last ticker, and I'm not saying that because your name's Chris. By the way, I've never met a Chris that I didn't like. Actually, there's only one that I met that I didn't like. So Syneos Health. Okay, so average 10-day volume is not bad. Day-to-day volume, don't expect this thing to be a big ripper. SYNH. Very low options kind of activity in this. Couple thousand calls, roughly 2,000 puts. If you take options on this, you might have a hard time getting filled. If I took options on this, they probably wouldn't fill my order kind of thing. So SYNH, and we'll check, see what's going on in the dark pool world. Not a whole lot of accumulation in it right now. But for what little data we have, yeah, between 75 and 80, I think this thing is supported. 72 is a pretty darn good support level if we get back there. Again, this is not much of a ripper. And then this kind of 81 to 80 area, like 81 isn't bad. So those are some levels that I would consider getting long. Again, it's maintaining its strength. Year to date, it's 25%. It's almost 3 times the S&P. It's outperforming the S&P by a lot. You can't ignore it. Again, looking for strength when others are showing weakness. Okay, so I think I've hit my time limit, and I don't want to go past that, Spencer. And Spencer's clocking in, so about to pull the key out and make me exit stage left here.
Spencer's here means it's time to go. No, in all seriousness, Chris, fantastic stuff. If y'all want to learn more from Chris, his website's up on the bottom of the screen there, secondskies4x.com. Chris, I've been meaning to reach out to you, but got to get you on more of our shows. So you'll be hearing from me soon. I
like that. I'd be happy to. So I love working with you guys.
Thanks a lot, man.
Be well.
All right, guys, that was fantastic. We had some real ticker time. I hope you guys learned something. I know I did. Let's move it on to our next speaker here. I'm going to bring on our next guest now, Maria Machachini, who is the CEO of Annovis Bio. Maria, there you are. Look at that. How are we doing today?
Well, thank you so much for having me. And I'm just going to quickly tell you what we do, and then I have a rebuttal. So what we are doing, we're trying to cure Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. And that is a really tough thing to do. So as the gentleman mentioned, we're a small company. We don't have much float. We don't have much trading. We are highly volatile, and by all means, do day trading very, very fast. I would think that if instead you look at the value, if we actually have a disease that we could treat, a disease that nobody in the whole world has been able to treat, maybe the stock will go up and stay up. So there are two ways of looking at stock. My original investors to date have made 36-fold on their investment. They have not day traded. Not arguing about day traders, please look at your stock very carefully, very fast. But if you want to cure a disease that nobody in the whole world has ever been able to cure, maybe you want to be a little bit more long-term. So let's go into my talk. As I said, we are treating Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. And the reason I'm so stuck on treating both is that I strongly believe, and I have proven it in animals, that nerve cells die the exact same way. And our drug recovers them and saves them the exact same way. So we are looking at being in 2 phase 2 studies, one in Alzheimer's and one in Parkinson's. And later I will show you the readout from the Parkinson's. And in a few weeks, or very shortly, I will tell you the readout from the Alzheimer's study. So what are we doing different than all the others that have failed? Here you see that amyloid is toxic. Every pharma company that has worked on Alzheimer's disease has attacked plaque. And then a few have attacked tau, which is tangles, and very few have attacked alpha-synuclein, which is Lewy bodies in Parkinson's. They have all failed. The reason they have all failed, in the brain of an Alzheimer or a Parkinson's patient, there is amyloid, there is tau, there is alpha-synuclein, all 3 are toxic, and there is inflammation. If you just get rid of one of them, you still have the others, and it's not good enough. The nerve cells will die. And every time a nerve cell dies, the function associated with that nerve cell dies also. So this is a nerve cell. On the left, you see the body of the nerve cell. It is in the brain. And then on the right, you see the fingers of the nerve cell. And in between, the fingers need to be somehow related to the brain. There is an arm. And the arm is really what transfers the information from the brain to the fingers. The fingers touch everything we do, see, feel. They touch other nerve cells, they touch internal organs, they touch the periphery, they feel the environment. So for us to be functional, the body of the nerve cell needs to interact with the fingers, and the fingers need to get the information back to the body. And what we found is that what is most important in the health of a nerve cell is that this information flow works. Because if it doesn't work, just think. If you don't perceive the world, if you can't tell your foot to move, you're a vegetable. And so the most important thing that our drug repairs is the information highway, which is axonal transport. Transport of information through the arm, which is called an axon. So we came up with a toxic cascade. On the left, you see how nerve cells die. Neurotoxic proteins, A beta, tau, alpha-synuclein, they impair the information flow. So there is less information flow. That causes inflammation. That causes nerve cells to die. And when nerve cells die, the function gets lost. What we have shown in animals and are about, or have somewhat shown in humans, is that our drug fully reverses the toxic cascade. Lower levels of neurotoxic proteins leave the information flow normal or improve the information flow if it was reduced. They do lower inflammation, they do protect nerve cells from dying, and therefore we have cognitive and or motor function. And I just want to show you the axonal transport, the information highway, because I think it is very telling for everything our drug does. So you see 3 pictures. The top picture shows the arm of a normal nerve cell. If you disregard the vertical lines, they're artifacts, you see that the little black dots that carry the information go smoothly from the left to the right. In the middle, you see a normal nerve cell. It's a Down syndrome cell. In Down syndrome, all the neurotoxic proteins are high and inflammation is high. And the little black dots, they don't flow smoothly. They stop, they move, they stop. Overall, the speed through a sick nerve cell is about half as fast or as slow as through a healthy nerve cell. And then at the bottom, you have the exact same Down syndrome cell as in the middle, but it's treated for 48 hours with ANVS-401. And as you can see, the little black dots, they flow smoothly. This is a beautiful example of how our drug restores the information highway so that your brain and your fingers can work and function in real time, and they're not sluggish. Now, if we reverse the whole toxic cascade, then we should see efficacy. And in fact, in 7 different animal models, we have been able to show efficacy. The first 4 animal models are Alzheimer's mice, Down syndrome mice, stroke mice, and traumatic brain injury rats. In all these animals, our drug fully restores memory and learning. They behave identical to healthy, normal animals. In the middle, we have 2 movement disorders, Parkinson's and frontotemporal dementia. And in both animal models, again, after treating with ANVS-401, the animals behave and move exactly like healthy, normal animals. And finally, we figured, well, if it works in the brain and it works in the body, how about the eye? And so what we did, we induced glaucoma in rats. The way you do that is you increase the pressure in the eye of a rat. As the pressure increases, the retina dies and the eye goes blind. When we treat a rat with our drug, increase the pressure, the retina does not die and the eye does not go blind. So we have shown in totally different models that our drug works. And now let's get to humans, because that's really what in the end we want to know. So I'm talking about 2 phase 2 studies, one in Alzheimer's and one in Parkinson's. They're both in early to moderate patients. They're both phase 2. We are treating 14 Alzheimer's patients and 14 plus 40 Parkinson's patients. The reason we decided in 14 and 14 is that we wanted to have some interim data just in case I'm crazy and the stuff doesn't work. Anyhow, we did the study in 12 sites. It is a double-blind, placebo-controlled biomarker study, and the endpoint is reversal of the whole toxic cascade, and then at the end, we want to see function. And that's shown here. So first, we want to show that the neurotoxic proteins that are toxic are lowered. Their levels are low. Then we want to show that axonal transport is improved. It's faster. Then we want to show that inflammation is down. And finally, we want to show that nerve cells do not die. If we lower the whole toxic cascade, animal models have shown us that we should see an increase in cognition in Alzheimer's and function in Parkinson's. And so let's see what we see. These are the timelines. We have finished treating the Parkinson's patients. We have finished treating the Alzheimer's patients. The rest of the study will be done in June, and we are presently looking at finalizing most of the data. So here we go. This is the toxic cascade and what we expect to see in Alzheimer's and in Parkinson's patients. So as I was saying, we want to lower the neurotoxic proteins, increase axonal transport, lower inflammation, not have any dead nerve cells, and then of course we need control proteins. What if everything goes up or down? We want something that doesn't change. And finally, we want to see motor function improvement and cognitive function improvement. To date, you see one lonely plus over there. We have shown that in Parkinson's patients, we are improving speed, we are improving coordination and motor function, and that is shown right here. So you see 4 diagrams. The first one shows speed, and speed is measured in relation to baseline, which means the same patients before treatment and after treatment. And as you can see, they do a lot better. It's statistically significantly better. Then the next one shows not the same patients, but placebo patients and treated patients at 25 days. And again, you see that placebo is doing worse and treated patients are doing better. And on the other side, you see coordination, and the treated patients compared to themselves remain stable, whereas placebo gets a lot worse, and the data again is statistically significant. In the next few weeks and few months, we will then slowly give you the toxic cascade, we will give you the Alzheimer data, and I will show that this drug, in fact, can improve not just speed and coordination in Parkinson's patients, but also cognition in Alzheimer patients. And I think that's kind of it for the scientific part. Now, to being thinly traded and not having a lot of shares, that's 100% correct. We have only 7 million outstanding shares and only 4.4 float. Today, I think the price is $26 per share, and we have about 5 million in the bank. And I think that's the whole talk. So if you have questions, please ask.
Let me jump in here and see if we have any questions from the chat. And there's Jeff McGordy, your CFO, who will be on here as well. I don't think we have any chat questions. So in that case, I will jump in with a question of my own, which is what just to sum it up for us, what is the biggest catalyst in the next 12 months?
Well, actually, everything.
Well, that's not fair. That's not fair.
No. For me, it's everything, because we proved that it works in Parkinson's. Let me go back a little. This is the table that shows everything. It shows how a nerve cell dies in Alzheimer's, how it dies in Parkinson's, and how we recover it in Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. If we can show that, we already have shown that it works in Parkinson's to a big extent. There is really no reason to believe that we have an increase in speed if we are not improving axonal transport. But in terms of moving forward, we'll finish the study, we'll package up everything, we'll go to the FDA and ask for an end of phase 2 meeting. And then we will propose 2 phase 3 studies, one in Down syndrome with Alzheimer's. That's an orphan indication. Down syndrome patients come down much earlier with Alzheimer's, and their course is much more homogeneous than in the general population. And the second phase 3 will be in Parkinson's. By the end of the year, I want to start at least one of the 2 phase 3 studies.
Jeff, is there anything you want to add just from a financial standpoint that wasn't already addressed?
No, I think Maria covered that pretty well. We are, we're well funded to complete our phase 2 trials and get into 2022, but we've got bigger plans than that, which, as Maria mentioned, would be going into phase 3 trials. And we do have 40% insider ownership, so there's strong support of the company from within the board and the management team. So we're looking forward to great things. And as Maria said, there's a lot of positive news we're expecting, given the amount of things we're measuring in our phase 2 trial in Alzheimer's and Parkinson's.
And a couple questions from the chat. Maybe you can just clarify, Maria, on the timeline on when we can expect some data, upcoming data.
Okay, if we look at this table, you see how many fields need to be filled in. The most important ones are efficacy in motor function and efficacy in cognition. Because if we have no efficacy, yeah, that's great. Okay, fine. The control proteins are good. So I would think that efficacy in Alzheimer's is eminent. Let's say 2-3 weeks, whereas the other factors, I would say 1 to 2 months.
All right, 2 to 3 weeks for efficacy data, 1 to 2 months for everything else. That's what you're saying? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
All right. RTJ family in the chat, I see all your questions, man. I'm looking. So it looks like RTJ is saying, I guess you had previously guided that there would be some data this week, but now you're saying it'll be a couple more weeks down the road, 2 to 3 weeks.
Yes, everything has always taken a little longer. I'm learning that people are very good at telling you yes, and then it just takes longer.
Yeah, that's generally true. Generally true. All right, Maria Mattacchini and Jeff McGrory, the CEO and CFO, respectively, of Annovis Bio. I think that's it. Unless let me take one last look at the chat, make sure I covered everything. I don't want to miss a question and see it after the fact. What about serum data? Is a question that just came in.
Excellent question. I'm just showing CSF here, okay, because I'm having enough problems showing you CSF. We are actually measuring the same markers in plasma.
Okay.
Yes. So that will come later. I can't push them to do everything at the same time.
Later meaning like Q3, Q4?
No, they're the exact same factors: inflammatory factors, neurodegenerative factors, axonal factors, neurodegenerative factors. The same factors we are doing in CSF, they're also doing in plasma.
Okay. So when you say later, I'm just trying to get...
you were about the Q, yes. Put it Q3.
Q3.
We'll have everything.
Q3.
Before we go to the FDA, we'll have everything.
All right, Maria and Jeff, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep this thing rolling. And actually, no, before we bring on our next speaker, Jeff Irvin, excuse me, I want to give away some more stuff. I mentioned this throughout the show, throughout the stream today. We're giving away lifetime subs. We gave away one already. I'm giving away another one right now. The winner of a lifetime subscription to, hold on one second, to the Benzinga Breakouts newsletter is, this name is a tough one. I'm going to go with just Michaela Bolchin. I think I didn't butcher that too bad. Michaela Bolchin. If you're out there, if you're watching, we have your email. We'll be reaching out to you. You want a lifetime subscription to the Benzinga Breakouts newsletter. Congratulations. If you're still watching and you're wondering, whoa, how do I win? I want to win stuff. You can win stuff too. Scan the QR code on the screen right now. Answer the questions as here. You know what? I've been on this one for a while. Let's change to a different slide. Let's change to. I want to find one with the least number of here. Let's keep this one up because this one's fun. Scan the QR code, answer questions. We are still giving away a lifetime subscription to Benzinga Pro, which is our real-time news and research platform. You'll have to stay tuned for that. We'll be doing that in the next couple of hours. All right, let's get the Slido off the screen there, and let's bring on our next Bring on our next presentation of the day. Jeff Irvin is the CEO of IMAC Holdings on the NASDAQ, ticker IMAC. Jeff, good afternoon.
How are you doing, Spencer? Thanks for having me today.
Doing fantastic. I see the presentation up on the screen. That's my cue to see my way out of here and let you do your thing.
Fantastic. Well, again, thanks for the introduction and welcome to the IMAC Holdings Benzinga presentation for the spring of 2021. Obviously, we have our, let's see here. There we go. We got our safe harbor statements here. Pretty standard information, but we will be reflecting on potentially some forward-looking statements in this presentation. So to start, I want to give you a quick overview of where we are as a company. IMAC Holdings has been public for over 28 months now. We recently completed a capital raise. So we're sitting on $15.6 million of cash as of March 31st, with only $4.8 million of accounts payable, accrued expenses, and notes payable, again, on that same date. We have over 25 million shares outstanding, just over, and that's the May 12th date. IMAC Holdings is broken into 3 different divisions. And so what you'll see here is IMAC Regeneration Centers is the core business. That's where we generate most of our revenue today. Clinical trial that is an investigator-initiated trial that's run is a second division. And then the third division is one that we've just recently launched called the Backspace. And again, I'm excited about touching on that because there's some great developments on that side of the business. Now, first, I'll start with the core business. IMAC Regeneration Centers was founded in the original iMac Regeneration Center was founded in 2000, August 2000, and has a long history of providing non-opioid, non-surgical medical services for individuals that are faced with knee replacements or hip replacements or spinal fusion surgeries. And so in 2015, I was co-founder of the holding company and launched iMac Holdings with the purpose of replicating this model to expand to markets that ultimately where we saw a tremendous underserved population related to these non-surgical movement challenges and disease states that exist. So today, we have 16 outpatient clinics, 3 in Illinois, 3 in Kentucky, 6 in Missouri, 1 in Tennessee, and 3 in Florida. Our clinics are run by medical doctors, physician assistants, and nurse practitioners, and they work alongside physical medicine doctors like physical therapists and chiropractors. The revenue mix for us is generated 65% through medical services, 31% through physical therapy, and 4% through chiropractic. Again, we see a lot of patients in pain. Roughly 80% of the patients come to us in pain, but we have never prescribed an opioid in our history. So we are a non-opioid pain clinic, if you will. Real excited about what we've been able to do as a company and growing to these 16 locations. And that growth has really been grown through acquisition. Our clinic growth through acquisition has really sprung up from the original 7 locations that we created de novo through that Kentucky and Missouri landscape. So now we actually have a presence in 5 states. And the presence that we generate for these iMac Regeneration Centers is complemented by brand ambassadors of a sports fame to bring early adoption and awareness in those communities for the sports medicine services that we deliver for those communities. So, for example, Ozzie Smith in St. Louis and Springfield, Missouri, is the namesake of the iMac Regeneration Centers in those towns. Mike Dick is the namesake in Chicago, for example. So when we use that name, it really does help bring early adoption to the services that we're delivering and awareness that there is an alternative to surgery out there. If you add up the cost of every surgery performed in the United States, number 1 is spinal fusion, number 2 is knee replacement, number 3 is hip replacement. And a lot of people don't realize that just because your surgeon recommends surgery, they don't realize there's an alternative to surgery out there. And so what we deliver is minimally invasive to non-invasive services to try to prevent that surgery from ever happening so that you can live your life to the fullest degree and optimal function. As part of this recent capital raise that we did, we set aside $5 million to continue our acquisitive nature and acquisitive growth while the market is ultimately showing depressed valuations based on historical multiples for medical practices. And so 2 of our recent acquisitions, for example, in the first quarter, were in Tampa and Orlando. Our Tampa acquisition was at 1.25 times trailing 12 months cash flow, and our Orlando acquisition was actually at 1.4 times trailing 12 months cash flow. So we're seeing tremendous valuations right now, and it's just the way the market is. And there's not a lot of competition for these clinics out there. So we like finding these clinics, preferably chiropractic clinics, so that have an existing patient base already built into it. And we can go in and acquire these practices under 2 times cash flow and then add in additional services to that existing patient base without disrupting the existing patient base. So the medical services and physical therapy are simply layered on as additional service offerings to that existing patient base. So with $5 million set aside, we've been building a robust pipeline of targets for us to put that money to work in the very near future and continue our expansion through acquisition. We really like that Florida marketplace. And of course, we have not saturated any of the markets where we currently operate. So further build out in those markets would certainly be an efficient use of capital as well. So we're excited about where we are on that side of things. As far as a clinical trial is concerned, again, it's an investigator-initiated trial. Our medical doctors and our facilities have been approved to deliver this clinical trial. It is a stem cell-related product that we got an IND on, and ultimately, by conducting that trial within our 4 walls, it has reduced the cost of that trial tremendously. We're using those stem cells for bradykinesia due to Parkinson's disease. I mentioned we're a movement clinic. As a movement clinic, roughly 95% of our revenue comes from orthopedic services, but 5% is coming from neurodeficit disorders like Parkinson's. And so we see this as a great opportunity for us to expand scientific evidence around the use of stem cells for neurodeficit disorders. We completed the first cohort of our clinical trial in February 26th, and anticipate that the 15-patient trial will be completed in the third quarter this year. Now, much of the excitement around IMAC right now is around this retail chiropractic business that we just launched. On the chiropractic side, again, 4% of our revenue to date is chiropractic in nature, but the chiropractic industry is highly fragmented. It is an industry that is large and growing. Roughly 35 million U.S. adults seek chiropractic care each year. And when you look at the one public company that's out there that has really capitalized on this and gained a tremendous amount of awareness to the industry, it's The Joint, a NASDAQ listed company under JYNT. Had a tremendous run in the stock and currently trade at 11 times sales and 50 times earnings at over a $700 million market cap. Now, as big as The Joint is as a franchise, they only represent roughly 1% of the industry. And so we think that the Backspace, which is the name of our retail chiropractic clinic, is certainly a concept that, with a different position to The Joint, would allow both companies to succeed in a great way within this industry. But we certainly see firsthand the amount of chronic spine conditions in our clinics, and feel that expanding our reach through this retail chiropractic concept will feed our core business and capitalize on the amount of spending that is going towards spinal care and wellness each and every year. And so I mentioned that we just recently launched the Backspace. It's something that came to fruition after a significant amount of effort and diligence. But as part of this recent capital funding, we set aside $4 million to launch this brand in new storefronts for the Backspace. We actually are launching this as a 10-store test market with our Fortune 500 partner. And our first store actually opened this month. So we are actively seeing customers in the store and have had a very nice response to our initial opening. This 10-store test market is a way for us to ultimately iron out the kinks in our operation before we go to a larger scale development and launch of many more stores. The $4 million that we set aside as part of the funding will more than satisfy the 10-store test market. So we actually think that there's an opportunity for us to grow beyond that 10-store test market very easily with the funding that's already in place. But we are going to measure the success of the early launch of this test market before we commit any more capital to the launch beyond that 10-store test. The 10-store test market will actually take place in two different markets. So the first market has been announced because of our first store being open in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. So we will be testing within the Nashville market, and we have not announced where that second test market will be, but it is in a large metropolitan area where IMAC clinics are available. Similar to The Joint, we'll be offering cash-based services. Our service will be at $25 for each service, and we'll actually be offering 3 different services to our consumers. We'll be offering a manual adjustment, so that's a chiropractic adjustment delivered by a chiropractor, percussion therapy, which is also delivered by a chiropractor, and then muscle stimulation through a device that can be attached by a non-medical provider as well. The muscle stimulation device is something that we see as a tremendous value to this partnership, primarily because it is a remote operating product where we could attach that muscle stimulation device to an individual and then control that via remote control, while an individual could ultimately walk about the store and conduct their shopping while this muscle stimulation device is attached to them. So we're excited about what the opportunity is for that, given that that's a unique service offering in this industry. You can see an example of some of the branding that is in place for the backspace. It's something that we've been working on for several months now, but we've come to full circle on this, and not just went through the focus groups to develop the name, but also develop the brand strategy and marketing that goes along with this. And so amongst that, not only will we be offering an individual service for $25 each, but for an individual that wants to take advantage of 4 treatments per month, they can sign up for a membership at $65 each month. We will be offering a discount plan for the employees of our partner. As part of our partnership, these individuals will receive a 30% discount on that monthly membership. And as you can imagine, being on your feet all day, as most of these employees are, they may find that back pain creeps into their everyday lifestyle. And so having this available on site for those consumers to receive care at their workplace is certainly a benefit to that employer and the employees alike. So we're excited about that. IMAC leadership here is in place as far as our board of directors. We have a fantastic board to support the executive operators. I myself, the CEO, and Matt Wallace, the COO, who's founder of the IMAC Regeneration Centers. We're supported by 3 independent directors, Carrie Sukoff, who has a tremendous amount of experience with public companies and knowledge of legal and banking side of things. Mike Pruitt, as former director of Hooters of America, has a tremendous knowledge of franchising and consumer focused branding. And then, of course, Maurice Evans, our 3rd independent director, who was a professional basketball player for a significant amount of time and has a tremendous network and marketing experience that he brings to the table for IMAC Holdings. So in summary, when you look at IMAC Holdings as a company, again, the key thing to remember is that we're really 3 different divisions that complement each other. The core business is ultimately in place to satisfy the growing demand for orthopedic treatments and care in the United States. We're positioned to take advantage of the growing baby boomer population, which is turning 65 at a rate of 10,000 people per day, which is expected to continue for another 8 years. So we do not see orthopedic demand slowing down by any stretch. When you look at our proprietary developments on the stem cell side with our clinical trial, it's a great complement to the services that we already offer, and a great way for us to capitalize on asset development at a fraction of the cost for those that are in the development space. And then, of course, finally, the backspace and the launch of this retail chiropractic center serves as a great access point for us to not only treat patients where they shop, but also if those individuals wish to use their insurance, or if they find that they've been part of an injury in a work setting, they could easily be referred back to the local IMAC center and receive medical intervention from a medical doctor that can care for them beyond what care could be provided by that chiropractor in that retail setting. So with that, I appreciate you listening to the presentation, and I open the floor to Q&A.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jeff. Quick question here. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to the impact that COVID has or could have. Obviously, we're theoretically coming out of this now,
right?
But there's been this transition to telemedicine, which doesn't really work with chiropractors. So
Sure.
I'm wondering if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, so we were heavily impacted by COVID in 2020. Our revenue was actually down over 20% from 19 to 20, and we still felt the effects of that in our first quarter of 2021. Now, I think that we're seeing fewer and fewer effects of COVID on our everyday business, with the exception of the impact that COVID had on valuations for targets that we're looking at. Again, those compressed multiples that we're seeing compared to historical averages are really creating an opportunity for us to expand our footprint with a pretty efficient use of capital on our acquisition side of things. So while we still felt the effects of COVID and used telemedicine to some degree to maintain touch points with our existing consumers, we're finding that the consumers now are getting out of the house more and more. And so we're certainly hopeful that we'll see a return to normal as it relates to our revenue streams going forward. Now that we've got, we're seeing fewer and fewer effects of COVID in our centers.
And then the question that I always like to ask, because it's very simple, but from an investor standpoint, what is the company's biggest catalyst in the next 12 months?
Well, I think that our partnership with our Fortune 500 partner is one that a lot of people see as a great catalyst. I think that's certainly pretty significant. There was a significant diligence period that went into that, and we were successful at earning our way through that diligence and truly creating a partnership with this company. And many people say, "Why aren't you saying the word of that partner?" And part of that is because our partnership is so significant that there are actually confidentiality provisions within our agreement that don't allow us to use their name until we've had a grand opening of our first store. And so while our first store is open for business, we are, we have not yet had our grand opening, which should happen in a few weeks. So we anticipate that partnership will certainly be able to springboard beyond the 10-store test market if we're able to hit our metrics and performance metrics, early in that process. So I think that's certainly one driving force. The core business just returning to 2019 numbers would be another motivating force, especially if you add on a few acquisitions to that. We could certainly see revenue numbers exceed where we performed 2 years ago.
Well, since you mentioned the acquisition thing, here's a question from RTJ family. Does the launch of Backspace make you less likely to make another acquisition this quarter or next quarter?
No, we have a robust pipeline, and you should anticipate that we will be allocating a portion of that $5 million that I referenced, setting aside for acquisitions on the clinic side, will be put to use. So we've actually set aside more money for acquisitions than we did for the Backspace early in this process on the Backspace. Again, we don't anticipate using all $4 million, but the $5 million that we've set aside for acquisitions could certainly be put to use today if we wanted to. There's no reason for us to push that envelope, but our core business still remains the IMAC regeneration centers at this time, and so we'll put that money to work very quickly.
All right, Jeff Irvin is the CEO of IMAC Holdings. You can see the ticker there, IMAC. There's the URL as well. Jeff, thanks a lot I learned a lot. Thanks a lot for stopping by.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you having me.
All right, we've got our next speaker here in a moment, and before I do that, I just someone in chat said that they lost the QR code. Do not worry, I've got your back. Can we also get this banner off the screen? Whoever isn't here, I'll don't do it myself. All right, let's bring up the QR code for the Slido. Again, we are giving away a lifetime subscription to Benzinga Pro. Just answer these questions. Here, let's go to the next one. Answer these questions, and you could win. Randomly selected at some point in the next 2 hours, give or take. Also, I'm gonna try some new and spontaneous. If you share the link to this video on YouTube, if you share it on your social, share it in an email, whatever, and screenshot that and send that screenshot to events@benzinga.com. I'm not really supposed to be doing this, but whatever. Share it, send a screenshot of you sharing it to events@benzinga.com. I'm going to have us give away, we'll say like $20 in Benzinga swag. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can go to swag.benzinga.com. It's our store. We've got shirts. We've got mugs. I mean, we've got swag. It's a swag store. That's what else would be there, honestly. So share the video, take a screenshot, send that screenshot to events@benzinga.com, and I'll have somebody on the events team give one lucky winner $20 of Benzinga swag. All right. A little while ago, somebody in chat was pounding the table. They were like, where's Lex? Where's Lex? Well, Lex is here. I don't remember who that was. It was like 2 hours ago. But Lex is here. Chris Bunka, the CEO and chairman of Lexaria Bioscience, LEXX. See, there he is. I wasn't lying to you. Chris, how are we doing?
That's a great introduction. I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm not as hyped up as whoever that was in our chat. There was like, "Where's Len?" And I was like, "He's coming." I don't know. It's not time for him yet, but he's here now. So, Chris, there we go. Can we get in presentation mode, please?
Do you know, it's just not working that way. We've been struggling with it the last 30 minutes. So this is the closest we've been able to get. So I apologize that it's not perfect, but I think it'll work.
All right. Well, there we go. I got something now. Thanks, Chelsea. All right. I'm going to get off and let you do your thing.
All right. Well, thank you very much for allowing Lexaria to present today. I am Chris Bunka. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the company. We recently uplisted to NASDAQ, LEXX, in January of this year. We, of course, are a public company, and so you need to familiarize yourself with our disclaimer. One page, sort of 40,000 foot snapshot of the company. We are a drug delivery technology company. We're a technology company. We're not a cannabis company. We're not a psychedelics company, and we're not a drug company. We are a drug delivery technology company. And our technology is so broad that it makes it difficult sometimes to communicate the story because we play in so many different sectors. Right now, for example, we are already patent granted for delivery of oral nicotine, NSAIDs, things like ibuprofen or aspirin, cannabinoids and fat-soluble vitamins. We're patent pending for antiviral drugs, phosphodiesterase inhibitors. Those are things commonly known as, say, Viagra or Cialis, human hormones, and a number of other drug classes. The drug delivery platform that we have is the same for all of these drug classes. Some of the formulations change. Therefore, we're really, really pleased that we have patents both for the technology itself as well as for many different patented formulations. What we do is we get a larger fraction of these drugs into the bloodstream and even across the blood-brain barrier, which is really a huge added benefit in many cases. I need to update this because we just announced yesterday, I believe, our 19th granted patent. It's the first one we've been granted in the country of India. We are focused this year primarily on hypertension and antiviral work, as well as oral nicotine. Oral nicotine, of course, our longer followers will know that we have agreements in place already, formal agreements, formal relationships with both Altria in the United States and for R&D purposes, British American Tobacco internationally. A great many people in the company, I'm not going to belabor this, just a few, including myself and my president, John Doherty. John is really the science kind of engine or visionary behind the company. He has a long history, 2.5 decades in biopharma and biotech, including a number of patents granted for drug delivery technologies. Greg Smith, one of our strategic advisors and a shareholder, well known, he's on CNBC all the time, one of the early investors in Juul, Pax Labs, Beyond Meat. And Dr. Phil Ainsley, I've highlighted in this presentation because of his contribution to our hypertension program that we're going to be talking about here today. Again, for 2021, now look, I'm going to show you a lot of info today, but for 2021, these are the 3 primary areas we're focused, although there's a half a dozen more that we'll get to. And you can see from this slide that they're each very, very large markets. The CBD for hypertension is something that we are trying to sort of stake ground around and sort of own that space if we can. And I'll show you how and why we think that might be possible. It's something we're super, super excited about. And one of the ways that we can communicate and show to you how excited we are about the hypertension program is from this slide that's showing you this is not complete, some of the research programs that are either currently underway or expected to be underway soon On this slide, you'll see 2 areas of focus, hypertension and antiviral, 5 studies in the hypertension, 4 studies in the antiviral. We have another half a dozen studies spread out amongst other areas this year. We were delighted last week to be able to release the first news from our 2021 hypertension work. That was Hyper A211. A, by the way, stands for animal. H, lower in the column, stands for human. And when you see the letter C, it means it's a cellular test. So this was our first bit of hypertension news for the year. It was very successful. I have some of the data coming up, and it inspired an epic day on the market. We traded 48 million shares that day of releasing that news, which was quite interesting to us in the company, considering we only have 5.1 million shares issued and outstanding. We also have 4 antiviral studies in progress for the year. You can see some of the study dates coming up, and we're excited about all of these. We think these could be significant drivers of value creation in the company this year. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. I'm going to hope that most people are familiar with what we do and how, but I'll give a quick intro. The drug delivery platform is very constant, as I say, regardless of the drug class. So we combine the API, the active pharmaceutical ingredient, the drug, with a fatty acid oil. We apply that to a dry, powdered particulate substance. We try to work with food grade substances, things like gum arabic or xanthan gum, tapioca starch, partly because those all have GRAS standing, generally recognized as safe with the FDA. We then perform our patented dehydration processing steps, and what comes out is a dry powder with the drug baked into it, now ready to be pressed into a pill, used to fill a capsule, or be used as an ingredient in a CPG, a consumer packaged good, such as a chocolate or anything else that you might think of. We do this because one of the things we're very proud of in Lexaria is that, unlike much of the pharmaceutical and biotech industry, we do not use a sledgehammer to deliver your drug. We don't need to knock down a house the way a lot of other drug companies do. We work within the body's existing systems. So we already know that your pancreas, liver, gallbladder, stomach, and intestines all communicate to each other. I can go into it, but we don't have time today. They communicate to each other with sensory cells about what is in those organs and what the other organs can do to aid in the digestive and absorptive process. Our technology works with that. These fatty acids are key to it. And because of that, once the food articles or the drug articles have made their way into the upper intestine, which, by the way, is only minutes after you swallow it, we are able to start transporting those drugs across the intestinal wall. And this is where the magic happens, folks. Instead of going into the hepatic vein destined for the liver, the drugs are delivered into the lymphatic lacteals primarily, and this allows the drugs to reach the blood circulation without being metabolized first by the liver. And this is called first liver bypass or metabolic bypass. And it allows the drug in its native form, unchanged, to have one opportunity to circulate through the body and bind with the receptor cells. All of this done for a number of different benefits, and it depends a little bit on the product class, what these benefits are. But for things you put in your mouth, clearly you don't want it to taste foul. We mask bitter flavors, matters a lot in the cannabinoid industry, for example. We improve the speed of onset, and this is dramatic. At times from 100 or 120 minutes down to 2, 5, 10, and 15 minutes. So a real dramatic decrease in time. We get a lot more of it into the bloodstream. That's what bioavailability is. And we were astonished in 2018 to learn that we crossed the blood-brain barrier much more effectively. We'll talk about that. And all of this at pennies per serving to our corporate clients. We don't sell anything directly to the consumer anymore. We are strictly a B2B business. I mentioned a couple slides ago that we are in a lot of different sectors. Well, I'm not kidding. On this page, you can see some of the other areas of investigation just for 2021. So we're going to be doing studies, PK or pharmacokinetic studies this year on phosphodiesterase inhibitors, human hormones, ibuprofen and naproxen, oral mucosal nicotine that is absorbed in the oral cavity, oral cannabinoids, not just for CBD for hypertension, but oral cannabinoids for the retail consumer packaged good industry, and even vitamin D3. Put all these together, it's another $100 billion in market size that we're trying to substantiate our technology within. While all this is going on the blue sky, and the blue sky for our company is enormous, we also are building organically a day-to-day revenue building business. That business is running currently at about a $1 million per year run rate. We expect that to double to roughly $2 million a year over the next year based on the projections and the purchase orders we have from our existing client base. So I am not including in these numbers any possible or prospective new clients that we might be in discussions with. We always are in discussions with those prospective new clients, but just based on our existing client base, revenues are growing. I know they're small, but also keep in mind, folks, that unlike a lot of companies, say in the cannabis industry, we don't have negative profit margins or profit margins of 10%, as many of those companies do. Our positive cash flow from this $1 million is in excess of 50%. So because our business model relies primarily on royalty generation as opposed to selling goods, those royalties are very close to a 100% profit margin. Finally, on this slide, I'll just mention, this is ancient history now, it happened a few months ago, but when we uplisted to NASDAQ, we needed to dispose of any assets that were generating revenue from the cannabis industry, and we sold that division to Hill Street Beverages, and they now are operating that side of things. This graph is really something you need to burn into your memory if you're interested in who we are. On the right-hand side, you'll see the solid black line versus a dotted gray line. The gray line was the result from a human study that was conducted by a so-called competitor of ours that was using a nanotechnology to deliver a 100 milligram dose of CBD into human beings. From left to right in minutes is the time, and vertically is measured the quantity of drug. And you can see that they required 4 hours to reach a peak. It's a pretty slow and gradual curve. And actually at the first blood draw, which was 30 minutes, they were still pretty much stuck on zero. Separate study, we delivered a 90 milligram dose with Dihydratec. You can see at our first blood draw, which was also 30 minutes, we already had reached a level that the competing technology required over 2 hours to reach. Now, I have to tell you, folks, I see all of our data internally. This is pretty standard. I'm used to seeing this more or less in all the studies we do to date. You can see that we peaked in the 90 to 120 minute range, and that our peak is 2 times or more that of our competitor. This is what we do, and it's really, really important, especially when you're talking not so much about CBD, but imagine if you're taking CBD to treat a seizure. Imagine if you're taking a pain medication and you want relief from that pain. Do you really want to wait 2 to 4 hours for it to kick in? I don't think so. That's why our tech is really creating a lot of waves. On this table or this graph, the black line is the same. You can also see the statistical error bars. This matters for the scientists among you. And the gray line is our own control from that same human clinical study that we ran in 2018. Now, I want to point something out to you folks. We're going to talk about this. This is important. This is a 90 milligram dose. The human clinical study that we have underway right now, as I speak, is using a 300 milligram dose. And the new human study of this year is using an advanced formula that we did not know of back in 2018. All of that designed to get a lot more CBD into bloodstream even more quickly than we did 2 and 3 years ago. And notice on the left-hand side of the screen, the second from the bottom bullet, we dropped human blood pressure in this 2018 study by about 5% with this tiny dose. This is a number you need to keep in your mind for what I'm about to talk to you about, which is hypertension. So almost a $30 billion market. Listen to this, only 1 person in 5 actually treats it. In other words, if everybody who's diagnosed with hypertension actually treated it, it would be a $150 billion market. So you got to ask yourself why people are not treating a prescribed disease that they have. And the answer is usually one of 2 things. One, it's either you're just too expensive and people choose to live with the disease, or number 2, a lot of the hypertension drugs that are out on the market have some really nasty side effects. And when you think about Lexaria's ability to deliver these drugs so effectively, we can use a lower dose and a lower initial dose that you swallow in order to get an equivalent or even superior quantity of the drug into your bloodstream. And that means we can lower side effects. And in the case of CBD, we're hopeful that there will be no side effects at all. And one of the reasons I say that is because of one of the other pioneers in the industry, which of course was GW Pharmaceuticals, recently bought out for over $7 billion. GW, in their quest to get CBD regulated by the FDA, which was of course successful, and they're using Epidiolex, which is a generic form of CBD, to treat pediatric seizure disorders. Well, of course, in their studies and submissions to FDA, there were no significant side effects that were noted, even at a 1,200 and 1,400 milligram per day dose. So 1,200 and 1,400 milligrams. So as I said a moment ago, in the human clinical study that's underway right now, we expect dosing in that study to be completed this month. We're moving very, very fast. We're going to use a 300 milligram dose. We are using a 300 milligram dose, and we're using an advanced Dihydrotec 2.0 formula. The net effect of those 2 things, folks, is that we are hopeful, we won't know until we see the data, but we're hopeful and expecting to see 8 or maybe 10 times more CBD in bloodstream than we did in the 2018 study. That's the way the math works. And if we get that 8 or 10-fold increase in CBD in blood plasma, we're hopeful of being able to show a double or triple in that blood pressure reduction into that 10 or 15% range from the 5% in 2018. And here's the punchline, everyone. If we're able to do that, if we're able to get to a 10 or 15% reduction, we feel that we will have a commercially competitive alternative to the other hypertension drugs in the industry today. Of course, we still got a long path in front of us, still have to go through the entire FDA registration process, but a lot of the risk, at least from a scientific point of view, would have been taken out of the story. This is a table we just published last week. Quite frankly, we were pretty surprised to get the result that we got in the marketplace, but this press release and this table is what drove, I don't know, $350 million worth of trading in our stock that day. So you can see for yourself some of the numbers in this column that the MCT, which is a coconut oil industry standard formulation, the original Dihydratech from 2016, 2017, the original Dihydratech 2.0 from 2018, and then the later varieties tested just in the last couple of months. You can see the increase that just continues as we continue to perfect our technology. And it's amazing because when you start to get the multiplier effect, you start getting into this 2,000% improvement in getting CBD into human bloodstream. So it's pretty dramatic. We're excited as heck about it, and we're not stopping. As you saw from the earlier slides, we have roughly a dozen studies going on this year. Switching gears, different market. I'm not going to spend much time here because this is 2 years old, but the nicotine market is the biggest market that we participate in. It's really, if you include China, which we really can't because that's a closed market, it's very nearly a $1 trillion a year market. And we would like to make an oral nicotine alternative to smoking or vaping. We are anti-smoking. We are anti-vaping. We do not think that people who are not currently using nicotine should use nicotine, but for the 1.3 billion people who smoke, we can help save lives, we feel, with our technology through this same drug delivery platform. And a couple of our animal studies from 2018, now in this particular slide, you can see blood samples on the left column every 15 minutes, on the right column every 2 minutes at least to start. And you can see the improvements, again, very similar to our CBD work, 50, 70, 90% more nicotine, 1,100% faster, 300 and 500% more nicotine into brain tissue. This really matters for nicotine, by the way, folks, because in the human animal, the vast majority of your nicotine receptor cells exist in your brain. So if you can't get it across the blood-brain barrier, it's not going to do much good. We're very good at it. That data and others is what led Altria to enter a commercial licensing agreement with us, and British American Tobacco ultimately to enter an R&D agreement with us. Altria does not have any products in the marketplace with our tech. We hope that they will one day. And if they do, we have already agreed to the commercial terms. British American Tobacco is evaluating for the global market, which quite frankly, we're a little more excited about given the different regulatory jurisdictions around the world.
Chris, I'm going to jump in here because we're running a few minutes over time. So okay. We've got to wrap it up. But Chris, you can see Chris bunk up on the screen right now. His company is Lexaria Biosciences, LEXX. Chris, thanks so much. And any more questions, guys, the URL is up on the screen. Thanks a lot, Chris.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to go right to our next presentation here. Greg Gorgas, President CEO of Artelo Biosciences, ticker ARTL. Let's bring Greg on. Oh, look at that. There he is. Greg, good afternoon. How are we doing?
Good afternoon. Yes, good. Thank you.
There's your presentation, and let's go right into this.
All right. Well, Artelo is very pleased to be here at the Benzinga conference, and as was said, we're traded on the NASDAQ under the symbol ARTL. We're a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company. We're developing a portfolio of therapeutic candidates, and we're focused in on novel drug targets where our founding was really that there's a treasure trove of opportunity in modulating the endocannabinoid system, a system that every human being is born with. And we're going to share with you a little bit about our company. I will be making some forward-looking statements. We would invite all investors to look at our filings, which are linked on our website at artelobio.com. Hopefully, in the next few minutes, I will be able to share with you 5 main features of Artelo. 1 is that we have a novel drug pipeline, not just a single asset. 2, that we have near-term milestones over the next 3, 6, 12, and 18 months that should drive valuation for the company. That we are going after billion-dollar market opportunities that's distinctive within the endocannabinoid system modulation companies. That we have a robust patent estate, and that's the reason we can go after multi-billion-dollar market opportunities. And we have a proven leadership team that knows what finished and good looks like and has the resolve at Artelo to see these products through their valuation inflection points. Let me share with you about the 3 programs that we have here at Artelo. Now, if you believe, like we do, that there's a treasure trove of drug development opportunity by modulating the endocannabinoid system, then it would be fair to say as investors, you might want to place bets across the different ways to modulate that endocannabinoid system. And I can say that from our perspective, as we've looked out at the marketplace, Artelo is the only company that is a full spectrum endocannabinoid modulation company. What do I mean by that? Is that our lead clinical asset is a synthetic cannabinoid, targets the main receptors of the endocannabinoid system. Our second program is a fatty acid binding protein 5 inhibitor that regulates, it's an inhibitor to a protein that can modulate or regulate lipid signaling and your endocannabinoid tone, or your self-made cannabinoids. Our third program takes advantage of what nature has developed, and that is a chemical in the form of CBD that can be optimized, and we believe we've done that with our co-crystal. Our co-crystal has the benefit of being the first and only composition of matter patent issued by the U.S. Patent Office for a co-crystal of CBD. Oftentimes I get asked the question in a very simplistic way, how did you patent something in the public domain like lettuce? And not to say that CBD is like lettuce, but it's in the public domain. And I'm going to unpack that and share with you a little bit about that as we move forward. Our first 2 programs came to us from outside of Artelo. The original, the lead asset was originally developed at AstraZeneca, a global pharmaceutical company. And Stony Brook University, with the help of NIH funding, developed our second family of protein inhibitors under the symbol at Artelo of ART, or ART 2612. Our third program speaks to the credibility that we have here at Artelo, and that is our co-crystal of CBD. Now, we're a company that makes promises and we deliver on those promises. We put check marks up there so you can see that during 2020, when it was a difficult year for a lot of companies, including Artelo, everything in our control we went out to deliver on. And this year, what can investors have to look forward to? Well, there's 2 principal areas that we can look forward to milestones here at Artelo. First and foremost is the clinical data from our lead asset. And this is in the form of clinical data from the CARES study. We'll share with you in just a moment about that. But there's 2 tranches of data, data from the first stage of that trial, as well as the second stage. And the first stage information or data is intended or expected to come out before the end of this year. And then by about this time, or a little before this time next year, we're expecting the full data from the CARES study. And then any preclinical data that we have from our 2 preclinical assets, we would look forward to releasing to the public. And that would be data that differentiates our assets from others. So I'm going to spend just a couple minutes talking about our lead clinical program. This is ART 2713, and this is for cancer anorexia. Now, any of you that have been around the cancer journey know that cancer anorexia and the metabolic wasting, which is called cachexia, that syndrome affects 6 out of every 10 late-stage cancer patients. Anybody that's been around the cancer journey, been a caregiver, or had a loved one going through that journey knows that this is a loss of appetite. It's experiencing weight loss. It's a loss of tissue, a loss of muscle. It's a loss of quality of life, and eventually a loss of life itself. Unfortunately, between 3 and 5 out of every 10 people that die of cancer die of the anorexia associated with cancer. It's a high unmet need. There is no current standard of care. The largest professional society of medical oncologists is ASCO, or the American Society of Clinical Oncology. And they said last year in the guidelines, about exactly 1 year ago, there is no pharmacologic standard of care to treat cancer cachexia. So, and if you look across the Western world, North America, the United States, Canada, the UK, or Europe, there is no regulatory approved drug to treat cancer anorexia. Now, despite that, physicians are using a number of drugs off-label. Not one of them has risen to the standard of care. There are drugs like Decadron or steroids that are used as a short course, but these can be immunosuppressive. And while they do temporarily, for some patients, increase appetite, unfortunately, that can dissipate as the drug is taken off. So let's talk about what's special about Artelo 2713. Well, this is a synthetic new chemical entity, as I mentioned before. It doesn't come from the sky, doesn't come from the soil, doesn't come from a plant. It comes from the labs of AstraZeneca. And the two special features of this is that it is a dual full receptor agonist of the CB1 and the CB2 receptors, the main receptors of that endocannabinoid system. Now, we have to give cannabis users a debt of gratitude or thanks because they've taught us that the ingestion of cannabis can increase appetite. The THC, the active ingredient in cannabis that is causing that appetite, is only a partial agonist. So that's the first distinctive feature of our drug. So nature did produce an interesting chemical, but this has been optimized at the labs of AstraZeneca. The second, in the form of Artelo 2713, the second feature is that our drug is peripherally restricted or selective. And I'm going to show you a little bit of information about that on the next slide. So what does our drug do? I've represented that as a capsule on there. You take it, or a patient would take this once a day, and it would trigger receptors that are in the gut region. And most of us grab our stomachs or our tummies around lunchtime and say, feed me, I'm hungry. And that effectively sends a signal to the brain. So the drug doesn't have to go to the brain. The signal goes to the brain through the endocannabinoid system. So what evidence do we have that we're excited about here at Artelo? Well, first of all, data that came out of AstraZeneca is depicted on the left-hand side of your screen. This is a 50-patient study. These are patients with low back pain, where AstraZeneca was originally studying the drug. And they did 5 different dose levels. At each dose level, 8 people received active drug and 2 received placebo. And there was a big distinction from those that received active drug. And the more drug you got, the more appetite you had, or the more weight gain, I should say. And those patients that had placebo did not have an increase in weight gain. And if you were able to put a statistical figure to this, the p-value would be 0.0001. So I would dare say at the Benzinga conference, there isn't even a handful of companies that has this kind of evidence from phase 1 data with their drug going into a phase 2 trial. So we're very excited about what we have, and we feel an obligation with the drug we have to move it forward in development for cancer anorexia. The second part of this I wanted to make sure I mentioned, and that is the peripheral restriction. So why is that important? Because if you did have something that's a full agonist of the CB1 and the CB2 receptors, and it got into the brain, you would get the high or euphoria or fuzzy feeling that is not wanted by cancer patients. So anybody that says instead of our drug, they could just take THC, it fails on 2 reasons. One, THC is not a full agonist. So ours is like a full light switch, not a dimmer switch on. And second of all, we can give you the hunger without the high, or the loss of control that cancer patients are not looking for. So what we're doing about that is we're doing the CARE study. This stands for the Cancer Appetite Recovery Study. And we're doing this primarily in the UK, although we're getting interest outside of the UK for other sites that want to sign up for this. Within the first 6 months, we anticipate the first tranche of clinical data, so that would be before the end of this year. And then about this time next year, the full data to read out. We feel that's a really important time in the inflection of value here at Artelo. I'm cognizant of the time, and so I want to move to our second program. This is an inhibitor of fatty acid binding protein 5. And so switching gears, this is to modulate or regulate your self-made cannabinoids. But when they were developing for that, for self-made cannabinoids, lipids or fatty acids, which endocannabinoids are also feeding the growth of cancer. And so there's a difficult cartoon to explain in just a few minutes, but inside the cell, there's a chaperone for fatty acids. And when it feeds the nuclear receptor, it stimulates a gene that accounts for the growth locally and the migration of cancer, called vascular endothelial growth factor. And so interrupt this signaling, and perhaps we can get a real result in helping starve cancers of the feeding through fatty acids. And that's exactly what the University of Liverpool did when they took Stony Brook's drug and they put it in a highly metastatic, castration-resistant model of prostate cancer. And in just 30 days, you can see the mice that were unprotected with our inhibitor at the top of the screen. Their cancers grew much more than the mice at the bottom of the screen who had their cancers protected against the growth through the feeding of and stimulation of the gene through the feeding of fatty acids. So we're very excited about this program. We're aiming to get it into the clinic by the end of next year. And any differentiating data like we have here, and we have others that that has been published, we'll make sure that it is available to investors. The leading drug in this sector today is Avastin, and to my knowledge, Avastin does not have single agent activity data like is represented in this slide here. The last program I promised I would mention is our proprietary patented co-crystal of cannabidiol, or CBD. Now, many people are enamored with the activity of CBD, and so are we. You can either go through and protect that through orphan drug designation, as GW Pharmaceuticals has, or like in other companies at Zenerba, you can try and protect that through a special delivery system. We did not choose either of those pathways. We actually took advantage of an inherent flaw to either synthetic or naturally extracted CBD, in that it's polymorphic in nature, meaning it's a lot like, an analogy I use is H2O. It's a lot like H2O existing in a solid, liquid, and gas form. That would be indicative of something being the same chemical in nature, but existing in different forms. And I know that's a temperature change and it's not perfect, but it shares with you that CBD inherently has multiple shapes, and we select out a single shape out of that, retains all the pharmacology of CBD, but it has improved drug-like properties. So that's the first advantage that we believe we have, and that's the basis for our patent estate, which is our second advantage that I wanted to mention, that we have an issued patent through the end of 2038. So anybody wanting to build a generic to our drug would violate the specifications and estate of our patent. And then last but not least, we sandwich this with tetramethylperazine. It's a plant extract that's used as a food flavoring in Europe, but at high doses, it looks to have medicinal properties as a neuroprotectant. We bring that together in the form of a co-crystal to form Artelo 1211. And we're moving that through differentiating studies through the preclinical setting, hoping to get this into the clinic. A little bit about our company and our financial situation. This is capitalization data as of the middle of last month at our last 10Q filing. We had $11 million in cash. We have no debt, no equity line. Our run rate for cash has been somewhere between $300,000 and $600,000 on a month-to-month basis. So you can see that, using your own math skills, that this is anticipated to be quite a cash runway for us. What's more important there is that, do we have the cash to get to meaningful milestones? And unequivocally, I can state the answer is yes. Common shares outstanding, 23 million, and pretty significant trades on the NASDAQ under the symbol ARTL. Last but not least, I wanted to just revisit the 5 main points I made at the beginning. One, I think you can see that as a full spectrum endocannabinoid modulation company that's really focused in on its applications in cancer, that we do have a novel pipeline that is amplifies the upside opportunity and mitigates risk by the diversity that we brought into the company. That there are near-term milestones over the next 6 to 12 months that should be highly impactful for the company. That we're going after billion-dollar market opportunities with this under the backdrop of a really robust patent estate. And I don't have the time in this presentation or discussion with you to share about the exquisite team that we have here at Artelo, but I would invite you to go to artelobio.com and see the members of the team whose bios are represented on that. And with that, I will stop and ask if there are any questions.
Let's find out. Any questions in chat? We got 1 or 2 more minutes for Greg Gorgas. He's the president and CEO of Artelo Bioscience. You can see it up on the screen, the URL, the ticker, ARTL. I think we are set on the question front. We did have someone saying, a few people saying in chat, saying they own shares and plan to continue buying more each month this year. So you got some fans, Clyde W, Joseph Vaughn. So you got some fans in chat. Greg Gorgas, thank you so much for coming on with us today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this conference. I, like many of the folks that have been participating in this presentation, I am too an investor, and you can read our Form 4 filings to see that. So I'm an investor right alongside with you. I believe there's tremendous promise here, and we have our best years ahead of us.
All right. Thanks a lot, Greg, for joining
Thank
us
you.
at the Benzinga Global Small Cap Conference. Let's move this thing right along. Time is really flying today. It's already 4:30. Can you believe it? I don't know. Before I bring on our next speakers, let's see update on the like count. I said it at the top of the stream here this morning. I want to get to 500 likes today. We're at 331. 331. I wanted to get to 500. We have an hour and change left. So let's see if we can get to that 500 number. Hit that like button. Give us a subscribe. And as I mentioned on several occasions throughout the day here, we are nearing 100,000 subscribers on Benzinga's YouTube. We are giving away some free stock and some other free stuff next week when we inevitably hit that goal. So stay tuned for that. All right, let's move on here. Let's bring on our next speakers. I got 2 speakers coming on right now, Ian McDonald and Gideon Shapiro, the CEO and the co-founder of Bright Minds Biosciences, respectively. There's Gideon. I see Ian joining via audio, and we're going to also share Ian's presentation here. Guys, welcome to the Benzinga Global Small Cap Conference.
Great to be here.
Let's go right into it.
Thanks so much for having us. All right, I'm Ian McDonald, CEO and founder of co-founder of Bright Minds. You're looking at one of our other co-founders, Gideon Shapiro. My background is in investment banking, and in around 2015, I started getting interested in the serotonergic field and really understanding what an impact that these drugs could have on one's mind, not only in mental health disorders, but also in other neurological conditions such as epilepsy. And the drugs that are on the market, quite frankly, weren't good enough. The most common class of drugs that works on the serotonergic field are SSRI, serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which effectively flood the brain with serotonin in a very undifferentiated manner. But we felt there was a better way, and the serotonin 2A receptor is frequently known as and commonly accepted as the psychedelic receptor. And you've probably heard of a number of compounds that hit that receptor that have recently come in vogue for mental health conditions. Compounds like psilocybin, LSD, MDMA. And while those compounds certainly work, and they work incredibly well, you're seeing efficacy of up to 70% in some cases. That's considerably higher than what you're seeing with the prior generation of SSRI. So we have a potentially transformational new class of medicines that's coming in, but those medicines aren't perfect. What we have are very efficacious compounds, but they lack a lot of the drug-like characteristics necessary for them to be embraced by big pharma. So I got together with Gideon, who is, in my opinion, and I think around the scientific community, one of the sharpest brains in drug development. And what we've done is assemble a team to create the next generation of drugs that address those liabilities associated with the first group of compounds, so that these drugs can be brought to greater patient populations. And I'll turn it over to Gideon, who can share a few words about his background and get into some of those major problems with the first generation of psychedelics that we're looking to address. Thanks, Ian. So I'm a trained chemist, been 30 years in the business. I started my career in big pharma at Sandoz in Switzerland. Had the pleasure of actually
working in the same department and seeing Albert Hoffman, the inventor of LSD, speak. And in that tradition at Sandoz, which then became Novartis, had my career basically in the CNS department, many drugs. Sandoz was very renowned for CNS drugs in Alzheimer's disease and some of the best psychiatry drugs as well. So had that great start in big pharma, how to develop and invent really novel, best-in-class brain drugs as a background. And then most recently, I moved on to Fidelity Venture Companies. The latest have been working on and seeing the power of this, essentially new wave and paradigm shift in psychiatry at Rugen, where we had basically wanted to take a completely new approach to treating psychiatry at the root cause. And there we had independently discovered and worked on second generation ketamine analogs. Ketamine is now recognized as the biggest breakthrough in psychiatry in 50 years. Essentially now is effective. There has been nothing really effective at treating MDD, major depressive disorder, until now. The SSRIs and classic big pharma drugs didn't work at all for major depression. And now with ketamine, essentially, there's a breakthrough, but again, we saw that there are problems with ketamine as a therapy, and you need second generation drugs with less side effects. But the excitement is that essentially the recognition that psychedelics and ketamine as the first drug is essentially a brain reboot. So essentially, it's a circuit disorder and can be treated sort of like what we call a chemical electroshock, where one treatment you don't need a pill every day. You can basically get a treatment once a week or once every 2 weeks intermittently to treat your disease and treat it effectively. And so the real excitement now is that we're witnessing the same thing with psychedelics. They are also capable of this new paradigm of essentially a rewiring or the brain. If you view it as a circuit that's in disorder, you can essentially trip the brain back into it. And the interesting thing about that is that underlies many different psychiatric conditions. So with one sort of fundamental mechanism, you can treat major depressive disorder or PTSD, these features that have common treatability with this mechanism. So that's really exciting. And the psychedelics really have not been approved, but clearly have been shown this first generation with psilocybin in the forefront. Can do that. So there's no question about the efficacy of the drugs. The problem with the first generation drugs are threefold. One is that essentially there's a toxicity issue that's much more serious, in fact, than for ketamine, which has to do with the fact that they're not selective for the particular subtype of receptor that Ian mentioned. And so there are other subtypes of the serotonin receptor, particularly the 5-HT2B, where you get cardiotoxicity. And so essentially, you're very restricted in the dosing that you can do. Now, currently only 2 doses can be given. And what we know from the experience with ketamine and other drugs is that you will need more frequent treatment and administration to treat a broad range of patients. So really to expand the power of the psychedelic therapy, to large patient numbers, you need a second generation drug that's safer, that doesn't have that fundamental toxicity issue. And second of all, the trip time or the psychedelic experience, you want to minimize the duration. So the current drugs essentially last for 6 hours or more until you can be released. And we know from ketamine that you can certainly be released earlier with a better, shorter half-life drug, in essence. And then finally, to really make it mainstream, in addition to these improvements, you'd want intellectual property. So the current generation of drugs are very hard to do business with in big pharma and command the pricing and market potential to get more investment dollars to do these things, to make them reach more patients. So those are the three fundamental issues that need to be solved. And we see this all the time in big pharma. There's always a first generation drug that works but has defects, and then the second generation eventually replaces it. And that's essentially what we're doing here with a team of big pharma veterans with a deep bench who have that experience, and that's what essentially we've been doing as a team, essentially in our careers for decades. So that's it. This next slide basically shows you the picture of that of the heart valve toxicity. So this is the team that we've assembled to do that. Okay, yeah. To do that,
our third co-founder. Sorry, I'll let you continue, Gideon.
Yeah. So that's it in a nutshell. That's what we're doing, and we have a pipeline of therapies as well. As a big pharma deep bench addressing many indications. So I'll let Ian introduce the team of that of our bench here. Go ahead, Ian.
Thanks so much. So the three co-founders are there. The three co-founders are there to the left of your screen. Myself, Gideon, who you know, and Alan Kozakowski, who is a genius professor after studying at Harvard and a couple other prestigious institutions. He went on to a very successful career as a neuroscientist, creating a lot of psychoactive drugs, and really was a leader in serotonin. We managed to lure him out of retirement. He's an old friend of Gideon's from their Berkeley days, and he is a really core part of Brightmind's team. Not only because he's very experienced, but he's worked in this specific field addressing the specific problems that we've been targeting, and he's spent many years and millions of dollars before we started Brightminds. In addition, we also have a very talented chief medical officer who studied, used to work at Stanford, Columbia. After that, she became a chief medical officer and has been responsible for bringing a lot of drugs to market. And I'll turn it over to Gideon to tell you about the rest of our team and how they fit in.
So the rest of our team are essentially what you need is the leading scientists in the field of psychedelics and 5-HT or serotonin. John McCorvey is well recognized as probably one of the foremost researchers. And what you really need to do in this is you need to know the receptor pharmacology and how they signal and how they function to make selective drugs that we're doing as second generation. So he's a key leader in the area. And then we have as well the UC San Diego, the animal pharmacologist that's really key for characterizing the drugs preclinically. And then we have a deep bench of ex-pharma executives and managers in drug development, toxicology, pharmacokinetics are very important for making a drug that's tailored for human use. So essentially, we've got the deep big pharma bench. And the nice thing is we're already positioned to partner. So essentially with this team and our assets and our patented technology, there's a lot of interest already from big pharma in this space that otherwise would be potentially, a difficult space for them to enter themselves, and certainly would want to partner with the leading biotech companies. So this is the portfolio where we are. Essentially, we've got a lead program with a proprietary drug that's patented, has patent protection up to 2036. Composition of matter, it's issued, and that's positioned to enter phase 1. It's a 5-HT2C selective drug. A lot of interest now basically in advancing in infantile seizure disorders, where the cannabis field got started, but now it's clear that serotonin and its 2C receptor has been very effective. A drug called fenfluramine or Fintepla has been approved, which has to be safety monitored. And essentially what we have is a safer drug that's recognized now with this mechanism as being effective. So we're well positioned with that and have a pipeline of other indications that are also well recognized for this receptor subtype in basically impulsivity disorders in neuropsychiatry, namely opioid substance abuse disorder and binge eating. So we have a lot of opportunities in classic big pharma markets for a non-psychedelic selective drug in the 2C field. And then the gem, or really the crown jewel, is in 5-HT2A with this major market of depression and PTSD that's well recognized but needs a safer drug. So with our psychedelic pipeline slightly behind that, we're well positioned now as a portfolio company in this receptor 5-HT2A and C. So that's where we are with that. Ian,
and just to put the market size for these indications into scale for you, what we have here are very large problems, and problems that, when on patents, command quite a large sum. So if you look at major depressive disorder, for an on-patent drug, you're seeing up to $35,000 per patient per year. You multiply the two, and that's a potential $600 billion market. PTSD equally is pervasive of a problem. Is an absolutely enormous market as well. You're looking at around $275 billion for that. Alzheimer's disease, psychosis, opioid use disorder, binge eating disorder, all very large markets that, if we find a successful drug, would make us into a multi-billion-dollar company. Bright Minds is different. Bright Minds is really inventing the next generation of drugs. And when you innovate in biotechnology, that means you can have proper intellectual property on your molecule. If you're just taking forward a natural product like psilocybin, it's unpatentable in any real sense. So what you're left with is a generic drug. For a generic drug, that means basically anybody can sell it after some relatively minor legal hurdles and regulatory hurdles. So you're left with a drug for an indication like depression, which would sell for, on average, around $400 per patient per year. And take that in comparison to an on-patent drug, where you would be charging anywhere from, call it, $10,000 on the low end to $35,000 on the higher end for a patented therapy. And that's really the important takeaway from a financial perspective on new chemical entities versus generic drugs. Our valuation is incredibly cheap relative to our peers. This slide is a little old. The valuations are considerably higher for Field Trip and Atai. Ours is around 80 million today. We view our program with our portfolio and our programs, we should be valued considerably higher, and we feel that will probably be something that will come as markets recognizes what we have. We will be also listing on NASDAQ within the coming months, which will open us up to considerable more eyes and potential investors. That's all. I think we'll open it up to questions if there are any.
Well, if I know our audience, I would imagine there would be some questions about psychedelics. Let's see. Refined Warrior from the chat. Also, I was told my mic is not loud enough, so hopefully that's a little louder for you all. Refined Warrior in chat wants to know about anorexia. You mentioned binge eating. Would be curious to see if there are other treatment options for anorexia, for example.
So they're very different diseases, the two, and anorexia is particularly hard. So I think definitely the impulsivity is really the key, which is not quite the case with anorexia. So I wouldn't see this as an anorexia drug. And already there's a big difference between drug prescription and psychiatry for those disorders. So there definitely has to be an education. There's a war between psychiatrists in that field who don't think patients need medicine versus medication. So I think we'd stay away from anorexia initially.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and it also I'd mention that we believe our drug would work for bulimia. That's a very related disorder to binge eating disorder.
Excellent. All right. I think that's all. Ian McDonald. Yeah, I don't see any more questions from the chat. Ian McDonald, CEO, and Gideon Shapiro, Vice President of Discovery and co-founder, Bright Minds Biosciences, ticker BMBIF, here in the U.S. Ian, Gideon, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's move this to our second to the last, if you can believe it, second to the last speaker of the day, Adam Kaplan, who is the Chief Scientific Officer at MyMD Pharmaceuticals, ticker there, MYMD. Oh, man, I see a big old black screen where Adam's face was just a second ago. I'm wondering if he lost the internet. You know what? I bet you that's what happened. Let's see if he's I've seen this before when this happens on the service that we use where when someone loses internet, it actually happened yesterday, and then their face is gone. And so I think that's what happened with Adam. Is he just lost his internet? So we'll get Adam back here in a moment. I promise. We are only 3 minutes behind schedule, which is a victory, right? It's a victory. All right. Let me do this for one of the last times, if not the last time today. Bring up the Slido poll, okay, that I've been mentioning throughout the day. There is the QR code. Scan that QR code. Answer the poll. You could win a lifetime Benzinga Pro subscription. Okay. Here's the poll question that I care the most about. But let's move off this into a different one. Let's move off this to here's a trivia question. Doge or Shiba? Doge or Shiba? I'm surprised. Oh, but then we got Adam back. So I'm surprised Doge is dominating this poll. I would not have thought that. But what do I know? Let's see if we can get Adam back here. Adam Kaplan is the Chief Scientific Officer. There he is of MyMD Pharmaceuticals, ticker MYMD, Mary, Yankee, Mary, Delta. Adam, we had you, we lost you, and now we have you again. So all is well.
Excellent. Thank you, Spencer, for bringing me back from the edge of oblivion there.
Let's go ahead, if we can, and share your presentation, and we can get right into it. Click on that share button. And yeah, I'm sorry? I do not see it. No.
Can you see the presentation?
I do not see it.
That's a problem.
You can click on that share button in the middle there. I had a feeling that you had some sort of internet outage. That's what typically happens. There, I see something now. There we go. We're in business.
Oh my goodness, that was quite upsetting. So, all right. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining this presentation to learn more about MyMD Pharmaceuticals and our two currently developing drugs, MyMD1 and Supera CBD. My name is Adam Kaplan, as Spencer has already alluded to. I'm the Chief Scientific Officer for MyMD. After leaving Johns Hopkins last year, after being there for 25 years as a clinician researcher in areas related to autoimmune diseases. Before I begin, I'd like to call your attention to the customary safe harbor disclosures and forward-looking information, which I know, like me, you're looking forward to reading, or are you? The first thing you should know is that, as I will elaborate on shortly, MyMD1 is an improved TNF-alpha inhibitor designed to be taken by mouth in comparison to currently available medicines, which are injectables and carry a black box warning for the risk of lethal infections. In addition, MyMD1 has selectivity, and we believe will make it much safer to take, as I'll show you in just a bit. The TNF-alpha inhibitor global market size is $40 billion, with the lead compound Humira alone accounting for $20 billion of that market, which makes it the #1 selling drug in the world. So if you remember nothing else from my presentation today, please remember that what we have here is a potential blockbuster. The other take-home message I wanted to make sure you got from this presentation right up front is that we are on track to have a phase 2 study with results of MyMD1 treating COVID-19 patients at Johns Hopkins by the end of this year, 2021. Now that hopefully I have your attention, I'd like to tell you more about MyMD1 and the reasons we believe in its potential to impact a number of diseases through its unique mechanisms of action. MyMD1 is an immune system regulator that has been designed to be taken by mouth and to regulate the release of inflammatory cytokines, including tumor necrosis factor alpha, which is abbreviated TNF-alpha. Cytokines are the chemical messengers that the cells of the immune system use to communicate and rally one another. They are like what neurotransmitters are to neurons, cytokines are to the immune system. TNF-alpha is the primary cytokine regulator responsible for inflammation in the body. TNF-alpha is one of the first responses of the immune system to an acute infection, but when chronically overactive, perpetuates a cycle of immune dysregulation that can cause and perpetuate autoimmune diseases. Inflammation is either a beneficial consequence of the activation of the immune system to fight off foreign invaders or a telltale sign of an underlying illness that has taken hold. In addition to autoimmune diseases, diseases of old age are usually accompanied by an overactivation of the immune system and therefore accompanied by increased inflammation. Age-related diseases such as heart disease, lung disease, kidney disease, cancer, Alzheimer's, and any one of more than the 80 known autoimmune diseases all involve immune activation, overactivation, and dysregulation. Ultimately, what they all have in common is a cascade of mounting activation of cytokines resulting in inflammation burning out of control, and TNF-alpha is the spark and tinder that lights and perpetuates the fire. Before highlighting studies we have initiated to demonstrate the effectiveness of MyMD1 to treat autoimmune and age-related diseases, let me describe for you now something about how MyMD1 works. MyMD1 works to target the cause, not the symptoms of diseases associated with immune activation and inflammation. At the doses we've investigated so far, there is minimal impact expected on cell viability, which translates into enhanced clinical safety. This is an important differentiating factor compared to the available TNF-alpha inhibitors which are on the market. MyMD1 also crosses the blood-brain barrier, unlike available TNF-alpha inhibitors, which we believe will eliminate the known side effects of neurotoxicity associated with them. This slide demonstrates the way MyMD1 inhibits multiple cytokines. So not just TNF-alpha, but you can see TNF-alpha, IL-6, and IL-17 are all inhibited by increasing doses of MyMD1 in an assay developed and carried out by Eurofins on our drug. The two most common examples of overactivation of the immune system where TNF-alpha plays a key role are one, when the body starts to mistake itself for a foreign invader, leading to autoimmune diseases like multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis, and inflammatory bowel disease. And two, when the immune system gets completely overwhelmed and goes on a no-holds-barred assault, which is what researchers observe in the quote-unquote cytokine storm observed with COVID-19. The first-line response of the immune system to fight off invaders that have breached the walls of our skin and digestive tract is led by the immune system activation of TNF-alpha. While this function is essential when serving as the frontline coordinator of the immune system, TNF-alpha can wreak havoc when the immune system gets overheated, leading to effects gone out of control. As you can imagine, having a way of selectively preventing out of control injury, but preserving the ability to fight off infection would be optimal in a TNF-alpha inhibitor, and that is precisely what MyMD1 is designed to do. Humira and the other currently marketed TNF-alpha inhibitors act by indiscriminately blocking TNF-alpha, including its role in coordinating the initial response to invaders, and can cause serious infections. In fact, the FDA currently requires a black box warning on all TNF-alpha inhibitors that warns of increased risk for developing serious infections that may lead to hospitalization and even death. And death is a side effect that you do not want on your package insert. MyMD1, on the other hand, has been designed to be selective, to block TNF-alpha when it becomes overactivated in autoimmune diseases and cytokine storms, but does not block it from doing its normal job of being a first responder to any routine type of moderate infection. This means we believe it should be much safer. And hopefully you can see my cursor here. Black is the inhibition that happens here either with Humira or Remicade, TNF-alpha inhibitors. And here, this LPS is a model of bacterial infection in the system. And you can see that the TNF-alpha inhibitors block that, but MyMD1 does not. However, the BT is a model of autoimmune diseases where lymphocytes have gotten out of control. And both the TNF-alpha inhibitors and in red, MyMD1 are potent blockers of TNF-alpha. It is this selectivity that we think will allow the preservation of the ability of MyMD1 to allow initial responses of the immune system, but only adjust what's going on with autoimmune diseases. In addition to its effect on the immune system, MyMD1 has been shown the potential to create other unexpected but welcome effects on the body. MyMD1 prevents fibrosis, which is the scarring that happens as the result of chronic injury from inflammation. Fibrosis is involved in injury to a number of organs, including lung, kidney, and liver, which together comprise an anti-fibrosis market size of $110 billion. In fact, it's even estimated that 45% of all deaths in the United States are involve fibrotic disease. So now let's transition to what we've already planned and started to move MyMD through to market approval by the FDA. We have both short-term and long-term plans for demonstrating the effectiveness of MyMD1. Most autoimmune diseases are degenerative in nature, which means they progress slowly. Early and late-stage studies in multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis, and frailty, which is the consequence of poor physical adaptation to aging, all take 6 months to a year of treatment to resolve the difference between drug and placebo. This translates into a minimum of 9 months to 1.5 year long studies. These are long-term steps to develop novel therapies for chronic diseases, and the investment of time is necessary to achieve blockbuster breakthroughs. There are also short-term methods to demonstrate the potential impact of MyMD1, and our company intends to exploit these opportunities. As it turns out, the brain is very sensitive to inflammation and acts as a canary in the coal mine. Either robust or chronic inflammation results in immune-mediated depression. Autoimmune diseases are associated, all of them, by the way, are associated with 25 to 50% rate of immune-mediated depression, which correlates with their level of TNF-alpha and IL-6. Blocking either one of these cytokines can lessen depression in autoimmune diseases, and MyMD1 has been shown capable of blocking both simultaneously. Excuse me. Preclinical studies done just this week at Johns Hopkins demonstrated that MyMD1 has the ability to treat immune-mediated depression in the lab, preclinically. I'm happy to talk about that in the question and answer if people are interested in how that was done. The short-term advantage of studying the effects of MyMD1 on immune-mediated depression is that treatment for 1 month can be sufficient to demonstrate mood changes due to inflammation, making studies as brief as a few months sufficient to complete the study. Essentially, we are using immune-mediated depression as a readout to monitor the anti-inflammatory effects of MyMD1, where the levels of TNF-alpha in the blood is still the primary outcome measure. COVID-19 is a global menacing once-in-a-century killer. And in the US alone, it's affected 33 million people and killed over 584,000 people. It is also a condition for which MyMD1 might be ideally suited to assist with. COVID-19 exerts its greatest injury through causing a storm of cytokines release, leading in the worst case scenario to lung injury and even complete destruction. TNF-alpha correlates with the severity of the disease and lung injury, and the lung injury results in pulmonary fibrosis, both of which MyMD1 has been shown capable of preventing in laboratory tests of human immune and lung cells. Not surprisingly, COVID-19 causes clinical depression in over 50% of those infected with SARS-CoV-2, which is the virus that causes the pandemic. Because both COVID-19 and the depression it causes happen quickly, 2 weeks of treatment are sufficient to test the ability of MyMD1 to treat COVID-19, meaning that a study we have planned will take 3 months from the start to finish in order to complete. This study is under contract with Johns Hopkins, and we are expecting to have phase 2 data from COVID-19 study of using MyMD1 by the end of this year. This is an example where you can see this is increasing doses of MyMD1, and it potently decreased cytokine storm in the laboratory where you overactivate immune cells by both decreasing TNF-alpha, interferon gamma, IL-2, and IL-10. In addition to long-term study of MyMD1 in progressive MS, for which there is a contract in place at Johns Hopkins, we are also planning a short-term study that will give us the more rapid readout of the effectiveness of our treatment. MyMD recently submitted an orphan drug designation to the FDA for immune-mediated depression in MS. Similar to our COVID-19 study, an MS-associated immune-mediated depression study affiliated with Johns Hopkins is planned to begin in the fourth quarter of this year. A long-term 2-year longevity study in mice with MyMD1 versus rapamycin was conducted by the same scientist who published the MyMD1 study on autoimmune thyroiditis from the Johns Hopkins. This is the study in the middle of the slide you can see here. The manuscript, which showed a 30% enhancement of lifespan by MyMD1 that beat rapamycin, is expected to be submitted this summer, followed by publication in a peer-reviewed journal. This, combined with the known role of inflammation in contributing to the age-related decline, has prompted us to investigate the potential role of MyMD1 in slowing aging. MyMD recently authored a white paper on aging and sarcopenia, which can be viewed from a link on our website. Sarcopenia is an age-related decrease in muscle mass, muscle strength, and muscle performance. Sarcopenia, in conjunction with cognitive changes, are part of the frailty syndrome, it's been called, that can occur with advancing age, which in turn implies additional risk in the morbidity and mortality of individuals. And this has been approved by the FDA as a target for aging-related research. There is no clear comparator for an indication in slowing aging and sarcopenia for MyMD1 because no such drug with FDA approval currently exists. The market for MyMD1, if it demonstrates the ability to substantially slow aging and/or muscle loss, is priceless. MyMD1 has contracted with IQVIA, the global leader in clinical trial design and management, to assist with a phase 2 study of sarcopenia and frailty to be performed at Johns Hopkins beginning in the first quarter of 2022. Primary outcomes will include chronic inflammatory biomarkers, including TNF-alpha, that is inhibited by MyMD. Secondary outcomes will include gait and strength. All of these efforts will allow us to yield further evidence in our ongoing path forward to extend health span or a healthy lifespan. I'd like now to shift to our other candidate, which is equally exciting in its therapeutic potential that affects endocannabinoid system in a manner that is superior to plant-based cannabidiol, better known as CBD, about which people have heard a great deal today. Supira CBD is a patent-protected synthetic CBD derivative that is being developed to address anxiety, chronic pain, and seizures. Supira CBD is synthetic. It's a cannabidiol derivative that targets endogenous endocannabinoid receptor type 2, or cannabinoid receptor type 2, abbreviated CB2. Supira CBD has broad therapeutic properties across a range of neuropsychiatric disorders, but without the intoxicating effect that is seen in THC. On April 27th of 2021, so just recently, new data from a study of Supira CBD from the researchers at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine was presented at the 3rd Annual Neuroimmunology Drug Development Summit. The preclinical study was able to highlight Supira CBD's promising anti-anxiety properties, demonstrating that effect in mice, and a dramatically 4-fold higher binding affinity for the CB2 receptor that you can see here. And Supira CBD was 92% compared to CBD 25% binding affinity. CB2 receptors are found in the immune system and have been implicated in a number of therapeutic effects of CBD, potentially including anxiolytic, anticonvulsant, antipsychotic, neuroprotective, and anti-inflammatory effects. Certainly the anti-inflammatory effects have a great deal of support for the role of CB2. Supira CB2 is manufactured as a synthetically pure molecule and as a new molecular entity carries with it patent protection for the next 2 decades. Plant-derived CBD has neither the purity, consistency, or exclusivity that comes with Supira CBD. Demonstrated in this visualization of our current pipeline, MyMD is planning a phase 2 trial for sarcopenia and immune-mediated depression. Additionally, we are nearing the beginning planning stages of phase 2 studies for MyMD in COVID-19, multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis, and other autoimmune diseases. MyMD1 is protected by a worldwide patent portfolio, which to date includes 11 granted patents and more than 20 pending applications. In closing, thank you all for your time and attention. I'm happy to field any questions that Spencer might have dug up for us. And we are extremely excited about the prospects of these two drugs and their potential therapeutic opportunities. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Adam. And we are just about at time. Let me see. Let me go through a couple of our chats and let me move over here. I don't remember if you addressed this, so I apologize if you did. But can you elaborate maybe a little bit on the Humira comparison?
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks for that question. So Humira,
that's like the top. It's like the top selling drug in the world, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And in fact, even though it's no longer has the patent protection that it did, and it's been on the market, I believe, for something on the order of 15 years, it still is bringing in $20 billion. It doesn't have the exclusivity, but it has, the market share. And it is a TNF-alpha inhibitor, as is ours. However, ours, unlike all of the TNF-alpha inhibitors, ours is orally available. Ours crosses the blood-brain barrier, and all of these TNF-alpha inhibitors that do not cross the blood-brain barrier, all the available ones, most of which are antibodies or ways of sucking up and binding non-specifically or non-selectively all the TNF-alpha that they find, they all have the risk of actually causing neurotoxicity, such as this strange syndrome where patients on TNF-alpha inhibitors for rheumatoid arthritis, for instance, or inflammatory bowel disease, will get an MS-like condition for which we don't currently know why that is. But we know that if you can cross the blood-brain barrier, you should be able to prevent that from happening, and MyMD1 does. And then finally, the selectivity that MyMD1 has, where it doesn't affect what's called innate immune response. It doesn't affect, if you get infected with a bacteria, it doesn't block that TNF-alpha, but it does block the TNF-alpha that gets overactivated when you have autoimmune diseases and lymphocyte overactivation.
All right. Adam Kaplan, Chief Scientific Officer, MyMD, ticker MYMD on the NASDAQ. Adam, thanks so much. Learned a lot. All righty. Let's get it going to our final, if you can believe it, final presentation of the day. And I'm going to bring him on now. Darryl Dodson is the Vice President and General Counsel of Artelo Pharma, ticker AIKI, also on the NASDAQ. Darryl is here. Darryl, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you?
Doing okay. Doing okay.
I'm attempting to share the screen. I had a little trouble there, but I think I'm getting there.
I think I see. Can you go in to
full screen? Okay.
Yep, full screen.
Okay. Is that it? That look good?
That's it. Looks good.
Okay. Well, hi, everybody. My name is Darryl Dodson. I'm Vice President and General Counsel of Artelo Pharma Incorporated. And I'm here today to tell you about our company and just highlight 3 of our programs that we have going on since we have a short time. That's our safe harbor statement. Our company objectives are to develop drugs to a stage of a profitable value inflection point. And our strategy for doing that is to co-develop drugs starting in as late a clinical stage as possible. So our technical strategy is preferably we've got drugs that are already in human trials, or if they're not in human trials yet, the IND is already submitted, or if the IND hasn't been submitted, they're at least in the animal studies, the pre-IND animal studies. We want to see robust animal data in the literature and peer-reviewed journals. Usually it's mice or rats. And very importantly, we want to see strong IP filings and hopefully issued patents, preferably issued patents on the drugs themselves before we enter into a kind of a relationship with another party on a piece of technology. we have a very strong financial position right now. It's the strongest position that we have been in since we started. I've been with the company since 2013. It's the strongest financial position we've had since then. We have over 100 million in cash equivalents, and marketable securities, and we have less than $7 million burn yearly. Our stock is currently trading below cash. We have no pending registration statements. We just withdrew the registration we did have pending, so there'll be no dilution in the near future. There'll be no cash raises in the near future. We have no debt, and we have no unusual financing. No preferred shares out there where people have some crazy ratio that they can convert. So these are the three investment highlights that I want to tell you about. The first is a prostate cancer treatment that's being developed at Weill Cornell Medical College. It is a dual drug radiotherapy. That means it's got 2 radioactive drugs in it. Prostate cancer is a very, very serious cancer. It's the most common cancer in men. In 2021, it's estimated there'll be over 248,000 new cases and over 34,000 new deaths. And cancer is the second biggest killer in the country. So this is a very, very important and serious problem for men. The global market in 2019 was 7.22 billion, and it's estimated to reach 10.67 billion by 2027. The second program I want to tell you about is a pancreatic cancer drug called, variously in the literature, it's called DHA, DFDC, or GIM-DHA. I'm just going to call it GIM-DHA because it's easier to say. And we're developing that for oral administration. That comes out of the University of Texas at Austin. Pancreatic cancer is also a very serious cancer. It's difficult to detect early. There's a very low survival in the first 5 years. So it really has unmet need in that field. In 2021, the estimated new cases are 60,000 new cases, over 60,000, and over 48,000 new deaths. So it has a pretty high death rate, like I said. The global market in 2020 was 2.41 billion, and it's estimated to be 3.47 billion by 2025. And switching to antiviral therapies, the third program I want to talk about is what we have from University of Maryland. It's a pan-viral drug design, which means that it treats multiple viral infections. It's effective against the coronaviruses, the serious ones we know, SARS, MERS, and the current one that causes COVID-19. It's effective against flu, Ebola, and others like Marburg. The global flu market alone was projected to reach almost $1 billion by 2026. So let's launch into this dual radiotherapy for prostate cancer. And I just want to tell you at this point, if you want to see anything in more detail, we have a pitch deck on our website that covers our projects in more detail. So I welcome you to go to our website at aikidopharma.com and take a look at that pitch deck. And on our investor page are our SEC filings as well. So I'm referring to one of those here. We have an ownership interest in a company called Convergent Therapeutics, which is licensed by and working with Weill Cornell Medicine on some human clinical trials that are going on right now. So this is a drug that is in humans, so it's well advanced. And if you want details on that deal, you can look at our Form 8K that was filed on February 3rd. That's there on our investor page. This was developed under the direction of Dr. Neil Bander at Weill Cornell Medicine, and he's also the lead inventor. You'll see that name again. The treatment contains 2 different radioactive drugs. The first is a radioactive antibody, and the name for it is either actinium-225AC, actinium J591, or it's called Convo-1 alpha, and it has actinium attached to the antibody. The other molecule is a small molecule called lutetium PSMA-INT. And INT stands for imaging and I forgot. I'm sorry, but imaging and testing, I think, and it's used ex-US for imaging in patients with cancer using lutetium. The clinical trials right now that are going on are led by Dr. Scott Tagawa at Weill Cornell Medicine. They have just finished a phase 1/2A clinical trial on the antibody, actinium J591, and that data is about to be presented here in this quarter, 2Q 2021. They also have an ongoing phase 1b/2a multiple ascending dose trial with that antibody, the actinium antibody, and they were just approved to start the dual therapy trials using both the antibody and the radioactive small molecule, and that's been approved by the FDA. And they're also pursuing additional human trials on the dual drug. Just want to show you a cartoon of how this works. So the green it represents the antibody, and the little star beside it represents the radioactivity. And the yellow triangle represents the small molecule, and it has a star next to it representing the lutetium, the radioactivity. So this is a cartoon of a tumor cell, and the red line represents the membrane of the tumor cell. On the tumor cell, on prostate cancer tumor cells, there's a receptor called PSMA. It stands for prostate-specific membrane antigen. And these two drugs bind specifically to this receptor. They bind in different spots on the receptor, so they don't compete with each other. So that makes them able to bind to the receptor at the same time. A very cool feature of this drug is that the antibody causes the PSMA receptor to be internalized. And when that gets internalized, both of the drugs that are bound to the PSMA receptor are basically injected in cells. So you get an injection of two different radioactive drugs into the tumor cells. These two drugs, when they're injected into patients, go to different parts of the body. They go to different tissues in the body. That's what non-overlapping biodistributions means. And what that does is it's a very important feature where it reduces the potential for additive damage to healthy tissues. And that's a concern anytime you're using radioactivity in patients. So just to give you a few success data points on radiotherapy, and these all have to do with Novartis. In October 2017, Novartis acquired a drug called Lutathera, a lutetium dotatate, for $3.9 billion. And then a year later, in October 18, they did a $2.1 billion license with Endocyte to acquire lutetium PSMA 617. That is their, as far as I can tell, that's their current frontline drug on this, because they just came out with, and this is just over a month ago, they came out with positive phase 3 data on this drug, lutetium PSMA 617. And that's an actual image from the title from Novartis' website where they announced it. The relevance for us is that our lutetium PSMA INT, or Cornell's PSMA INT, for the dual therapy is very similar chemically, structurally, to the Novartis drug. It has the same PSMA binding structure on one side of the molecule, and it has the same lutetium binding structure on the other. And obviously, they both bind to lutetium. So the take-home message here is we've got data coming out very soon on the antibody portion of this dual therapy, and we've got some very good phase 3 data on a very similar molecule on the small molecule of the dual therapy. So I want to go into our second program that we're involved in. We're licensed from the University of Texas Austin for this GEM-DHA for pancreatic cancer. We're licensed to both the drug and to a potentially next generation oral delivery system. There's 2 different IP portfolios for those 2 different things. And just to direct your attention to the cartoon on the side, it's a very overly simplistic rendition of the chemistry here, but I just wanted to do it for understanding. Gemcitabine is a common and already FDA approved chemotherapy drug that's used for like 5 different cancers. And our drug is a modified version of gemcitabine, where it's chemically attached to the gemcitabine is an omega-3 fatty acid called DHA. So that results in this, what I'm calling GEM-DHA. And then here we go into the oral formulation portion of it. That is mixed with a blend of different kinds of lipids, and then those form solid lipid nanoparticles. The data in mice show that those solid lipid nanoparticles allow it to be administered orally, and it allows it to cross through the stomach acid, through the stomach, and get into the blood so it can go to its target. Like I said, it has really good data in mice. There's 4 different publications that are out on this. They're listed in our pitch deck. So again, I encourage you to go take a look at that. This drug it was unexpected at the beginning, but it turns out of all organs, it concentrates itself in the pancreas. So we think it's going to be great, have great potential for pancreatic cancer. That's why we're pursuing it in that indication. It has much higher activity than gemcitabine. In fact, in cells, GemDHA requires 100,000 fold less drug to treat the cells than the tumor cells than does gemcitabine. It has a promising safety profile in the mice, and it greatly reduces drug resistance that you see with other types of chemotherapies. Our R&D is progressing on this. We've already produced product at high yield. Our manufacturer has replicated the procedures in the literature and already produced a procedure that produces this at high yield, and the scale-up is currently being validated, and batch-to-batch testing is underway for purity and consistency. Our next steps are going into formulation development and cGMP manufacturing protocol, and we'll be hiring a larger organization for that, and we'll be announcing that. And we'll also be hiring a animal studies outfit for our pre-IND studies, and we'll be announcing that as well. And the last study is a computer design antiviral treatment. This is the pan-viral treatment I talked about. It was designed using computer learning, computer-assisted modeling. We have an exclusive license, and we paid for a sponsored research agreement to keep the research ongoing in-house at UMB with the inventors who invented it. So we're collaborating right now with UMB to optimize these licensed candidates. And the cartoon over to the right is a little complicated, but basically, just to show you that the drug targets what's called the Skye complex. The Skye complex is made up of multiple proteins, and when those proteins assemble together, they make the Skye complex. They form a substrate for RNA turnover. And these scientists discovered this, that Skye complex and its ability for this RNA turnover is very also important for the viral replication of all these different viruses. So what they did was they did computer modeling on the structure of this Skye complex. They identified pockets on the Skye complex where drugs might bind. This is by computer modeling. And then they designed drugs by computer modeling. And then they actually synthesized the drugs that they had modeled. So they don't know anything yet about the drugs. And they test them. And lo and behold, they actually there's lead candidates that have really good activity against all these viruses. Again, including flu, all these coronaviruses and Ebola and Marburg. So right now the structures are being optimized to get just the very best structure that we can then go forward with into the future. So that's the third project. I want to show you some names that are on our scientific advisory board. These are names you've already seen. Dr. Scott Tagawa is on our scientific advisory board. He is the one leading those clinical trials in the dual radiotherapy that Weill Cornell's doing. Dr. Neil Bander is the inventor of that dual therapy, and he is actively involved. Dr. Rong Kui is the lead inventor of both the drug from UT and the oral formulation from UT. And Dr. Matthew Freeman, who I just mentioned, is the inventor and the lead scientist who's continuing the research on the pan-viral therapy. And these guys are on our scientific advisory board. They talk to us a lot. They've been very helpful in our development so far, and I think it's going to really give us an advantage to have these relationships going into the future. So that's the presentation. This is our company contacts. Anthony Hayes is our CEO. There's the telephone number for the company and the website. And Brett Moss, our managing director of investor relations, is Hayden IR. There's his phone number. If you have any questions for investor relations, you should give him a call. So thank you very much for attending. Do we have time for questions?
We do have time for questions, and we have a couple questions actually. And I'm bullish because University of Maryland produced this guy, and so go Terps. All right, let's go to some questions from the chat here. Let's see, we have a few. How long will the UMD research take to conclude?
Well, the UMB research is pretty early right now. It's actually in cell culture that they're doing this. We think that the lead candidate for moving forward with that is going to be done within the next 6 months. We have milestones, or 6 to 12 months. We have milestones in our agreement for that. So, but at that point, we'll have a lead candidate then to go forward with to go into animals.
Here's a question from DB. How does the effectiveness of your pan-viral drug compare to the effectiveness of competing drugs that target specific viri or viruses?
Well, I mean, these drugs work down to the a nanomolar level, so they work at very low physiological concentrations. I can't tell you just sitting here what you know, how the dosages are different, if that's the question. But they're extremely effective against the viruses at the dosages that are effective. So,
okay. I think that was all as far as questions. Let me double check. Yeah. Okay. Daryl Dodson, Vice President, General Counsel of Aikido Pharma. It's up on the screen. The ticker is AIKI. The website is right there in front of you. Daryl, thank you so much for stopping by, and a great way to wrap up the first day of the Benzinga Global Small Cap Conference. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. We made it. I can't leave just yet because I still have to give away a lifetime subscription of Benzinga Pro, and I'm going to do that right now. Okay, so drum roll, please. I don't have a soundboard here, so make my own damn drum roll. The winner of a lifetime subscription of Benzinga Pro is a name that actually sounds familiar because he's a frequent viewer of several of our shows. Christian Gallagher. Christian Gallagher, if you are watching, congratulations, sir. We have your contact email. Our people are going to reach out to your people, and you, sir, have won a lifetime subscription of Benzinga Pro. All right, I set out at the top of the morning today to try to get 500 likes on this stream. We're only at like 344, so it looks like we're not going to get there, but we tried. Let's get to 400 by the time I'm done talking today. So thanks to everyone for participating, whether it was in the Slido, whether it was tweeting about it, sharing it, sending us those emails. We hanging out in chat, just watching us throughout the day. We appreciate all of you for watching, for engaging, for asking questions. I mean, look, these conferences, they're for you, right? We put them on. They're free. They're free for you. We do it because, frankly, it's never been easier to connect with companies virtually, right? Thanks to COVID. And there's a hunger, there's a desire out there for investors to connect with these companies, and they need a venue and they need a venue to do that, and we can be that venue. So we've tried to do that, and we think we're doing a pretty good job, and that's why we're doing these very frequently. This is like our I've lost count now. Our sixth small cap conference. I don't even remember. We went from doing 3 conferences a year to 1 a month, right? I mean, the amount of content just went through the roof, and we do it for you. So please, please, please show your thanks by hitting the like button, by subscribing. As I've said, we are on the doorstep of 100,000 likes on our Benzinga YouTube channel. Why is that significant? Why should you care? Because we're gonna cross that threshold next week, and when we do, we are going to give away shares of a stock, and not just any stock. I think I'm allowed to say this now. I'm going to say it anyway. We are giving away a free share of Tesla. A free share of Tesla next week, whenever we cross that threshold of 100,000 subs, whether it's next week or the week after, it'll probably be next week, I think. Giving away a free share of Tesla. And not just that, some other things as well. The contest is not live yet, so you didn't miss anything, but you'll have to tune in to our shows next week to find out how you can win 1 free share of Tesla. Guys, if you want to learn more about future Benzinga events, go to benzingaevents.com. You can subscribe to our emails, get notified whenever there's a new event. As I said, there are a lot of events on the schedule. So we got a lot of stuff. Subscribe, get those emails, and you'll get notified as soon as we get them on the calendar. So thanks to all the speakers today, the traders, the investors, the executives. We appreciate all their time. Without them, it would have been just me talking to you, and I don't think anybody wants that for a whole day. I certainly don't. All right. That's going to be it, I think, for my track today. This is a wrap of day one. Remember, this is a 2-day conference. If you thought you were done today, no. There's a whole other day tomorrow. Brent Slava and Neil Hamilton will be your MCs for tomorrow's tracks. You can see who's going to be presenting right now by going to benzingaevents.com, or just go to youtube.com/Benzinga. Here, I'll even show you myself. I will show you who will be presenting on tomorrow's on tomorrow's tracks. Watch this. I'm going to share my screen. Let's pull it up on the YouTube. There it is. Check it out. Let's go look at the 2 tracks for tomorrow, and we'll take a look-see. Look at that. I just went to youtube.com/Benzinga, and in the description, look at that. They're already there. All the executives, and it's not healthcare. It's not all biotech. It's growth stocks. It's innovation. There. Look at all those companies presenting tomorrow on the Benzinga Global Small Cap Conference. Chelsea, did I miss anything? I don't think I did. If I did, speak now or forever hold your peace, because I'm about to wrap this thing up. Let's see how many likes we're at. Did we get to 400? That would be ideal. Oh, and I don't want to forget as well, coming up next, we are not done for the day. I mean, like, the Benzinga Small Cap Conference is done, but as far as Benzinga content, we're not done, because Money Mitch, yes, back to our regular programming. We preempted all of our shows today. We preempted SPAX Attack. We preempted Get Technical, Power Hour, Crypto Show, Biotech Buzz. We preempted all of it for the event, but we are back to our regularly scheduled programming. Money Mitch is coming up next. This stream that you're watching will redirect straight to that video. You don't even have to do anything. Maybe just like click play or whatever if you don't have autoplay turned on. But I think that's it. And yes, I'm being told we're going to be playing a quick promo, I guess, for tomorrow. So let's go ahead and play that. And I will see you all down the line.